Good morning and welcome to Second Saturday. Throughout the day, you're going to be watching many different videos and live sessions of different mandatory training elements. Throughout the day, you will have some breaks. So at 11 a.m., there will be a 30-minute break, and at 12:30 p.m., there will be an hour's break. This is just so you ensure that you can get the necessary time to go and get a drink and some lunch, etc. We ask that throughout the day you fill in the assessment form, which will be in the chat at all times. There will be two assessment forms, so you'll have your AM form for all the sessions in the morning, and then the PM form, which is all the sessions in the afternoon. We ask that you fill this in as and when you can throughout the day or this evening, so then your ESR is updated accordingly. If you do have any issues or any questions throughout the day, then please just pop them in the chat. You do not need to put your name or your job title in the chat. This is not mandatory, but we just ask that you fill in the assessment form so your ESR is updated accordingly. The first session of this morning is equality, diversity and inclusion. If you have any questions, please just pop them in the chat and someone will endeavour to get back to you.
Hello, my name is Darren Barber. I am the LSM Local Security Management Specialist for Kettering General Hospital. I am also a member of the VARG committee group that oversees any violence and aggression throughout the Trust. This is where we meet once a month to discuss and report any violence and aggression issues. I will go through with you today on what I would like you to do if you have to ring a issue through to the security and how that should be dealt with and what information they need. It's so important that we take responsibility of protecting the valuables that you bring into work. So my advice is, if you don't need it at work, don't bring it to work. Think what you need at work, think what's necessary. If you do bring some stuff to work, then think how you're going to lock that away. Have you got belongings locker? Have you got a drawer? Speak to the matron about your options and make sure whatever you bring in is lockable and it's not out there for anyone to take. Help yourself from the first start. Secure any items in a locked drawer. Do not leave valuables on display. Please lock your door. Please lock your windows. Very important. If you can easily get to the items, so can someone who want them items. So remember, we have around about 5,000 footpath of patients and staff and people around, and there's a lot of people walking into the building. Security on site. We've got CCTV that covers most of every entrance into the Trust. There's not one place you can get on without being recognised by a camera, and we also have body-worn cameras ready for any issues that we may need to record. All the security team and the risk wards that have a risk around it will have cameras to full body cams, full staff to use. These are easy to use. Speak to your matron or contact me and I will show you how to use them. Same with the security team, they'll do the same. This is there for crime prevention. ID badges are really important. We have got a swipe system. ID badges must be worn and visible at all times. Whilst working in the hospital, with photograph on displayed. Should you misplace or think that you have lost your ID badge, you must report this immediately to your manager, to your recruitment, and more than anything, to me on 3919. Sometimes we get situations where people have been burgled in their home and the card has gone missing. If that is the case, yet again, contact us if you lose your badge or if you have it stolen. Access control, be aware of any tailgaters when you open the door with your badge. Please make sure that they are badged up. Please make sure that they've got all the information that they need. Do not let them in without talking to them and without asking their name. If they're a patient, please wait for the way outside and the receptionist will help them and support them where they need to go. Be aware of patients who are trying to get out. Some areas will have vulnerable patients who are in KGH for their safety. Therefore, always ensure that any door without access control is fully closed behind you. Violence and aggression. Unfortunately, violence and aggression incidents do occur in the healthcare sector, in the NHS, especially acute hospital. These are not always physical incidents which can impact a person. We still need to report all incidents. We do not accept any kind of violence or aggression at our trust. KGHs are dedicated supporting staff, reducing violence and aggression incidents within the trust. All staff are to be aware of the following. All staff involved in this type of event must date exit. Please date exit straight away after you've reported to the police or reported it to the Trust Security Advisor or the LMS, which is myself and the Head of Security. Victim support is available throughout the police or the Trust Security Department. We will support you in any way and we will help you as much as can. Please contact me again on the numbers that we've given you. Legal advice can be obtained from the Trust Legal Services, or if you're in a union, the union rep will advise you. But at any one point, please come towards and see me or phone me, and I will advise and support in any way I can. Occupational Health will arrange counselling if you do need further support. Violence and aggression is a really important issue, and at this point, what I would ask you to do is be able to make sure that we get the criteria right when we are ringing for security for help. When I'm on about the criteria, I'm on about the handover and making sure that we get this correct. So, if there's an incident, there is a scenario going on where someone is hitting a staff member. Someone will ring the security, which is on 1587, or they would then go and bleep them on 528 or 530. Remember, speak to them, tell them your name, tell them your position within the trust, tell them the issue, tell them that what you need assistance for, and tell them what is going on. Give them as much information. They might ask if you've rang the police. If you have rang the police, please make sure you get the CAD number, which is the police reference number. Please make sure that when you get this, that you write it down safely and you enter this into the Datex when you report the incident. After that has happened, the security will come onto the ward. You will be asked questions. The questions will be around about who gave them the phone. They will ask for that person who called them. I would like you to talk to the staff and say what the issue is, what the medical condition is around the patient, because they might have to do some restrictive holding or restraint holding, just so they're aware they're not putting their hands on any broken bones or place where they don't need to. At all points, they will try and talk the person down. Please stand around about 10-15 yards away from the security team while they do what they need to do by de-escalating the situation. If they are about to go in and do significant restraints, please don't go and assist, as you do need to be trained around this area. We do breakaway training for anyone who joined the trust, and we also do conflict resolution. Please speak to your manager and they will point you in the right way, or speak to the training team. Once the incident is finished, the security will take your name, they will talk to you, and they might do a handover sheet with you if you're in the emergency departments. They will also take the Datexes that you are going to put in with the number, and they will do their own. So please make sure you do the Datex. The Datexes aren't duplicated because security will put down that they were there to assist. So everything, documentation you need, please put in that Datex. If it's an ongoing situation, have an agreement with the trust and the security team, please ring Darren Barber, yet again on 3919, or through the security team, making sure that we have got an agreed approach. After the incident and everything has calmed down, the security will calm down to make sure everything's okay. And this is at this point, any staff been involved in any aggression who needs support, they need to be deferred straight away. This is a really great place to work. This is a safe place, and this is what this training is out to do. So please keep all your valuables safe. Please be aware of your environment where you work. Please go and do your breakaway training. Please understand the conflict resolution and making sure that we're in your area, that everyone is safe. If there is any issues, ring Darren Barber on 3919. Please remember this is a non-smoking area throughout the trust, and if you do ring up to ask the security guard to bring a patient down for smoking, this will be denied in the first place. A risk assessment is needed. Security are there to look after you. They will not go out dress code for cigarettes, but they will look after and look at the cameras to make sure you are safe. In the dark winter nights, if you need assistance, please ring up the security team. They will meet you at a point and they will walk you to the car park. Thank you for today. This has been really nice meeting you all. I hope everything that I've taught you today will help. Please keep yourself safe. If you need any more information, contact under my contact details.
Hello, my name is Susan Clennett. I'm the Trust's Freedom to Speak Up Guardian. So what does speaking up mean at Kettering General Hospital? It means that we will listen, take your concerns seriously, but also try and help you speak up to the best person that you feel comfortable with. Normally that's your manager. If you feel that you can't speak to your manager, I'm here as the guardian to help listen to your concerns in an entirely confidential way and help resolve them as quickly as possible. What have we done to help staff at Kettering? We've helped resolve patient safety concerns, take actions. We've helped staff secure some flexible working and give them that work-life balance. And we've also helped to improve communication, where sometimes there are misunderstandings that's down to communication, and we've helped facilitate those helpful conversations and build relationships. And that's the benefit of speaking up, because it will be taken seriously and it will be acted on. And don't forget, if you go to KNET, there is a Freedom to Speak Up link for you to access. And there's also a Datix link if you want to report your concern through a completely confidential Freedom to Speak Up Datix link. So lots of avenues for you to speak up to, and please speak up. We will take it seriously and we will value it. Thank you for listening.
This session is provided to inform staff about the NHS counter-fraud service at a national and local level. My name is Victoria Dutton and I'm a local counter-fraud specialist working for TIA, an external company that provides counter-fraud services to the NHS, including Kettering General Hospital and Northampton General Hospital. Today's session will provide information on the NHS counter-fraud service that investigates allegations of fraud, corruption and bribery within the NHS. I'm just going to refer to those offences as fraud moving forward. This session will highlight fraud and bribery offences in the NHS, briefly covering the relevant sections of the Fraud Act 2006 and the Bribery Act 2010, which underpins any investigation. The session will provide case examples and advise you how you can report any concerns of fraud. The NHS Counter-Fraud Authority is the overarching organisation that is responsible for overseeing and directing counter-fraud work in the NHS. All NHS-funded organisations must have a local counter-fraud provision that reports directly into the NHS Counter-Fraud Authority. So what is fraud? The Fraud Act 2006 defines fraud as being a dishonest action to make a gain for themselves or cause a loss to another. The NHS Counter-Fraud Service investigates allegations of NHS fraud. By NHS fraud, we mean any fraud where the NHS is the victim. The Fraud Act defines three main ways in which a fraud can be committed. Fraud by false representation, which is essentially telling a lie in order to make a gain or cause a loss. Fraud by failing to disclose information is where a person is under a legal duty to disclose information and by deliberately failing to do so causes a gain or a loss. And fraud by abuse of position, which is where a person is in a position of trust and they abuse that position to make a gain for themselves or cause a loss to another. Fraud can be committed by staff, patients, suppliers and organised crime gangs. The common types of frauds investigated by the local counter-fraud service involve NHS staff who commit fraud by submitting fake documents, including qualifications and identity documents. Working for another employer whilst claiming sick pay is also fraud, as is claiming for hours not worked or enhancing salary through fraudulent means. including the claiming of false expenses. Staff have also been investigated and prosecuted for authorising invoices to bogus companies which they have access to. Cyber criminals and organised crime gangs also target the NHS by purporting to be a genuine supplier and asking for bank account details to be changed. They've also on occasion purported to be an existing employee of the NHS and asked payroll to change their bank account details. Patients have claimed for treatment they're not entitled to, claimed to be in receipt of benefits to obtain free prescriptions and travel fares to and from hospital appointments. So moving on to the Bribery Act. In addition to the Fraud Act, the Local Counter Fraud Service will investigate allegations of bribery within the NHS under the Bribery Act. It is an offence to bribe someone or accept a bribe. It is also an offence for an organisation to fail to introduce policies and procedures to prevent and detect bribery. It's therefore important for staff to be aware of the trust policies, including the Managing Conflicts of Interest policy. So what is a bribe? A bribe is defined as a financial or other advantage, of which all items are appear on this slide as the spider diagram. So our advice to you is to avoid any of these items if they are offered to you during the course of your employment at the trust. If you are in a position where you're offered gifts or hospitality, you must comply with the trust's Managing Conflicts of Interest policy. The trust has a Managing Conflicts of Interest policy for which staff must comply. If you have an interest in a company which the trust trades with, this must be declared. Equally, if you are offered gifts and hospitality, please refer to the policy as you may need to declare this formally to the Trust Board Secretary. Gifts from patients exceeding £50 must be declared, and items from suppliers which exceed £10 must be declared. So moving on to a few cases to highlight criminal prosecutions that have occurred because of staff committing fraud within the NHS. A former NHS chief executive spent 10 years in top jobs after fooling a series of hospitals by claiming he had a top degree. He was put in charge of multi-million-pound hospital budgets whilst being paid a £120,000 salary. The fraud was exposed when HR ran a routine check on all senior staff qualifications. This revealed that he had presented a fake certificate purporting to be from a university for a degree in business management studies. The university confirmed that the degree certificate was fake and he had never attended their university. He was sentenced to 12 months imprisonment, which was suspended for 2 years, and was ordered to pay £5,000 fine and £2,000 in costs. The next case highlights how individuals can be sentenced for claiming to be sick from work and working elsewhere. So a nurse worked for 2 agencies whilst purporting to be sick from her substantive role on a neurological ward at St George's Hospital. She was off sick for over 9 months and received £32,000 in salary. She had been dismissed from her job, and after initially pleading not guilty to the offences, she was found guilty and sentenced to 6 months imprisonment and subsequently struck off from the Nursing and Midwifery Council register. The consequences for committing fraud or bribery in the NHS have been detailed on the previous slides. The maximum sentence for committing fraud or bribery and being found guilty is 10 years imprisonment. The Trust disciplinary policy defines fraud as gross misconduct, and if staff are registered with a professional regulatory body, they will be referred to them for further investigation. The Trust has a counter-fraud and bribery policy which is available on the intranet and underpins the proactive and reactive work undertaken by the local counter-fraud service. If you do have any concerns of fraud, corruption or bribery, please do contact your local counter-fraud specialist or Director of Finance to report concerns. Please do not try to investigate the matter yourself and report your concerns confidentially in the first instance. Please don't broadcast your concerns or alert the subject, as it may provide them an opportunity to destroy or manipulate any evidence. Most importantly, don't worry about being mistaken. It may not be a matter which will be investigated by the counter-fraud service as a criminal offence, but it may be something that needs to be dealt with internally. This final slide provides contact details on how to report your concerns. You can contact myself, Victoria Dutton, at victoria.dutton@tia, that's TIAA.co.uk, or on my mobile 07826 858 746. If you're not comfortable reporting your concerns internally, please do contact the National Fraud and Corruption Reporting Line, which is hosted by Crime Stoppers on 0800 028 4060. Thank you.
Welcome to the Dementia Training Tier 1, Dementia Awareness. The outcome of today's training includes to gain an understanding of the term dementia and to be aware of the signs of dementia or the conditions that may present the same. Be aware of how you can reduce the risk of getting dementia and why an early diagnosis is important. Understand how someone with dementia can live well and why it is important to recognize that person as an individual. To be aware of the impact of dementia on the person and those around them, and how we can enable someone with dementia to live well. Understand the importance of communication in dementia and why the behaviors that challenge may occur, and be aware of where we can signpost patients with dementia and their families for ongoing support. What is dementia? So when you think about dementia, what comes to mind? Dementia is an umbrella term used to describe a range of progressive conditions that affects the brain. It is a group of symptoms that's caused by different diseases that damage the brain. These symptoms, they get worse over time, so it's progressive. The patient will experience memory loss, confusion, and may need help with daily tasks. They may find problems with language and understanding, and there may be a change in behavior. It is progressive, means it gets worse over time, and there are many types of dementia, with Alzheimer's being the most common. So the types of dementia. There are many types of dementia. There are over 200 subtypes of dementia, with Alzheimer's disease being the most common, followed by vascular dementia, mixed dementia, and dementia with Lewy bodies. Mixed dementia occurs when a patient has two types of dementia. So, for example, you may find someone with Alzheimer's disease as well as vascular dementia. What are the signs and symptoms of dementia? When you see a patient, how do you know they have dementia? So patients may have problems with memory, may have difficulty recalling recent information that they have learned. They may be forgetting appointments, have difficulty completing familiar tasks, such as a mom who's prepared meals for the family has all of a sudden forgotten how to do that. It can affect communication. So you may find patients substituting words, forgetting words, or using words that do not fit in the sentence. They may revert to the first language they learned as a child. So, for example, if a patient's first language is Italian and has spoken English all their life, a patient with dementia may forget how to speak English and revert to Italian, for example. There may be impaired judgment, so you may find a patient making questionable decisions that might put their health at risk. So, for example, driving the wrong way up the A14, or you may find a patient wearing a winter coat in summer because of that impaired judgment. They may misplace things, putting things in inappropriate places, and there may be signs of personality changes. The changes are usually subtle and happen overnight. There may be more striking changes when patients become suspicious and withdrawn. They experience mood swings. They may be calm 1 minute and angry the next, or tearful the next. The video that you're going to watch now is from the Alzheimer's Society relating to what dementia is.
What time should we leave tomorrow?
I think about 8. What do you reckon?
Yeah, that sounds about right. What time should we leave tomorrow?
I told you, 8.
What time should we leave tomorrow?
We're leaving at 8, Jane.
What time should we leave tomorrow?
think we should leave it, Ayla.
So, the 3Ds: dementia, delirium, and depression. How do we distinguish between the three? It is important that we're able to do that because sometimes patients come into hospital with delirium and depression, and often it's not recognized, attributing their presentation to their diagnosis of dementia. This is called diagnostic overshadowing. You may find that an elderly patient may be presenting with delirium or depression and may be diagnosed with underlying or undiagnosed dementia rather than treating what the issue is. Dementia, the changes happen over months and years. Delirium, the changes happen within hours and days. And depression, there's changes you could see over weeks. This table just breaks down a little bit about how dementia, delirium, and depression may present. With delirium, what's important is that we find the cause and treat it. So it may be pain, infection, an electrolyte imbalance, medication, constipation, whatever it is, we need to find it and treat it. Patients with dementia may take longer to get over delirium, and they may never return to the level of function or cognition that they were before this episode occurred. Depression is common in people with dementia, especially those living with vascular dementia or Parkinson's related dementia. Remember to listen to the family and the carers. They know the patient better than we do. So if the family is saying that he's never confused, it just happened overnight, there is a very high chance that that patient is having delirium. Early diagnosis. Why is an early diagnosis important? Early diagnosis will give the patient access to treatment. So while there isn't a cure, there's medication that can help to slow down the disease progression. It gives them time to plan and make important decisions, make advanced planning for the time when they will lack capacity. They will be able to receive practical information and advice and be able to access the right service and support that will eventually lead to unnecessary admission or avoid early admission into a care home or into hospital. And by having an early diagnosis, things can be put in place to allow that person to continue to live independently for longer. How can we reduce the risk of getting dementia? Be physically active, do regular exercise. We tend to live a sedentary life, not a lot of action, not a lot of movement. We go to work and we're tired and we come home and we sleep. But it's really important that we include some physical exercise in our daily life. Eat a healthy diet, a balanced one. Research shows that eating the Mediterranean style diet, that's rich in fruits and veg, whole grain, having a little or a low intake of red meat, and eating fish regularly, reducing your salt intake, can reduce your risk of getting dementia. Do not smoke. Smoking increases the risk of dementia in later life. It's never too late to quit because it's shown that a prolonged history of smoking damages the blood vessels in the brain, which can lead to developing dementia. Limit your alcohol intake. Too much alcohol increases the risk of dementia, particularly Korsakoff syndrome. So if you don't drink, don't start. Stay mentally active. Find activities that challenge your brain. Taking educational courses, learning new skills or crafts, playing a new instrument or learning a new language. And stay socially engaged, interacting with others, not living a solitary and isolated life, interacting with friends and families, making new friends. Living well with dementia. What is it that we can do to help a patient live well? So while there isn't a cure, there are treatments or medication that can slow down the progression of dementia and the symptoms of dementia. And there's also non-drug treatment. We'll play a video later on that will show you how music, which could be a non-drug treatment or non-drug therapy, can impact somebody's life with dementia. There are day centers and supported holidays and day trips that's planned by charities and companies in the community. And one thing that we can do is to improve the environment to make it a little bit more dementia friendly at home and in the hospital. So we need to think about our signage, our floors. Is it dementia friendly? Can our patient navigate their way around without getting too confused? And we can use technology. So have a look at this video of how music can impact a patient with dementia.
Normal, cariño mío, ¿cómo no va a emocionar? ¿Y tú nos emocionas a nosotros? Bailando también. Hay que coger la punta, ¿verdad?
So as we said, music can have a meaningful impact on a person's life. It's important to remember that when you are on the ward, that the music you play is not just for your own listening pleasure, but also to enhance your patient's experience. The ward, we know we do not have a lot of control about their environment, and with them, we may be restricted on some of the changes that we can do, but we can take small steps to ensure that our environment is better or is good. So we look at color and contrast, improving lighting, decluttering, reducing the number of notices on our walls, dementia-friendly clocks, and keeping our noise level down. We also have Rita and some tablets on the ward. So Rita is the reminiscing and interactive therapy activity screen that patients can use. There's activities and music and videos and clips from before that patients can use for reminiscing. And they can be used to offer a distraction or to help patients with dementia settle. So think about how we can support our patients on the ward to have a better experience and to help them to continue living well while they are an inpatient in our trust. In our hospital, we're promoting John's campaign. So John's campaign is the right of a family to come into hospital to continue caring for that patient. It all started after a doctor, Dr. John Gerard, had a diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease. He was admitted into hospital with an infected leg ulcer. Before the admission, he was mobile, was able to communicate, was able to feed himself. He was strong. Um, the ward had a norovirus outbreak, and the family were not allowed to visit him. And for 5 weeks in hospital, he barely saw his family. And by the time he was discharged, he was immobile, was unable to communicate, and had lost a lot of weight, ending into going into a 24-hour care. The family believed that if they were able to spend time with him while he was in hospital, the outcome would be better. He died later that year, and then the family launched this campaign, which is what we are trying to do here at KGH to ensure that our families are involved in the care of the patient. So it means that restriction on visitors are lifted for this group of patients, allowing them flexible visiting. There's lots of work going around with John's campaign. So look out for the carers badge with the yellow lanyard. And then there'll be a carers agreement that will be signed by the carers and a carer support plan that should be completed. Remember to include the family and carers because they are the advocate for the patient. They know the patient better than we do. But most importantly, it's about communication with the patient and the family. Ensure that we get an understanding of how we can support their loved one while they are in hospital. In A&E, we have got the ED grab sheet. It's just a 2-page document that can be filled in with just basic information about the patient. The grab sheet can be used for patients with dementia and learning disability or a cognitive impairment. And also we have the All About Me. So every patient with dementia or a cognitive impairment should have one completed on admission. If the patient comes in with their own passport, then that's fine. It's okay to use it. And it's best completed by someone who knows the patient better. So if you can find a family or carer to complete it, then that would be good because then you can use the information in there to support that patient. It will have their likes, their dislikes, their routine, what their life was like, their family, and what's most important, what matters most to them. So, for example, if you've got a patient who is in hospital not eating, it may be because they do not like what we give in. So, for example, I only have warm milk on my cereal. If I am to come into hospital and given cold milk on my cereal, I would not eat. The best way to know that if I have dementia is to know my likes and dislikes, which is what my family will be able to tell you. So once it is completed, do not just leave it in the notes. It's completed so that you can use it to support the patient. So read it. It will help you. Some statistics on dementia and the impact of dementia. It's estimated that there are 944,000 people in the UK living with dementia. Out of that, 65% of them are women. 1 in 11 people over the age of 65 have dementia in the UK. Dementia has a huge impact on relationships. It changes relationships. The wife who have always done the cooking now has dementia, and the husband now have to take on that role of caring. Or in the case of a younger onset dementia, children may have to take on the role of caring. It can lead to social isolation. So an outgoing couple can no longer enjoy the dinner parties and trips they attended due to one party having dementia and being unable to integrate as well as they did before. It can become very lonely for that person and for the carer of someone living with dementia. It can impact negatively on both the psychological and physical health of the carer. As you can imagine, providing 24-hour care for someone with dementia can be challenging. It is estimated that it costs society approximately £26.3 billion a year for providing care and support for people living with dementia. It is important that when families and carers come into the wards or our departments, that we show compassion and support them. They may be exhausted and need some respite, or they may have a sense of loss or losing all control when that person comes into hospital with their care being taken over by a stranger or someone who do not know that patient. And this is what we are. We are strangers to those people. So it's important that we involve the family and show some compassion. Behaviors that challenge. How may a patient with dementia present when they come into hospital? What are the things that you see? When you are given a handover regarding a patient with dementia, what are the words that are used? You may hear words like aggressive, abusive. These are negative words, and it means that we do not see the individual. Instead, we see the challenge that they are facing. Patients may be walking with an unknown purpose. They may be trying to leave the ward, refusing medication or treatment, and refusing personal care. Behaviors that challenge describe a group of behaviors that cause difficulty for the person with dementia and those around them. It is important that we use behaviors that challenge rather than challenging behavior. Because when we say challenging behavior, we do not see the individual, we only see that behavior. And it causes us not to be proactive in trying to find out the cause of that behavior and trying to meet the need. These behaviors may be aggressive in nature, so pushing, hitting, swearing, or non-aggressive, like just crying, walking, or putting themselves on the floor. Think about these behaviors Are they exclusive to people with dementia only? Don't we all exhibit these behaviors when we are angry, stressed, upset, frustrated? So these behaviors are not exclusive to people or patients with dementia only. What's important is to find out what can cause these behaviors in dementia. So here are a list of things that can cause these behaviors. They may be unable to communicate their need. They may have difficulty completing a task or just being in an unfamiliar environment. Another cause of behaviors that challenge is having an unmet need. So, for example, they may be hungry, thirsty, in pain, constipated. Maybe they may need to use the toilet and do not know where it is. They may not have their hearing aids or glasses with them and may not be able to make sense of what is being said or what is happening around them. Feeling too cold or too hot. When a patient is bored, this can lead to behaviors such as walking around, rummaging or hoarding, walking about to achieve an unobtainable goal, such as trying to get home to pick the kids up from school or going to the bank. We must get better at recognizing these triggers so that we can provide appropriate supervision, redirection to a meaningful or purposeful activity. We must ensure that we are avoiding medication that will increase the risk of falls, for example, lorazepam. When our patient comes to the ward and they start to display these behaviors, the default or tendency is to just give lorazepam, which then increases the risk of falls. They become drowsy, they do not eat, they become unsteady on their feet. Therefore, it is important that we avoid the use of these as much as possible to reduce risk to the patient themselves. If a patient is rummaging or hoarding, it may be sometimes arising from a lack of control or fear of losing everything that's important to them, losing their money, their possession, or simply just looking for something to do. Sometimes patient may reject care, and it may be that the patient do not understand what we are trying to tell them to do, or do not recognize that there's a need to have their pad changed. I want you to imagine that you're a patient in bed. You've had a terrible night, and then you're woken up by 2 strangers or 3 strangers standing over your bed, telling you something that you don't quite understand, pulling down your covers and wetting your face with a cloth. What would you do? So think about how your patient would respond to a situation like that and adjust your approach to meet and support that patient. The video that you're going to watch will help you understand behaviors that challenge and how this can be managed.
Challenging behaviors, that's how we see it. They're misbehaving. They have problem behaviors. We've got to do something about this. Now, I'm going to call a timeout right now because the biggest problem we have right here is you've already identified the source of the behavior. You're pretty sure it's them and what they're doing. Timeout. You need to take a step back and realize this is much more complicated than you think. And instead of being such a strong judge and jumping to conclusions, what I want you to do is back off and reframe this. I want you to realize that they're doing the very best they can to try to communicate with you, to meet a need, to express that they aren't liking what you're doing. And unfortunately, you simply see it as not getting your way. What you don't realize is that you started this very frequently in your effort to be helpful. Let me just say to you, you weren't as helpful as you thought you were. I didn't really enjoy the help you gave me. I didn't get it. So you have a choice right now. Are you going to continue to push your agenda to try to get where you want? Or can you take that step back and go, okay, well, this isn't working. Let me rethink. So what you want to do when you experience a behavior you're not liking, you need to, whoa, take that step back. Take a deep breath, let it go, and realize now it's time to kick in the front of your brain and to become a really good detective. Try to figure out what might be driving what you're seeing, what you're hearing, what you're feeling, and what they're feeling. what maybe you're smelling and they're not picking up on, what they're tasting versus what you would be tasting. Because what you want to do is realize that you need to see it from their side. And once you see it from their side, you try to be in their shoes, figure this out. Suddenly, when you see things, hear things, experience things differently, and you make that choice, that decision to do that, the uh-oh becomes an aha, because you can start to realize it's the setting, it's the care, it's the gem. It's who they were before this all started. There's lots of pieces to the puzzle. Your job, if you want to do this well and do this over the course of this condition, is to stop the judgment, time yourself out, and reframe this behavior. Go from a challenging and frustrating, I just don't understand why she's doing this, to pausing for yourself, getting some help, maybe getting somebody else to take a look with you, because maybe you just can't see it because of who you are and how it works. But what you're going to do is take that step back, look more broadly, and at that point, make a decision. What are they trying to do? Are they communicating an unmet physical need? There's basically 5 of them you want to learn about. Or an unmet emotional need. Or are you seeing the emotional need, but you're missing the physical need? Or was it something that is happening in the environment or happened earlier today? As I said, complicated. So you need some training. You need to know what's going on and what's not going on so you can quit sitting in judgment and start using this. That's the best tool. That and your ability to bring people together to help you. So with challenging behaviors, it's not about them. It's about us and what we choose to do about this effort to communicate an unmet need and helping us figure out what is the need and how can we better meet it for success for both of us. Making a positive difference because we choose positive approach to the care. Now remember this lady? What do you think she's doing? You see her beating on the chairs, making noise, annoying people, and you know she needs to go to the bathroom. It's been a long time. You've tried to make her stop, but she won't. What if I told you she used to clean houses for a living? I'm going to try substitution and a positive approach rather than trying to make her quit.
Miss Leona. Well, hey there.
Get your hand.
Get my hand out the way. You're trying to get him clean. Here, try this.
She's a busy woman.
There you go.
I'm going to try a substitution here.
I'll trade you.
Not yet. Show her.
Rub it with that. Can you rub it?
Yeah.
Here, rub
We're
it.
getting there.
Trade me.
Wait.
Trade me. Here you go. Take this.
All right, get it.
You got it. Now trade out. There you go.
Ta-da.
Now rub it.
Now I show her, and there she goes.
There we go.
People are less annoyed, not so much noise. And she's
Beautiful.
cleaning. Now I want to reinforce it. That's good. That's good.
2 more to go.
But I still haven't met
You're doing a fantastic job.
her unmet need. One more substitution.
Nicely done, Leona.
She needs to get finished with this
Boy, you are good.
so we can move on.
You get this one?
Watch me, I'm sneaky.
That's it. Good. Good.
I visually eliminate the task.
Whoa. Woo! That is beautiful. You did a fantastic job. Man, you're a good cleaner.
Here.
Thank you. All right, well, come with me and we'll sit down and take a break.
Oh, good.
I know you're ready for one, aren't you?
Now, before she goes to sit down, though, we have a place to go.
Oh, girl, you worked hard.
Oh, God.
You are one of the hardest working women I've ever met.
Yeah.
Well, Lord knows. Let's go to the ladies before we sit down, though.
Okay.
Okay.
We changed the challenge to success.
So the patient journey. Think about our patient's journey. So imagine you come into hospital because you feel unwell or you've had a fall and you are in pain. You spend 18 hours on a trolley in a busy A&E department. You're not quite sure what's going on. You then moved at 2 in the morning to an assessment unit. Then at 2 in the afternoon, you moved to a ward. You are woken up every 4 hours to have your observations done for a whole week that you were on the ward. You are now fit to go home, but you need some support. So you've got to wait for that package of care. So they move you to another ward. The nurses and doctors, they talk very loudly, as well as the housekeeper, and you've got the radio blasting in the background. There are other patients calling out and crying out at odd times of the day and night. You've lost your glasses and your hearing aid at some point in that journey when you were being moved from ward to ward. Then it's time to go home, so they move you to the discharge lounge to wait for your transport. All that time, you may have been informed but do not understand what's happening. This is exactly what happens to our patients and can be very distressing for a patient who is unable to make sense of what's happening around. I like this slide. It says a patient's journey with dementia. So they come into hospital. We worry that they will fall, so we ask them to sit down or we don't allow them to walk. They can't find the toilet, and so they wee themselves because we've put a pad on as well, so it's all right, you know. We give them no stimulation, so they become withdrawn and depressed. They get angry and frustrated at us because we have them followed or we've given them medication and sedation. And then we say they have deteriorated because of their dementia. Hospital is a terrible place for patients with dementia, and we know that they have to come because they need treatment. The things that happen to them do not always make them better. Many times it makes them worse. So think about that and think about how we can support our patients in hospital. Now, when a patient displays behaviors that challenge, how should we document this? It's not sufficient to just write aggressive. It doesn't tell us much. It's important that you describe what was happening before, what was the behavior, and what made it better. So, were you assisting with a wash? Were you attempting to feed the patient? Were you giving medication or doing their blood pressure? Was it unprovoked? Then what was that behavior? Did they push you, grab you, twist your finger, punch, spit, sweat, whatever it is, document it. And then you document what you did. Did you walk away? Did you talk to the patient? Did you explain? Did you get a different staff member or did you try later? So document the patient's reaction to your intervention. Did they comply? Did you leave them to calm down? Were they in pain? In dementia, there is an underlying cause, distress or an unmet need. So search for the cause, reduce the distress, and meet the need. Communication. How do we communicate with patients living with dementia? What's most important is to ensure that any communication aids, such as hearing aids or glasses, are with that patient. We need to make reasonable adjustments. So do we need to get a familiar face or family to come in to support? Do we need to wait when it's a bit quieter or take that patient to a quiet room with minimal distraction? Should we wait until the patient is more alert to have that conversation? Remember to always introduce and reintroduce yourself. Speak clearly and loudly and concisely. Always have a positive attitude. Patients with dementia have an increased sensitivities to other people's emotion and they tend to mirror it. So if you are pleasant and smiling and happy and confident, your patient will most likely have that in return. If you're grumpy and annoyed because you've been asked to move to another ward and you're very unhappy about it and it shows in your demeanor and attitude, your patient will most likely pick up on that emotion as well. Get the person's attention first. Get eye contact before talking and use their name. Listen to what they're trying to tell you, what they're trying to say. It may be that they may not use the right words, but they may be trying to tell you something. So listen, speak slowly, and use simple words, short sentences. Be patient when waiting for an answer. Don't answer or make the decision for the patient. Try to listen for the meaning and feeling that underlie the words that they are using. Be respectful of their feelings. Don't talk down to them like they're children. Sometimes you hear people say, good boy or good girl. This is patronizing and should not be used. They are women and men. mothers, fathers, grandparents, career people. So it's important that we show respect to people living with dementia. They can't communicate. We just need to take a little time to get to know them. The video we'll see next will explain a little bit about communication in dementia. And remember, do not argue.
Hello. Hello.
Give me 5.
How old are you?
I'm 60, I think.
Do you sometimes do silly things?
I put milk in the washing machine.
Do you still go out on dates?
On dates? No, I go to buy dates, but...
Left the house without any trousers. I know.
What was you like when you was a teenager?
Sometimes I was good, sometimes I wasn't. I had a lot of boyfriends.
Can you still kiss people when you have Alzheimer's?
Yes.
Did you dye your hair pink because you have dementia?
That's a very good question.
I love your hair. Do you know how babies are made? Who looks after you?
My wife, Vivian, the boss.
Do you ever get lonely?
Yes, I do. Very, very lonely. I'm on my own now, so I have to make the best of it.
I know that one day I'm going to wake up and not know who anyone is.
Do you have any life advice for me?
My advice would be,
Have you forgotten?
I have, yes.
Make sure you tell the people that you love them.
Treat every moment as though it's your last.
Stay away from boys. It was nice talking to you.
Signposting. So in the hospital, there's one dementia specialist nurse, and patients can be referred to her via the via Careflow Connect or through on the mobile number on screen. We have the liaison psychiatry team for older people. They will review and assess patients and will accept referrals via Careflow Connect. The dementia and delirium team, they support patients with dementia or delirium who require support on discharge home only. So if you've got a patient going to a care home, they will not get involved, and patient can also be referred via Careflow Connect. Northamptonshire Carers, they provide support for carers. They've got a carer support worker in the hospital and can be contacted on the extension on screen. And also listed are other services that we have in the trust. So we've got the dementia champions on every ward. We've got the volunteer service, and we also have the chaplain service. Nationally, we have the Alzheimer's Society and Dementia UK that families and patients can approach for support. Their website has a wealth of information regarding dementia that can support your learning and development or understanding about dementia further. We have launched our Kettering General Hospital Dementia Champions. So if you are interested in becoming a champion, speak to your line manager or contact the dementia nurse who can give you more information about what this role involves. Thank you.
Sometimes, to make it sound new and interesting, people change the name of something while the thing itself stays exactly the same. This isn't one of those times. You may have heard recently that the Serious Incident Framework is being replaced by the Patient Safety Incident Response Framework. With 4 main objectives for change, this represents a complete rethink in how we respond to patient safety incidents and support the NHS to learn from them and improve. It can't be implemented overnight, and it won't be easy to do, but it will be worth it. Under the Serious Incident Framework, there is a primary focus on incidents which are declared as serious, and within the oversight system on how many incidents have occurred and how compliant organisations are with serious incident management processes. We know that oversight can feel punitive, can stifle our potential to learn and improve, and can limit our ability to put the needs of people, including staff, patients, and families first. And crucially, requiring examination of all incidents that meet the serious threshold means that there is a lot of repetition of investigations into very similar incidents, while many others, particularly those considered to result in lower harm, that we could learn a lot from to improve patient safety, go unexamined. Under the Patient Safety Incident Response Framework, any recorded patient safety incidents can be considered to decide if a response is needed to generate new insight to feed into a program of continuous improvement. And the relationship between the provider and those responsible for oversight is quite different. Central to the philosophy of PSERF is that human beings are fallible. We can't expect people to be superhuman, but what we can do when an incident happens is treat everyone involved with compassion and have the provider and overseeing body work together towards the common goal of redesigning our systems so that problems are less likely to occur and are less harmful when they do, so that healthcare is much safer for everyone. To do this, incident response plans will be specifically tailored to local context and the organisation that creates the plan, so that responses can be proportionate based on using resources where they can do the most good in terms of expanding learning and improving patient safety in the long term. The new system will have a particular focus on engaging with everyone affected by an incident. Organisations will work hard to answer all of their questions, and wherever organisations can learn from an incident, they will involve them and invite them to be a part of the solution. PSERF has been in development for some time, and we've seen positive progress from our early adopter programme. What we found works best is when everyone understands the importance of this cultural change and is ready and willing to work together in a new way towards an ongoing and evolving system of improvement. If you'd like to find out more, use the QR code or the website on screen.
Thank you for watching Dementia Awareness. The next session is fire safety. As I've said previously, please ensure that you fill in the assessment form which is in the chat.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on when you're watching this. For those that are interested, my name is James Donnelly. I'm the Trust Fire Safety Advisor for the team. That's my contact details on the screen, my email, telephone, and bleep number. I also have an assistant who's William Adams, who's a Trust Fire Safety Advisor, and his details are also on the screen. So if you ever need us, just contact us. We both work out of estates, or failing that, if you ring switchboard and just ask for the fire safety team, they all know who we are, and they'll be able to get you in contact with us. Thank you. Right, aims and objectives then for this course. Everybody should know in this trust what action to take on discovering a fire. You should know how to do that because the Mark 1 fire detection system is far superior to anything I can stick on the ceiling. We'll go through that in a minute. Actions to take on hearing the alarms. We just can't ignore them. We just can't say, oh, it's Wednesday, it's the fire alarm test, or someone's burnt the toasters, which is what we usually get. We have different fire alarm signals and they have different responses that we're expecting to, so we'll take you through them as well. We'll also take you through the fire extinguishers uses and types, so we don't get the wrong ones used on the wrong type of fire, and emergency contact numbers for switchboard in case you do have to report a fire. Again, there's lots of legal requirements why we have to do this, and they're all now displayed on your screen. I'm not going to read through them one by one, but it's all about protecting life. That's our first and foremost responsibility. I can burn the estate's officers to the ground, but as long as I get everybody out, we're not going to be prosecuted, and that's what we're looking for. And it's not just about prosecution, it's about the moral and the judgment. We don't want to have somebody ever seriously hurt or injured in a fire, and if we can get to it quickly enough, we can save property, we can save the building, so therefore we're not struggling to say look after our patients because we've now got nowhere that they can actually come and be treated. So the easiest question you ever get, and I'm not looking for its chemical makeup now, we're not looking at the fire triangle, I just want to know what is a fire? And that's the easiest question you'll ever get in any training course you'll do in this trust. You just have to say it's that bright orange yellowy thing that if you stick your fingers in it, you will go ow. So there is nobody in this trust that can say, James, I never reported that fire because I didn't know what it was. We can then break that down and we can now look at the fire triangle because I need these three things to come together. To make a fire, I need oxygen. It's approximately 20 to 21% of the atmosphere, depending on the conditions in the day. So not a lot I can do about that one. I can look at it to make sure that we're taking care of what is there, because the more oxygen we have in the fire, the more intense, the more quicker it's going to burn. So when we're finished using oxygen on our patients at the bed head, make sure that they're switched off properly. And if you're using the little CO2 cylinders, again, make sure that they're switched off properly so that oxygen's not enriching the atmosphere. So there's not really a lot I can do about it. It's 21% of the atmosphere. So we need it to maintain our own life. So it's always going to be present. So we're always going to have that. So I've got no control over that, apart from making sure that extra oxygen we pump into areas is turned off properly when not in use. So then we need to look at the fuel surface. I can't walk in here and hold a match up and expect something to burn at a flame. I need something to burn. And 99.9% of things, if you can think about, I can burn if I get it hot enough. We can look at the fuel. I can walk in here and hold a match up and I can't expect it to burn. I need something to burn. So I need a fuel source. I need something that's actually going to burn. Again, I can look at that. I can reduce it. How much photocopy paper do we stack next to the photocopy machine? If we've got loads and loads, do we really need it? Because then if you have a fire, paper burns very, very readily. How many CO2 cylinders have you got on a ward? Can we reduce the amount of them that there's not hundreds of them and stuff like that? Do you really need all that rubbish that we pile up in the corner? Because this trust is very good at storing rubbish that no one thinks that we've got the right to throw out. So there's lots of things, and fuel comes in three separate things. It's either a gas, which is very easy to set on fire. You think about cooking on your gas cooker at home, you turn your gas on. I've got a little clicker thing. You click it twice and the gas turns on. So gas is very quick, very easily burned. Then you've got liquids, which are the next easiest to set on light because of the vapors coming off that. Then you've got your solid fuel sources, and depending on what that is, depending on how quickly you can get that to burn. Obviously, paper. If I pick up a piece of paper, one match, burn the piece of paper, I've still got 90% of my match left. If I try to do that on my desk I'm now sitting at, that match is now going to burn my fingers before the desk sets on fire. But if I continually apply heat to that match after match after that. Eventually I will get it to catch on fire. So I don't need a naked flame to start a fire. I just need to get something hot enough and it'll burst into flames all by itself. So I haven't got 100% control over the oxygen. I haven't got 100% control over fuel sources because we need beds for our patients. We need computers to do our jobs. We need all these things. So I can't get rid of it. So I can't get rid of it completely. So the only one I have 100% control over, and this is what every member of the trust can do, in the ward you're sitting in now, the department you're in now, the office you're in now, is look round, identify everything in your area that's generating heat, from light fittings to heating sources, to computers, to projectors. All these things will produce heat. And providing you separate the heat source from a fuel source, you're never going to have a fire. And that's all it's about. If we can contain that, if we make sure our walkways are clear, so we can get out. And again, you've got to do that on your department. In an office, can you get a person walking down a corridor and it's not going to be restricted? In an outpatients, it's usually wheelchair or trolleys, and then obviously in wards it's beds. So you've got to always maintain that safe distance. And if you keep our rubbish under control, so we're not piling it in corridors expecting someone else to come along and pick it up and throw it out, take it outside to the bin sources, whatever, so it's not in the corridor, because 49% of all workplace related fires are arson. Thank you. And smoke. Smoke is the biggest killer. Most people who die in a fire don't burn to death. They choke to death on the smoke. And several of them are usually 2 or 3 rooms away from the seat of the fire where the fire actually started. All fires start off with light grey, wispy smoke, but very quickly turns black. And the blacker and thicker the smoke is, the more toxic it is. And in the right conditions, 2 breaths of smoke can kill you. So that's one thing you've got to be really concerned about. And it gets so bad and the smoke will get so thick that you literally cannot see your hand in front of your face. And then you've got to try and negotiate how well you think you know a building. You're going to trip over something on the way out. That's why we have to maintain our corridors, our stairways, our walkways, so everyone can get out in an emergency situation. Right, so there's 4 things everyone needs to remember. We all should know how to raise the alarm. Anyone can contact the switchboard. Any internal phone, ring 333, and that will go through the switchboard. Because it's an emergency phone, that will be answered in 2 rings. And you just have to confirm, or in some cases, tell them there isn't a fire. Yes, there is a fire in because of XYZ, or no, a patient's pushed the red fire break glass box instead of the green door release, or we've had them set off with deodorants, nebulizers, obviously burnt toast when it's not been looked after. But everyone in this trust should know how to pick up a phone, ring 333 and say, yes, there is a fire in, because the fire brigade are not coming until we ask them to. It's as simple as that. And the quicker we can get that through to switchboard, the quicker the fire brigade get here, and their response time is really good. They're usually under 5 minutes from where they are to where we are here. Tackle a fire if it's safe to do so. All your fire marshals on your wards get extinguisher training from myself, and we show them the dangers of how to use an extinguisher properly. But we've only got 2 types of extinguishers, and we'll go through them in a bit more detail. And follow your evacuation plan. Every department has got its own departmental evacuation plan, which lists exactly what you're expected to do in a fire situation, whether you're a manager, whether you're a fire marshal, or whether you're just a normal member of staff. So how do we raise the alarm then? There we go. We're slowly putting little blocks, brackets above there, and we go to the next picture. It'll actually show you that is what we call a manual call point. If you discover a fire and the alarms haven't been set off yet, if you just push it, and that will automatically set the alarm off, because you've all got access to the Mark 1 fire detection system, which is far superior to anything I can stick on a roof. Providing you haven't got a cold, you will smell a fire pretty quickly. You can see it. So again, very early stage, as soon as you see that, first thing we need to do is raise the alarm, because that sets a lot of things in motion. That's getting help, professional help coming to you as soon as that alarm goes off. Right, we've got 2 types of alarm in the trust. Well, 3 if we break it down into voice line, because some areas have got a nice posh lady that will speak to them. Attention, attention, there has been an activation in your department. Please evacuate. So she's telling you what to do. Or if it's not in your area that's on full alarm, she will then get a different message and tell you there has been an incident in the building. There is no need to evacuate this time. So she's actually telling you what to do. The rest of us, though, rely on the bells. And we've got two alarms. We've got the continuous bell, where it will just ring and ring and ring and ring, and it will not stop. That's telling you that the area you're in is the area that is potentially on fire. And remember, fire kills people. So it's telling you there's a life-threatening incident now possibly happening in your area. So we have to react to those alarms every time they go off, and we'll go through what you're doing in a minute. And then we've got the intermittent alarm, which is the same bell, and it will ring and it will stop, and it will ring and it will stop, and it will ring and it'll stop. And that's telling you it's not your area that's potentially on fire, it's the area next to you. So be prepared to evacuate. And again, there's certain things we would like you to do when that alarm goes off, and not just ignore them. Right, every department has got its own evacuation procedures. If you click that again, Chloe, sorry, it'll bring up the... Right, all officers on here in the farm, evacuate immediately and report to your assembly point. It can't be any simpler, because officers usually standalone buildings, they don't have intermediate alarms. So as soon as that alarm goes off, boom, our evacuation plan. So someone in the States, ours is very simple. On hearing the fire alarm, please evacuate the building, close all doors and windows if it's safe to do so, report to your assembly point. Our fire marshal will then do the checks and procedures. Someone will be put on the main door to stop anyone else entering the building once we've evacuated. So ours is very simple, but obviously in awards, they're a little bit more complicated. Evacuate all non-patients. Again, if you're in an outpatient's apartment, everybody goes that straight away. If you're in a bedded ward, we evacuate all non-patients, so families, visitors, contractors, anyone who's in your ward is not to be there. As soon as that alarm goes off, they get asked to leave. You either ask them to follow the green moving person sign, or to follow a member of staff who will lead them to a place of safety. We do not evacuate bed-bound patients as soon as that alarm goes off. We prepare them to be moved. Patients are only moved once it's confirmed. And again, I'm not asking you to keep your patients in areas longer than necessary. If there's a fire in your department, in your ward, you will know about it pretty quickly. You're either going to see it, smell it, or someone's going to come running out of the room and go, oh, there's a fire in there. So you're going to know about it pretty quickly if you have a fire. But whoever's in charge of that side room, whoever's in charge of that 6-bedded bay, they're getting their patients ready to evacuate it. So the bed rails are going up. We're now looking at, do they need patient safety at all times? What else do they need? How long are you going to be out the ward? Because there's a real fire in your ward, you could be out of there for the rest of the day. So what do you need to take with you? Do you need medication? Do you need blankets? Do you need oxygen if they're on oxygen? It's great if the fire alarm was to go off right now, because it's 9:30 in the morning, and if we didn't have the medication, I can go to pharmacy and we can get the drugs and we can sort the paperwork out another day. You can't do that at 3 o'clock in the morning, because pharmacy aren't here. They don't work 24/7. Every department's got your own plan. Please ask to see it. There should be a copy in your file folder and a copy on display somewhere in the ward. Thank you. Intermittent alarm then. This is what we're expecting you to do. So your area is not the one preferred. So we're preparing to evacuate. Again, we're still getting our patients just in case they never. Remember, the ward department next to you could be coming your way. So can you fit them down there? And that's a genuine photograph. How can you ever get a bed down that corridor to get your patients out? So that's not acceptable. And we're all responsible for fire safety. If you see that, you must do something about it. You just can't leave it as, oh, that's the fire marshal's job or the manager's job or James's job. He's fire safety. If you see that, right, if you're really struggling, then by all means get hold of us. That's why you've got our contact details. We'll come and help and support you in all the way we can, but we shouldn't be allowing that to happen in our area as well. So remember, there must be beds. So if it's meal times, for example, with the big food trolleys around, can we get them pushed into the side rooms so they're not in the main corridor? So if the beds do come your way, you've got somewhere for them to go. Right, tackle a fire if it is safe to do so, and personal safety always comes first. You cannot help anybody if you are injured or, God forbid, dead. You cannot help them. So the first thing you need to do, the alarm has to be raised. If it's involving cylinders, we're getting away from there as soon as we can. We're closing that area off. We're shutting the door behind it. We're keeping it in its compartment so it's not going to go back, and we're getting everyone as far away from there. Fire should be no bigger than a waste paper size basket bin, so a couple of feet high, a couple of feet wide. We'll be able to get them out with the extinguisher. Any bigger than that, it's gone beyond the extinguishers to get out. You must have the appropriate type of extinguisher, and every ward, every corridor, every department has got access to the same extinguisher, so there's no confusion of where you are. And you should feel safe and happy. If you're not happy with it, you put the extinguisher down, you walk away. Even the fire marshal team are trained that. And if in doubt, shut the door. That's the best thing we can do. Shut the door. You have trapped it in that room where that fire is, just by shutting the door. And it doesn't have to be a fire door. A normal office door, a toilet door, a cupboard door will hold a fire back for 15 to 20 minutes. That's more than enough time to evacuate your whole ward. So get out and stay out. Right, we've got access to 2 types of extinguisher in the trust. We have a CO2, which is the small one with a little hose. And next to that, you will see a little, it can be an elongated one like that, or we've got some smaller square ones. I like those notices. There should be one above every extinguisher because it tells you it's a carbon dioxide extinguisher. In green, it tells you what you can use it on. You can use this on flammable liquids. You can use this on live electrical equipment. But more importantly, in red, it tells you what you can't use it on. You can't use it on wood, paper, textiles. You can't use it when operating. So the first thing to do then is to point that horn where it goes. And if you bear with me 1 second, I have an extinguisher, but I don't know where I put them. With this one, it's really important that we don't hold this horn when we're operating the extinguisher. You point the horn to where you need it to be. Oh, sorry, all these things are coming. And it's 4 fingers to hold it, 4 fingers, 2 thumbs on top. And when you push that handle down, that will operate the extinguisher. Because you have to remember that this horn will get frost cold, and it's so natural to hold it in that position because it just feels so comfortable. But because that will go so cold, it will actually freeze the horn, and then your hand will stick to it. And you don't realize that when you're fighting a real fire because your adrenaline's going, the heart rate's pumping through until you try and take your hand off it. And the word was try, because that's so cold, it's now stuck your hand to it. And as you pull your hand away, you leave all your skin behind. You know how sore it is when you have a paper cut or a hangnail. You imagine having no skin on the inside of your hand. If you have managed to stick it to your hand, all you've got to do is remember then and get a collie to get a cup of water, pour your hand over the water. That will melt the ice. It will still leave you with a sore hand, but it's better than leaving all your skin behind. Once you've put electrical fire, you must remember to switch it off at the power source. If you're unable to do that, when the estates engineers come up, ask them to switch it off at the third. The only other extinguisher you guys have got home to is a foam extinguisher, and foam is 90% water. So that's why we don't use these on electrical equipment, because if you use a foam on an electrical piece of equipment, if you are lucky, you can hurt yourself. Because if you're very unlucky, you can kill yourself, and people have died using that type of extinguisher on the wrong foam. That is, it's bigger than the CO2. You see them, they're all normally in groups of 2 as you hand around a phone. With this one, though, we're asking you to hold the flexible horn. The closer you hold that to the end, the more control you're going to have over it. It's not going to go flitting off everywhere where it goes. So do not use it on that. That is for everything else: wood, paper, textiles, bedding, clothing, curtains, anything you can physically touch, which is nice and solid, that will put that extinguisher out. You've only got 2, no matter where you go in the trust. There are only 2 types of extinguishers that you can get hold of. So no matter which ward, which corridor, that's the fine. We go again. Fire marshals are given really precise training in this, but if in doubt, you can use them. And to operate those extinguishers, they do have what we call an anti-tamper seal on the extinguisher. All you need to do to break that is to actually pull the pin out, because that pin is purely a safety device. I cannot operate that extinguisher with that pin in place. I say they're designed to break very easily. All you have to do is you can grab hold of the thing itself, or you can twist it and it'll break. There you go. Pin comes out. But you've got to remember, if you've never used a CO2 extinguisher before, they are very noisy. They come out in a great big grey ball of cloud, so you can't actually see what you're doing. But remember, they are noisy. People have jumped when they've used them, dropped them, they've landed on their toes and hurt themselves. So we've only got 2. So please be aware. CO2, the small one, is for electrical equipment only. The big fat one, the foam one, is for everything else. Please don't get them mixed up. Fire doors. There you go. Best piece of equipment in the trust. They are designed to give us the time we need to get our patients out, to get our staff out, to get everybody out of the building. They're also the most misused, because I personally have removed over 300 wooden wedges, plastic wedges from underneath fire doors that clearly see with a little blue sticker on it saying fire door keep shut. I don't ask, I just remove. If I find one of them underneath the door, I just take it away and I throw it in the bin. You don't get it back. So please use them, especially you guys that are working weekends and night shifts. There's less people there to give you help. You will always have the fire response team that will come and help you. You're never going to be left on your own. But during out of hours, I'm not here to come and help. Willie's not going to be here. Some of the estates engineers aren't going to be here straight away because they don't work 24/7. You will get help. You will get the fire response team. But remember, you're having less people. So the more doors you shut, especially on a weekend and night shift, even if it's a sister's office door, a toilet door, or a cupboard door, the more doors you close, even if it's not a fire door, the safer you make your ward, the more time you're going to buy to get your people out. Right, there are only two legal ways to hold a fire door open. As you walk down the corridors, you'll see some of the doors are helping open what we call magnetic devices, but they're connected to the fire alarm system. So as soon as the fire alarm system goes off, those doors will close without anybody touching them. So all we need to remember about those doors is you don't have anything in the arc of those doors. So if they do close, it's going to stop them closing. So for the way the arc of that door swings, please make sure there's never anything stored, no boxes, no trolleys, no whatever, to blocking those doors from making them shut. The other way is what we call a door guard system, which is right there you go, which is a little box which we can fit to the bottom of the door. So if you have a door that's marked fire door, please keep shut, and it's constantly being used for whatever you're taking notes through all the time, or patients, or whatever you have to do in this door's forever being measured. It's just, we can fit these doors on. They work on acoustic, sound to you and me. The fire alarm goes off, the pin in the top jumps, and because it's connected to a closing device, again, that door will close every time the fire alarm goes off. So please, if you're struggling with a door that you can't keep shut and it's clearly marked fire door, get in contact with us. We'll come up, we'll risk assess it for you. If we're happy with it, we can get one of these fitted for you, just to make sure that everybody's safe. Again, we'll just watch this little video and it just shows you the benefits of shutting your door.
Both these rooms are on fire. The closed door bottles up the fumes and heat. If the closed door were open, the heat and fumes by now could be strong enough to kill you. The closed door held the fire back for 20 minutes. Time for your family to escape, so shut all doors every night. Earn yourself 20 minutes. You never know when you may need them.
Right, and that's not a fire door, that's just a normal household door, an office door, a toilet door, whatever. 15, 20 minutes. All your doors in your own home, if you close them at night, 15, 20 minutes. So it gives you enough time to get you and your family out. Because remember, the best bit about this training is you can take it home with you and use it at home, because you're 10 times more likely to die in a domestic fire than you ever are in a work-related fire. But please, that just shows the importance of doors. They will hold it. It buys us that time, 15, 20 minutes. We've evacuated the whole ward. The fire brigade are here. They're putting the fire out for you. The response team are there. Everything's in place, but we need to buy us that time to do that. And doors are the best thing we have in this trust to make sure that we have that time to do that. Thank you. All right, green moving person sign. These will lead you to a point of exit. So if it's the final exit, it will say exit on it. If not, it will show you an arrow showing you which way you're traveling. So again, fire alarm goes off. We're evacuating our family members, our visitors, our patients, whoever's in our office. If you haven't got to say, excuse me, that is the fire alarm. If you'd like to follow the green moving person signs, they will take you to a place of safety, and they will take you all the way out to fresh air if we need to go that far. Thank you. Right, again, it's just another little video just to show you how quickly fires come out of control, because people think they take hours. They don't. This video proves it.
On the explosive.
extended on the...
The flames from perhaps a 6-foot Christmas tree, if in a large open space, might extend 16 feet in the air. But since most people's houses may have a 8-foot or a 10-foot ceiling, what that means is that those flames are going to hit the ceiling, roll across the room. The heat that's now spread across the ceiling is heating up other things in that room, furnishings, carpet, whatever, and you have a very rapid fire development in the room.
When a fire grows unchallenged, everything that will burn ignites. In this case, only 33 seconds after the Christmas tree caught fire.
Again, as you see, really shocking, is it? 33 seconds, your whole living room burnt out completely. And if you watch that video closely, you can see the flames jumping to the desk unit, which had the lamp on. The flames were still 6 feet away from that. There was no flames directly touching it. Just because it got so hot, it burst into flames all by itself. And that's what I'm saying. I don't need a naked flame. I don't need a match. I just need to get something hot enough, and it'll burst into flames all by itself. 8 people last year in the UK died through aerosol cans. Anything that comes in an aerosol can, whether it be hairspray, underarm deodorant, furniture polish, whatever. And all they did was, when they finished them, they left them on a windowsill. Sunlight through glass is enough to make those cans overheat, so they literally explode. They're usually sitting on the windowsill, so they set the curtains or the blinds on fire and then burnt the whole house out, killing 8 people in the process. So please make sure we put everything away properly. Right, these are just genuine photographs. These are all not staged. These are things that I find wrong as I'm walking around the building. Again, we've got beds blocking in fire equipment. So how am I going to get to that extinguisher? I now need to figure out how to take the brake off that bed, because I'm not clinical. I don't know how to move beds around. So if I've got to climb over it, I'm going to hurt myself. 30 seconds in a real fire is getting a bin fire out and not getting a bin fire out. And it's also an illegal offence. That comes with a £20,000 fine. There we go. The next one on the top middle is a door. You can just about see the blue fire door keep shut. Because you're running out of wooden wedges now, you find other things to hold them open. It's usually bins, spoons, cardboard. Next one, we've got a patient waiting area. So they put extra chairs in, but of course they put it over the extinguisher. Again, if you've got a patient waiting there, they're usually ill. That's why they've come to hospital. So I have to move an ill person out of the way, then move the chairs before, again, I've lost that time of getting a real fire out, not fire out. Bottom left there, there's a door with the door closer. It's not quite closing properly. So a door's not shut. The flames and the smoke are going to get through there. So I'm telling you, you've got that door shut. You've got 30 minutes protection. If that door doesn't close for whatever reason, you've lost your protection, haven't you? The one right in the middle there, we've blocked in 2 extinguishers. We've blocked in a coal point and the stairs. So that's no way in the world would you ever accept that. So if you see something like that, please, if you can move it yourself, please just move it. Let me know. We'll put a Datex or something in, and we'll make sure it doesn't happen again. Again, a reception area where they just kept putting bags and bags and bags, and eventually we blocked the extinguisher in, so we had that extinguisher moved so it doesn't happen again. And again, we've had a door that used to have a 4-key code thing so you could secure lock the door. The ward decided they didn't need it, and we removed it. But what they've done, as you can clearly see, is left great big holes in my fire door. Things like that happen. They need to be closed properly. There is things called insumescent seals we've been put over there, which will maintain the integrity of that fire door. So please, if you see anything like that, please report it, because if you don't report it, I can't fix it. It's as simple as that. Right. Please study your local fire procedures. Everyone's got one. Keep in date with your mandatory training. So thank you for listening today. It's really important, because I can't do this on my own. I need your help. This is 74,000 square meters of hospital, and I can't do it all on my own. Please take note of your fire precautions. I don't do these things to make your job hard. I do it to keep you guys safe and your patients safe. And if you've got any queries or questions, please contact me or Willie if I'm not about. There is always one of, we make sure we don't take holidays at the same time. So barring sickness or illness, there'll always be one of us here. I work from 8 till 4:30. Willie works from 10 to 6. So from 8 till 6 o'clock at night, there's usually someone here to help you with fire safes. And please read the fire policy, because everything you need to know is in there. But please don't hesitate. Anytime, contact me. My details are on there, my phone numbers, and even when I send you an email, my actual mobile numbers is on the bottom of that as well. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to contact myself or Willie. We are here to make sure that you guys are safe. And thank you for your help. I really do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for watching. The next session is infection prevention and control.
Hello, everyone. I am Eunice Zani. I'm one of the infection control nurses. And today I am here to give you the infection control induction. These are the members of the team, and our contact number is on the bottom. This can also be found on KNet. The aims of the session today is to talk you through the following and what our roles are in regards to infection control. Got hand hygiene, PPE, management of respiratory illness, sharp exposures, management of the environment, management of care equipment, management of blood and fluid spillages. Firstly, we will be talking about hand hygiene. According to WHO, there are 5 moments of hand hygiene at the point of care. I'm sure we all know what this is about. Yes, we've got before touching a patient, before clean or aseptic procedure, after body fluid exposure risk, after touching a patient, after touching patient's surroundings. A lot of people die every day around the world due to hospital-acquired infection. Therefore, the importance of clean hands cannot be overemphasized. This diagram you can find around the hospital. It is displayed mainly by sinks, hand sanitizer, and soap dispensers. The most important thing to remember is to wet your hands before applying soap. Ensure you cover all the areas shown in the poster and dry your hands properly after washing. It is very easy. You go palm to palm, back of the hand, fingers interlaced, fingers interlocked, tip of the fingers, your tongue, your wrists, and voila, your hands are clean. The duration of the entire procedure takes about 40 to 60 seconds. So why not save lives doing this effectively? And once you're done, please moisturize your hands after washing to reduce damage to skin. Moisturizers can also be found around sinks and in the whole areas of the hospital. We can also use sanitizers, but sanitizers can only be used between patient care. An effective hand hygiene only takes 40 to 60 seconds, like I said earlier. Soap and water to be used when your hands are visibly dirty, when you've come in contact with patients with infections such as Clostridium difficile or norovirus, after using the toilets, after removing gloves. Sanitizer can also be used between patients' care. However, after 4 to 5 applications, hand washing should be performed. Please do not use hand sanitizer if you have your gloves on. The duration for this takes about 20 to 30 seconds. So why not do this effectively, like I said, for patient safety and to save lives? Personal protective equipment is highly important within the healthcare setting. Therefore, putting on the right PPE helps to protect you and the patient from hospital-acquired infection. Underline the word you and the patient. The level of PPE required depends on the procedure and task taken. When should we use it? When at risk of or when you're coming into contact with blood, body fluids, or mucous membranes. PPEs are usually found inside or outside the base, outside the side rooms, sluice rooms, and procedure rooms. For any query regarding PPE, please consult the infection control page, or you can also ring us within working hours of 9 to 5. The diagram below shows example of incorrect usage of PPE. If wearing gloves and apron, please avoid walking in the corridors with PPE on, as it contaminates the environment. Management of respiratory illnesses. Example of this is COVID-19. COVID-19, as we all know, is a respiratory illness and it spreads primarily through droplets of saliva or discharge from the nose when an infected person coughs or sneezes. There are things we need to remember, and I'm sure we all know. Respiratory etiquettes. Use of tissue when coughing or sneezing. And there is a word or there is a phrase that we use. When you catch it, bin it, and clean it immediately. Another thing to remember is effective hand washing. Underline the word effective. If you do not wash your hand properly, you're as good as not washing it at all. And also remember to sanitize your hands. Patient isolation. Provide a bag for your patients to dispose of their tissues once they've used them, and then dispose them in a clinical bin as soon as that's done. Please remember to follow the patient swabbing as per current guidance. Cleaning of environments and equipment. You can use the green medical wipes or the chloroquine. Ventilation of the area is very important as well. If struggling with isolation, please escalate it and do a day test. Symptoms of COVID, and the main symptoms that we all are aware of is fever, a new and continuous cough, loss of smell and loss of taste. We also have other symptoms of COVID, which includes shortness of breath, headache, nasal congestion, runny nose, diarrhea, nausea and vomiting, fatigue, loss of appetite, myalgia, and sore throats. These symptoms are similar to that of flu and other respiratory illnesses. But if you're unsure, please speak to the medical practitioner, or you can ring the infection control office for advice. Fight COVID with COVID. I love this phrase a lot. You clean your hands often, observe social distancing, ventilate your area, increase cleaning of surfaces, your telephones, your laptops, your desktops, your work area, and then you don a mask. Ensure to always wear the right mask at all times. For other COVID information and question, please contact the IPC team or the occupational department for staff. The Trust also provides flu vaccine via the occupational health departments. Remember, for aerosol generating procedure, please use the FFP3 mask if you're fit tested. Sharps exposure. We encourage safe sharp practice and what to do when it goes wrong. The safest practice is to take the sharp box with you whenever you're going to the patient's bedside. And we've got small boxes around the ward area. And then you dispose of the sharps immediately after use. Immediately. Please dispose sharps yourself. Like I said, take sharps being to the point of care. Never resheath a needle. And also remember to take your hepatitis B vaccination. If you do have a needle stick injury, bleed it, wash it under running water, and cover it. Immediately, like I said, report the injury to your manager and occupational health departments. If this happens out of hours, please attend the accidents and emergency departments. Please do this immediately. Complete a day text. And sharp injuries can also include bites and scratches, as long as there is a break or puncture to the skin. Do not forget, report this immediately. Management of the environment. At the moment, the environment should be clean and clutter-free at all times. Considering the current environmental and societal changes, this cannot be overemphasized. Bacteria can survive in dust particles for anything from 3 to 12 months, if not cleaned. So you can imagine what happens to your desk, your tables, a kitchen area, our sluice rooms. If they are not cleaned properly, bacteria can survive in those areas for 3 to 12 months. Patients' bed areas, lockers, office, desks are to be cleaned daily to reduce the spread of infection. We have our housekeepers or the domestic staff who work Mondays to Sunday. The cleaning schedule are also available on all ward areas. If you can't find it, please ask the housekeepers. They know where they are kept. The diagram below is called the rag poster. It tells you when and what type of cleaning is needed for different infection following a patient's discharge or transfer. This picture is usually found in the sluice or cleaner's cupboard. If you're unsure of what type of cleaning that needs to be done once a patient is discharged or transferred from your ward, please contact the Infection Control Office and we will be happy to advise you. This is another pictorial diagram to show you the different cleaning agents or different cleaning equipment we have within the trust. Yellow means detergent wipes which contain only soap and water, and they are to be used to clean all equipment. The green wipes contains disinfectant wipes which are to be used to clean surfaces, beds and trolleys. Orange, they are chlorine disinfectant wipes which are to remain in the sluice room for commode cleaning only. Now we'll be talking about management of blood spillages. Here is a beautiful picture of what I'm going to explain. Whenever there is a blood spillage, please wear your PPE. You place a paper towel on the spill. Pour Milton solution. Milton solution can be found in in the sluice, or you can ask the housekeepers. Once that's poured on the spillage, you wait for 2 minutes, and then you clean the area with detergent wipes. Dispose of waste and PPE immediately. And after that, please wash your hands. And this is how you manage other spillages. Just almost the same process. You wear your PPE, place paper towels on the spill, clean the area with detergent wipes, dispose of the waste and PPE immediately, and you wash your hand. Example of other spillages includes urine or patients vomiting. Next, we will be talking about healthcare-associated infection and chain of infection. Healthcare-associated infection can develop either as a direct result of healthcare interventions, such as a medical or surgical treatment, or from being in contact with a healthcare setting. For healthcare-associated infection, we have 3 ingredients: immunocompromised patients, antibiotic resistance, and overworked hospital or hospital settings. Those are the three main ingredients for healthcare-associated infection. And the term healthcare-associated infection covers a wide range of infections. The most well-known or the most popular include those caused by methicillin-resistant staphylococcus, which we call the MRSA, the methicillin-sensitive Staphylococcus aureus, Clostridium difficile, C. diff, and E. coli. Healthcare-associated infections cover any infection that is contracted as a direct result of treatment in or contact with a healthcare setting. As a direct result of healthcare delivery in community, as a result of an infection originally acquired outside the healthcare setting, for example, the community, and then brought into a healthcare settings by patients, staff, or visitors, and transmitted to others within that setting, for example, norovirus. This is a beautiful picture that shows us the chain of infection. And we need to learn how to break the chain of infection as well. Whenever an infection is going to happen, there has to be, or we should have, an infectious agent. The infectious agents could be the bacteria, the virus, the fungus, or the parasites. And what happens to these infectious agents? They have a reservoir, or where they normally live. It could be on surfaces, on soil, water, human being, or food. And then these infectious agents leave their reservoir and go into a portal of exits. And this is how they leave their reservoir. They leave their reservoir through the portal of exits. And the portal of exit could be from blood, secretion, excretions, or the skin. And then it goes on to transmit from person to person. And we have different modes of transmission for different infection agents. It can happen through physical contacts, through droplets or airborne. And then it goes on into the portal of entry. And what that means is how we get into the next victim. It could go in through the skin, through ingestion. It could be through an open wound, through needle prick, or through the respiratory organs. And then to our susceptible hosts. Our immunocompromised patients, our patients with immune deficiency, our patient with burns, our patient who's had surgery, and our elderly patients. So we need to break the chain of this infection. It is everyone's responsibility. And how do we do this? There has to be effective hand sanitization, proper disinfection, sterilization, good hand washing, diet and exercise, stress reduction, mask wearing when needed, sterile technique, good isolation technique, good housekeeping. Like I said, it is everyone's responsibility. These are other routes of transmission. Like I said earlier, we have the fecal-oral routes, we have blood and body fluids, food and water, and equipment. And how do we look after our care equipment? How do we look after our observation machines, our beds, our trolleys, our call bells? Care equipment should be safe for use at all times, meaning it has to be free from unacceptable risk. Equipment can be cleaned using disinfectants or the medical green wipes as shown earlier. Do not submerge electrical equipment. If you have equipment that is broken or the material is not intact, please report and it will be replaced immediately. Do not reuse single-use items. Colleagues should recognize and act on their personal fitness to work, as infection may pose risk to others. If you are ill as an employee, do not come to work. Inform your line manager immediately to reduce the spread of infection. Do yourself a favor by staying at home and recovering quicker. There is a 48-hour rule for colleagues with gastroenteritis, such as norovirus. You should only return to work 48 hours after the last symptom. For colds, sore throats, depending on where you work, such as Guildford, special baby care units, please contact your line manager or the occupational health departments. If you've got flu, contact a line manager as well. The Trust also offers influenza vaccination during the winter period. For COVID-19, please refer to occupational health departments. Management of diarrhea. This is a beautiful picture, isn't it? Yes. The main one we will be talking about today will be the Clostridium difficile. And we use this mnemonic to assist with diarrhea management. The sites. C. Once you suspect any patient with diarrhea, any patient with an abnormal bowel movement, which is type 5, 6, or 7, please isolate the patient. If you are unable to isolate the patient, please speak to your line manager or the nurse in charge. The nurse in charge will escalate to the site team and proper measures will be taken. Once the patient is isolated, please don your gloves and apron. Effective hand hygiene, like I said, cannot be overemphasized. And then you can send your test, send your sample. Remember, follow the mnemonics. You suspect, isolate, wear your gloves and apron, hand hygiene, and then you send your sample. Follow the mnemonic. C. diff is usually present in small numbers in a healthy gastrointestinal tract. However, there can be suppression of gut floras that allows the organism to multiply, often in association with the use of broad-spectrum antibiotics. So if a patient has had antibiotics recently, such as ampicillin, cephalosporins, for chest infection or post-surgery, they can affect these gut floras. And then our elderly patients could be at risk, and they account for more than 80% of the cases. It can also affect immunocompromised patients and patients who have had antibiotics, like I said. The symptoms include fever, nausea, loss of appetite, abdominal pain. However, in some cases, the exotoxins, which are released by the bacteria, act on areas of the intestinal epithelium, and that causes necrosis of the gut wall, which causes symptoms of profuse watery diarrhea. Remember, I said, any diarrhea or any bowel movement which is not the patient's normal of type 5, 6, or 7 on the site assessment, please follow the mnemonics sites. There can be blood stain. This is also known as pseudomembranous colitis. and the diarrhea can be foul-smelling. It can be life-threatening due to the risk of severe dehydration. So C. diff can be spread by airborne spores or transmitted by fecal-oral routes. And the spores can also survive for a long time in environmental reservoirs. Remember I said, if an environment is not properly cleaned, bacteria can survive for 3 to 12 months. So regular cleaning is essential whenever there is a case of C. diff around you. It can be spread via the healthcare workers with poor hand hygiene or management. So all patients with a change in bowel habits, please isolate and start the stool charts. Remember to send samples once you've completed the site assessments. The site assessments are found in all areas of the trust. If you're unsure of what the site assessment is, please ask your manager. Patient linen should also be changed daily as long as they remain symptomatic. And linens should be placed in a red water-soluble bag. And red linen disposed according to trust policy. Isolate the patients in a side room and use a yellow card or a yellow hand sign card. You also need to isolate patients and they must use a single toilet facility or commode. Please label the toilet or commode for effective recognition by other patients and member of staff. And this toilet or commode should be cleaned with chlorine solution. The bed area should also be cleaned daily. Isolation can also be discontinued once the patient is symptom-free. What that means is if they begin to pass normal bowel of type 3 to 4, which is their normal, for 48 to 72 hours, then we can red clean the bay. PPE must be worn when caring for affected patients. The antibiotic treatment should be discussed with the consultant microbiologist and the clinical team. When discharging the patients, ensure you clean the environment properly, the bed area, and you should complete cleaning using a chlor clean and red clean, and then red clean. Remember, do not send stool samples without completing the cycle. MRSA screening, methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus. Most importantly, we will be talking about the screening, the decolonization, and what happens if a patient is positive. Within the trusts, every patient who is above 65 years old, who has been admitted within the last 12 months, who's been admitted from a residential home, care home, or nursing home, patient who has been MRSA previously positive with an MRSA alert, patient with chronic wound or long-term invasive device, patients with drug use, intravenous drug use, we need to screen them immediately they arrive into the hospital. This can be found on the admission booklets. The paperwork can be found on the admission booklets. And we should screen their nose and groin, plus any swab that needs to be taken from them if they've got chronic wound. And if they've got long-term invasive device, we need to swab that area as well. And if they have a urinary catheter, please obtain a catheter sample of urine. For elective patients, we need to swab every patient who has been previously positive for MRSA. And we also need to follow the Department of Health guidance for specific elective surgeries. All implant surgery, according to risk procedure, and also some of the samples will be taken from the pre-assessment area. Now the decolonization. All patients admitted should be washed with Hebe scrub for 5 days. And if they are previously MRSA positive, we use the Octenisan body wash. We should also add the nasal Bactobran if they are previously positive or if they've got a long-term invasive device or they have a chronic wound. Like I said, this should be completed in 5 days. But if they've got elective patients, if you have an elective patient, preferably we advise we do this, we complete the wash 5 days before they come into the hospital. So what happens if a patient is MRSA positive? We need to screen them every 7 days and action the results. If you're unsure, please contact the Infection Control Office. We also need to put a blue hand sign on the door or by their bedside. We need to isolate the patient with a positive clinical specimen from either the wound, urine, sputum, or blood. For elective patients, please rescreen, usually before the procedure, depending on the procedure, the practitioner, and the risk. If unsure, like I said, please contact the Infection Control Office. All patients admitted for over 28 days need to be rescreened. So if you have a patient staying in the ward area or staying on the ward, colleagues are advised to rescreen after 28 days. These are the beautiful signs we need to be aware of within the trusts. We've got the blue hand sign for MRSA, the yellow hand sign for C. diff infection, the purple hand sign for latex allergy, the red hand sign for TB, influenza, and other respiratory infections, and the black hand sign for immunocompromised patients. These hand signs are found in different ward areas, and if you do not have any, please check on the intranet, the KGH intranet, or you can also ring the Infection Control Office. How do we manage resistant organisms? Resistant organism, just as the word implies, could be known as stubborn organisms. So what do we need to do? We need to isolate the patient. If you have a patient who has just come from another hospital, please do what we call the CPE screening. This sample can be taken from the rectum of the patient. If you're unsure about how to do this procedure, please ring the Infection Control Office. If this happens out of hours, please contact the microbiology on call. So for resistant organisms or for stubborn organisms, isolate the patients. Please ensure you don the correct PPE. Effective hand hygiene. You clean the environment and equipment to be used for this patient. And proper antibiotic stewardship. We have the pharmacy teams all over each ward. We've got allocated pharmacists for every ward. If you're unsure about this, please ask the manager of the ward department. You can also find other information on the KGH website. For infection prevention and control, it is everyone's responsibility. You, everyone can help to reduce the risk of patients, staff, and visitors acquiring additional infections. So please let us become a community that cares for each other. If in doubt, like I said, we are always here to help. Thank you.
Thank you for watching Infection Prevention and Control. The next session is conflict resolution. Please can we remind you to fill in the AM assessment form which is in the chat so your ESR can be updated accordingly. After this session, there will be a break. The next session now is conflict resolution.
Welcome everyone to this virtual conflict training. My name is Richard Auger and I am a retired police officer, having spent 30 years in the Thames Valley Police. I specialise in all forms of management, conflict management, from the mere presence of an officer to the use of lethal force. In all my years of experience, I believe the best way to deal with violence and aggression is to avoid, prevent, or de-escalate it. The purpose of this training is to explore the ways you, your colleagues and your patients can keep yourself safe. The way I intend to do this is to pose a number of questions to you, pause to let you think about it, then present the answer. Pose, pause and present. To begin with, I want to look at the definition of an assault as defined by the NHS. So what is an assault? There are two elements to the definition. The first should not be a surprise to you. The intentional application of force on another person without lawful justification, resulting in physical injury or personal discomfort. But what about the second element? The use of inappropriate words or behaviour causing distress and/or constituting harassment. So the NHS definition covers both the physical and the mental harm caused by violence and aggression. So why do you need to know this? Well, put quite simply, you must report all violence and aggression via Datex. Incident reporting is mandatory in the Kettering Hospital Trust and across the NHS. This means that if a member of the staff is involved in or witnesses an incident or potential incident of violence or aggression, that is physical and non-physical assaults, they must report it. There is a culture within the Trust of failing to report such incidents, especially on wards caring for dementia patients, where violence and aggression is a common occurrence. Failure to report such incidents is unprofessional and is leading to an underreporting of incidents. This must change. All incidents or potential incidents of violence or aggression must be recorded on Datex. If it does not get recorded, it never happened, and the Trust can't keep you safe if they do not understand the extent of the threats you are facing. So how dangerous is it to work in the Kettering Trust? Well, here is the most recent data collected from Datex system over the last 3 years. In 2018-2019, there were 391 total incidents. Of that, 111 were assaults, 105 attempted assaults, and 175 verbal assaults. A year later, well, all incidents are down by 16, assaults are down by 4, attempted assaults are down by 49, which is an incredible decrease, and verbal assaults are up by 37. And in the latest data I have, which is last year, 20 to 21, again, there is a reduction of 23 overall, with 8 reductions in assaults, 2 reductions in attempted assaults, and 13 reductions in verbal assaults. But what is wrong with the data I have just shown you? Well, put quite simply, it is underreported. In the most recent staff survey, 2020, it showed that 13% of all employees who participated in the survey have personally experienced physical violence from patients, their relatives, or the public. So if this 13% is a common trend throughout all the trust, then the assault figure could be as high as 585, or even higher if you factor in the multiple assaults by one patient in some incidents. It's certainly not the 99 assaults recorded on Datex last year. So whose fault is this underreporting? Well, that is your responsibility. It is your fault. So my request to you is please do something about it, and today commit to reporting all violence and aggression you experience whilst at work. I now want to explore with you some of the common causes of conflict within the trust. I'm sure you'll be aware of many, and the list that I've put together is not exhaustive. Unreasonable demands and expectations. This is not only the unreasonable demands and expectations that is actually put forward by the public on you, but it's also within your own organisation. And because of these demands and expectations, maybe working on a ward where you haven't got enough staff on, this can cause stress amongst the staff and amongst the patients that you are dealing with. Poor service. Poor service is something that can be caused by feeling stressed, being overworked, being rushed off your feet. It happens in all public services. Mistakes do happen. What's important is that we put these things right quickly by apologising to the patients or the person visiting the trust when this happens. But this is another cause of conflict within the trust. Poor administration and organisation. This is common throughout all public services and is not just unique to the National Health Service or to this trust. Long waiting times. My wife attended A&E department at Plymouth General Hospital last summer. She had tripped and cut her knee. The treatment required was quite simple. She required an X-ray, the wound to be clean, and then glued. If you took all these treatments together, it probably took less than 20 minutes to complete them. But she was in accident and emergency for 16 hours. 16 hours. The delay apparently was due to just one doctor looking after all the minor injuries for the Plymouth area. And this is not just common to Plymouth, this is hit everywhere, that our patients are waiting longer in waiting rooms, and it is a cause of conflict within the NHS. Heightened sense of vulnerability and anxiety. We are dealing with sick people, and these individuals do get concerned and worried, especially with a diagnosis or having a relative with a diagnosis that is upsetting. And of course, this can cause violence and aggression, outbursts of anger amongst them. Delayed or cancelled appointments. Well, we are in the era of delayed and cancelled appointments, and this again could cause conflict within the trust, and it may be conflict that is actually been brewing up, and as they arrive finally for their appointment, it is the medical professionals that take the brunt of their anger. Drink or drugs and mental health issues, well, they are quite unique in that although they may be common causes, they are very, very difficult to deal with because of the impairment of the individual. Rude or impolite others. Well, this is not just rude or impolite others where we have patients and people visiting the trust being rude or impolite. This is also staff on staff. You may have a supervisor that speaks to you inappropriately, and what are you to do about that? Well, this is a way that you can actually respond assertively without offending anyone. This can be used either at the time when you are spoken to inappropriately or at a later point when you meet up with your supervisor. The first thing you need to do is to identify the behaviour. So let's take an incident where somebody, your supervisor, has spoken to you inappropriately in an inappropriate tone. You describe the action. So we'll role play that now. So when you spoke to me in that tone, it made me feel belittled. What I need is to be treated with respect. Please, can you speak to me in a more sympathetic and positive manner in the future? So let's go through that again. So describing the action or behavior, there's no judgment here. When you spoke to me in that tone, you're not saying that they are a bully or that they have stepped over the mark. You're simply saying, when you spoke to me in that tone, how did it make you feel? Now that can't really be challenged. At the end of the day, again, you're not making a judgment or pointing things. You're simply saying how that made you feel. And then you describe what you want or what you need. In this case, you simply want to be spoken to in a manner that is appropriate and draws mutual respect between two professionals. And finally, you would like them to continue that in the future. Now, some of you will have difficulty in using the assertive response with your supervisor, with leaders within the organization, and I can understand that, and I'm not forcing you to do that. I'm just saying that if you have a situation where you feel a member of staff at whatever level has treated you or spoken to you in an inappropriate way, this is a safe way of responding whereby both can move forward from the incident. Reducing the risk. Well, we've talked a lot about the common causes of conflicts within the NHS, but what actually should we be doing about it? If we know what causes conflict within the NHS, surely we could do something about it. This approach is a simple way of dealing with that knowledge and trying to prevent violence and aggression occurring in the wards and treatment areas of the hospital. Firstly, you need to have policies, protocols and safe working systems that prevent it. For instance, what's your policy on your ward when it comes down to people leaving the ward for a cigarette? Is there a constant policy where everybody follows the same procedure, or do we change that policy depending on who's dealing with the individual? These policies, protocols and safe working systems can do a lot to prevent violence and aggression occurring in the first place. But they don't always work, and this is because of the very nature of the patients and the people visiting the hospital. You know, they are sick, vulnerable, anxious, etc., etc., etc. So if your policies, protocols and safe systems of work don't work, then we need to de-escalate, communicate, and we're going to cover a little bit of that later on in this presentation. And then finally, if that communication and de-escalation technique doesn't work and leads to physical violence, well then the tertiary control is to disengage and use other defensive tactics. Now we do have breakaway techniques taught within the trust. So for those of you who have not had that training, I would encourage you to contact your line manager and the training department and get yourself booked on to the breakaway training, which takes place a couple of times a month within the trust. This next slide is simply for your information. If your patient has a concern, worry, complaint about their treatment and you cannot resolve it, then please refer them to the Patient's Advice and Liaison Service. Dynamic risk assessment. Dynamic risk assessment is a simple process to determine whether the person you are dealing with is so dangerous that you need to leave and get help, or can you stay and manage the situation. You will always have two tactical options when dealing with an aggressive person. Number one, do you leave, find a safe place, get help, or can you stay and de-escalate the situation? Most of the people that you deal with, you will be able to stay and de-escalate. but you need to make that dynamic risk assessment to keep yourself safe and your colleagues. In this part of the training, we are going to look at how to dynamically risk assess the person in front of you by looking at the characteristics of the person, any objects that could cause you harm, and the location you are in, a process known as POP, person, object, place. But before we do this, let us first look at a number of individuals and see if you can assess the mindset and mood from a simple photograph of that person. Number one. Well, immediately I would suggest that this person is angry, unless he's going to the dentist, which I think is unlikely. Everything tells me about that person that they are in a volatile state. Number two, well, happy, looks relaxed, calm. Number three, upset, maybe vulnerable, crying, want to give him a hug, stern, angry, finally, inquisitive, thoughtful. Now, I'm sure that you all assessed the 5 people in a similar way to me and came to the same conclusions. Now, I believe that because you are medical professionals, you are used to looking for psychological and physiological symptoms in the patients that you deal with. So you are more adapted to making accurate dynamic risk assessments or any type of assessment when dealing with patients and people who are visiting the trust. But now I'm going to show you 2 more pictures, and I want you to assess which one is most threatening. Is it A or is it B? Now, I'm assuming that most of you chose A as the most threatening, and I suspect you did this instantaneously. So what process did your brain go through to make this instant assessment on which one is more threatening? Now, this is the POP, the person, object, place. Now, when we're looking at the person, that your brain and analysed the characteristics. Now, I appreciate this is a still photograph and you can't pick up tonality of voice or behaviour or other things, but you can certainly still take a lot of intelligence from that picture as to the threat that that person poses. But you would have been looking at, well, do you know the person? I think that's Rambo, by the way, but that's not important for this slide. Age, height and build are important. Gender is important, and that's why I put both the male and the female. Physical strength, and obviously this individual looks like he's quite muscly. Emotional mental state, now you couldn't assess that, but you would in reality be making that assessment. The body language of the individual, the tonality of the voice, and any alcohol or drugs. So when you are making this assessment, I guarantee you it is a very, very quick process as to what the threat is, but these are the type of things that are going to inform you as to whether you can stay and de-escalate this situation or whether you need to leave, get to a safe place and get some help. Okay, objects. Are they carrying any objects that could be used as a potential weapon? Well, our individual here quite obviously is carrying something that could do us a harm, but what about this one? What about, have you considered that they may have a concealed weapon? Now, this could be some preoccupation with a part of their clothing, and you need to be aware of that. There are young men, predominantly young men, who habitually carry knives in so-called gangland disputes. Now, these knives, they say, are carried for protection, but invariably are used in an offensive manner, or even worse, the weapon is taken from them and used against them. So this is something you need to be aware of. And finally, the proximity to any objects that could be used as a potential weapon. I recently attended A&E and was put in a cubicle, and there was a tray there full of instruments that I possibly could have adapted as a weapon. So you need to be fully aware that when you're dealing with patients, where are you putting them? What access have they got to potential weapons? And just a word of caution, if at any stage you believe somebody has a potential weapon or is concealing a weapon, then you must contact the police and contact security straight away. Don't worry if it's a false alarm. You know, weapons attacks, all right, can and are fatal. So we need to keep yourself, your colleagues, and the patients and other visitors safe in the trust by taking early action, by getting security, the police there as quickly as possible to neutralize the situation. And finally, the place, where are you? Now, this again is important to make a decision on whether you can stay or whether you need to leave, find a safe place and get some help. Crowded or isolated. This could even be within a crowded A&E department. You might end up in a treatment room where you are isolated, even in a crowded department. Now, if that person has tendencies of becoming violent and aggression, then you probably need to relocate or get someone else with you to deal with that patient. Day or night, where is your exit? Always have good situation awareness. That if somebody is becoming violent and aggressive, wherever you are, that what are your options when leaving? Are they between you and safety, or have you designed your approach to a violent and aggressive person whereby exit safety is always behind you and the ability for you to get to it? De-escalation. In this section, I want to explore the best approach to de-escalation. The NHS have, for a number of years, taught the acronym LEAPS. Listen, empathy, ask, paraphrase, summarise. Now, in my professional opinion, this at best is a little complicated and at worst confusing. And the last thing you want to be trying to do whilst de-escalating is, sorry, can I redo that please? This at best is complicated and at worst confusing. And the last thing you want to be whilst trying to de-escalate a violent and aggressive situation is confusing. The FBI behaviour change model is aligned to LEAPS, but it gives a clear objective on what you need to achieve. This model is taught by the FBI as a hostage negotiation tool. But let me emphasize, it contains LEAPS, but in a format that makes it very clear as to what you need to achieve. Active listening and empathy, that in essence is LEAPS. It is the ability to understand what the aggressor wants, why they are angry, and this is important, putting yourself in their shoes with regard to how they feel. If this is done correctly, you achieve what's called a rapport, a relationship. And once that relationship has been achieved, you can influence and change behavior. You can then return to normality. But is this rapport that is really important? Now, I will not die in a ditch over you can only use active listening and empathy to build that relationship because, for instance, you might use humour to achieve the rapport. Or what about the assertive intervention where somebody is being aggressive towards you and you gave that assertive response? Could that achieve a rapport? Now, you have to make the judgment on how to get to that destination. But once you are at the rapport stage, you can then influence and change behaviour. Now, there are no guarantees with this, but this model gives you more flexibility than LEAPS. It gives you the elements of LEAPS, but allows you to understand that your destination is building a relationship with the aggressor. Now, when it comes down to preventing violence and aggression, may I suggest that you build this rapport as soon as you enter the ward. as soon as you allocated your bay of patients, that you go round, build a relationship. As you build a relationship with them, you will be able to influence and change their behaviour, even if they get angry. Now, I'm not suggesting that this could be effective with people who are impaired through mental health or alcohol and drugs, but I'm saying it stands a better chance than simply following the LEAPS model, because it may be that you use a different tactic to get to the rapport stage, but by achieving the rapport, you may still be able to influence and behave and achieve behavioural change and then return to normality. And finally, these are my personal safety tips. Please always maintain a safe distance. Now, you may be asking, what is a safe distance? Is it a metre? Is it an arm's length? A safe distance is simply where you feel safe. You must trust your gut instinct on this. You must trust your intuition, that if you feel safe, invariably you are, and then you can do your dynamic risk assessment to decide on whether you stay or whether you leave the situation. But remember, most incidents you will be able to stay because you will be able to assess correctly that you can de-escalate the situation. Maintain a level of situation awareness. Now, in all the most recent research on keeping yourself safe, situation awareness is now delivering more safety to individuals than anything else. It's the awareness of where you are in time and space, not only with regard to the individual that may be violent and aggressive in front of you, but who are they connected with? Where are you? Where's your exit route? Where are your colleagues? Are there any weapons about? It gives you a complete overview of the situation, understanding how this thing develops, what your step is next, what tactics to use. Situation awareness is really important. It's at the opposite end of freezing and not being able to do anything. So when you go into these situations, do not get tunnel vision into just the aggressor. Have a clear overview of what you're going into, how you can get out of it, and what your tactic is to try to de-escalate the situation. Do not present yourself as a target. There may be, and there have been incidents where community-minded people have got involved in a confrontation and have ended up being a casualty. Now, I'm not saying that you should not intervene in a violent and aggressive act that is happening within your ward or within your department. What I'm saying is, if you are going to do that, you must be confident that you're going to be able to neutralize the threat in front of you. If you are not confident that you're going to be able to subdue the threat, then you must go and get help. You do not want to become a casualty or become a target. It's important that you understand your limitations. So the most sensible and the bravest thing you can do in a violent confrontation is get help. Get people on the way to neutralize the situation you are involved with. Do not get involved unless you are confident that you can do some good, or you will just end up as a casualty. Move towards a safe place. What is a safe place? Once again, it's where you feel safe. It could be quite close to the aggressor, but there could be something between you and him or her. But move to a safe place and maintaining a safe distance are all about how you feel. And finally, summon help at the earliest opportunity. There are stages of aggression that normally start up with verbal resistance leading up to quite severe violence. And as somebody starts on those stages of aggression, you must be aware that things are beginning to escalate. As soon as you feel that you cannot control the situation or that you need to move away because this person is becoming too aggressive, then you must be thinking about getting help towards you. Phoning security, phoning the police, getting people there who can neutralize the situation and deal with the threat posed. That's it. Thank you for listening. Those are This is your conflict management training and inputs. If you've got any questions, you're quite welcome to email me on my NHS account, Richard Auger, and I will be pleased to respond.
Thank you for watching Conflict Resolution. We now ask that you take a 30-minute break, and the next session after this break will be health and safety. The next session is Health and Safety, Incident Reporting and DSE. Please can we remind you to fill in the assessment form, which you can find in the chat. And if you have any questions, please just email us or pop them in the chat and someone will get back to you as soon as we can.
I'm going to talk to you now around health and safety, risk management and incident reporting. So obviously we'll start with health and safety as that is my topic. So what is health and safety? So it's really very simple, and it's as simple as this Douglas Adams quote about a duck. If it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, we have to consider the possibility that we've got a duck on our hands. And as I said, health and safety is exactly the same. If it feels unsafe, if it looks unsafe, if it sounds unsafe, it could well be unsafe. So please don't do it until you've made some inquiries. I have no idea why these gentlemen in the picture thought this was safe, but there's absolutely no way this is safe. And this isn't any way, what's the word I want? It's not, it's a real scenario. It's a real picture taken by the Health and Safety Executive. And we see things around the trust happening on a daily basis. I've had people walked into parked vans because they were on their mobile phone, not watching where they were going. I've also had people who tell me they've fallen off their chair when they tried to get something off a shelf. Or around to investigate, they were actually standing on a chair on wheels, which probably explains why they fell. Chair on wheels is not meant to be stood on. You know, you need to use the right equipment for the right job. So, why is health and safety important? And you've probably all got different views on health and safety. Some of you have probably read some of the rubbish that you read in the press around how health and safety is around stopping you doing stuff that you enjoy. It's not for any of that. At the end of the day, it's to keep you safe. It's to make sure that the condition you come to work in is the condition you go home in. And we have it for these reasons. So first of all, at the end of the day, we're all human. So if we get injured in any way, shape or form, it could cause us pain. But it can also indirectly affect your family and your friends. So if you imagine that you are injured and you're off sick and you're lying at home or sitting at home in pain, your family aren't going to be very happy either, are they? We also have health and safety for economic reasons. Obviously, at the end of the day, work has to continue. So, you know, if you're off sick as a result of any injury, we still have to fill that vacancy. So it may mean that we have to get bank or agency staff in, and you're still being paid as well. Obviously, if somebody's injured, they can claim against the trust. We could have damage to property and equipment. And worst case scenario, we could actually have to shut down parts of the trust. So if we have a really serious accident, and touch wood, we've never had one, you know, we may need to involve the police or the health and safety executive. And they may come in and say, actually, until we have finished our investigation, you can't use that part of the building, which could have a massive impact on our work, because actually if we can't use part of the building, it may limit what we can do, obviously depending on which part of the building is in question. And we also finally have health and safety for legal reasons. Now there's loads and loads and loads of legislation around health and safety, and I could sit and bore you with it all for the rest of the afternoon or whatever. But all you really need to know is that specific legislation around health and safety. And if we were to breach that, it could result in the trust being fined, or worst case scenario, somebody in the trust could go to prison. Now, the Health and Safety Executive are the body behind health and safety, and they have a legal right to come into the trust 24/7. They can just turn up and ask to look at whatever part of the building they want, and we have no rights to say no. You might want to say, well, actually, just wait 2 minutes while I get somebody more senior. But other than that, we have no rights to refuse them access to anywhere. And they have some powers. One of them is obviously nothing. They might just say, yeah, you're doing really well. Continue the work, or give us some advice as to how we can improve. But if it's just advice, it's not mandatory. They could give us what's called an improvement notice, which says you need to improve in this particular field. These are the things that we think you need to do, but it's all right to carry on doing what you're doing for the moment until these things are in place. But these things need to be in place within 3-4 months, whatever time they give us. Or they could say to us, or give us what's called a prohibition notice, which is saying you cannot use this piece of equipment, use this building, do this job until you do ABC. And we need to come in and check that you're doing ABC before we'll remove the prohibition notice. So they're the documents or the notices they can give us, but they can also prosecute us in court. And that will tend to be people like the chief executive. However, if it can be proven that a member of staff was the person who caused somebody else to have an accident, they may also be held responsible. I'm not trying to frighten you, but that's just the legislation. But everybody in the trust has specific responsibilities. Employers and employees have different responsibilities, obviously, but the main responsibility for an employer is to make sure that nobody gets hurt. And as I said a few minutes ago, to make sure that the condition you come to work in the morning is a condition you go home in at the end of your shift. So how did you do this? So the first thing is to make sure that we've got safe systems of work. And that's really just ensuring that the way we do everything is safe, that everything has sort of a work plan or an operating procedure, call it whatever you want. And it's maybe set out in stages and it's A to E or whatever. You may feel that actually, yeah, so, okay, I've got this system of work, but it takes me 20 minutes. If I cut out part C, I can do it in 10. But then what happens if you cut out part C and somebody has an accident? Who would be held responsible, you or the employer? Well, the employer could prove that we've got something in place and you had not, you're not stuck to that responsibility. So it could be you that was held responsible. Employers also have to make sure that you've got up-to-date information, instruction, training and supervision, which is why you have health and safety training on an annual basis. Obviously, in case any of the legislation changes. They also have to ensure you've got safe access and egress. Now, that's not just making sure that you can get in and out of the trust safely, but it's also ensuring that our corridors are free from obstruction, which is why on several occasions you might see myself or fire manager or whoever walking around and just asking people to remove stuff from our corridors. So obviously you can imagine if there's a fire and there's smoke in the corridor, you may not be able to see everything that's stored there. So it's best not having stored there in the first place. And we also have to make sure that you have a safe working environment with adequate welfare facilities. Now the emphasis there is on adequate. I was once asked why somebody had to walk down one flight of stairs to go to the toilet. Well, to me, that's adequate provision of welfare facilities. It wouldn't be if we said you had to walk a mile, but one flight of stairs is not a problem. And the final thing that employers have to do is make sure that we report all RIDDOR reportable incidents. And a RIDDOR stands for the Reporting of Injuries and Dangerous Occurrence Regulations. And what they have to do, what we have to do, is report any member of staff who has more than 7 days off work as a result of a work-based accident. It's irrelevant as to the level of harm that incident caused, but if it caused them to have 7 days off, it becomes a reportable incident. The 7 days starts from the day after your incident. So if you had an incident today, day 1 will be tomorrow. It also includes your days off. So if you were supposedly off the day after tomorrow and then back at work the day after, but you didn't come back to work, then that would be a continuous period of 7 days. We also have to report any injury to a member of public who needs to go to hospital. That might sound a bit ambiguous, seeing as we are in a hospital, but basically any member of the public who needs to go to ED because they've had an accident on trust property will probably be reportable. So that needs to be incident reported as well. We have to report any fatalities as a result of a work-related accident to any member of staff or any member of the public. We have to report any fractures, and that's anything other than fingers and toes. I've never worked out why fingers and toes are exempt, but they're exempt from the legislation. But I would say most cases, if you fracture a finger or toe, you're going to be off for 7 days anyway. We also have to report if you've sustained an amputation through an injury at work, or you've sustained dislocation of any of the main joints. We have to report it if there's failure of lifting equipment, so maybe somebody got stuck in a lift or on a hoist, that kind of thing. And we have to report electric shock injuries, explosions, and there's loads more in the regulations. Now, don't expect to know all of them. What we expect you to do is report all incidents that occur, which I'll come on to in a few minutes, and then I can pick up on any of those that may be RID or reportable or not. So what do you have to do as an employer? Well, the first thing is to take reasonable care of your own health and safety, and that of anybody else who could be affected by what you do or what you don't do. Now, one of the biggest incidents we have, let me go back, what we used to have was sharps incidents. And a lot of that was caused by people carelessly disposing of used needles in rubbish bags, leaving them on food trays, leaving them on locker tops, anywhere really where they shouldn't be. Now, if you were to do that, and it could be proven that you were to do that, as a result of your actions, somebody else sustained an injury, you could be held responsible. But equally, you need to be in the same field, you need to be responsible for your own health and safety. So on the same subject with sharps injuries, if you don't take the sharps bin with you to the bedside, and then you walk across the ward with the used needle in your hand and slip and it injures you, you're the only person who's responsible for that if you didn't follow the safe operating procedure. It also includes things like ensuring that you follow all the right health and safety guidance. I know some of it can be a little bit of a nuisance. So, for example, we've got railings around parts of the trust. They're there to keep you safe and segregated from the traffic. And if you choose to walk in the middle of the road and have an accident, the trust can't be held responsible because you've chosen not to use a safe walking route. Equally, people walking around with their mobile phones glued to their faces and can't see what's in front of them. Again, if you would have an accident or cause somebody else to have an accident, that could be your responsibility as well. Employers also have to cooperate with their employers in fulfilling what are called statutory duties. So it's ensuring that everything you should do is done properly. And we also ask that you do not interfere or misuse with any safety equipment that you're given, and that you use it for the purposes it's been intended for. You have to make sure that your training is up to date, hence why you have these sessions every year. You also need to report anything which could jeopardise your health and safety or that of anybody else. Now, I would rather you report something 4 or 5 times to me, or 5 different people report the same thing, than everybody think, yeah, somebody else reported it, I won't bother. Somebody once reported a trip hazard to me. When I went to investigate, somebody walked past and said, oh, I'm glad somebody's come to look at that. I've nearly tripped over it 4 times. Not once, but 4 times. Now, my question back to them was, well, why didn't you tell me the first time? And they couldn't answer. So please report anything which you think could be a health and safety risk. And also, you've got the right to say no. If somebody asks you to do something you're not trained in, you can say to them, I'm really sorry, but I don't know how to do this. Train me on it, and I'll do it with pleasure. And lastly, for health and safety, I'm sure you've all heard of hindsight. And here on this slide, you can see we've got Captain Hindsight, and he's got 3 friends with him: shoulda, coulda, and woulda. We don't want any "I should have done that," or "I could have done that, but I didn't," or "well, actually, I would have done that, but it was easy to do it this way." So please, please, let's have no shoulda, coulda, and wouldas at Kettering. Okay, so now I want to move on to incident reporting. So why is it important that we report absolutely everything that happens? So the slide in front of you is called the accident triangle. And what that's telling us is that for every serious or major injury, before we get there, we could have 10 incidents with minor injuries, 30 incidents involving property, and up to 600 with non-injury or other words known as near misses. So it's really, really important that we report the near misses, things that could cause somebody harm before it leads to somebody having a serious injury. Because I'm sure you'll all agree, if we can stop one serious injury occurring, that's absolutely fantastic. So what do you report at Kettering? So, as you can see, from a health and safety point of view, violence and aggression, incidents involving infrastructure, personal accidents are in the top 3. And for patients, tissue viability, patient falls, and problems of discharge again are in the top 3. And we report an average 10,300 incidents a year. You may think that's a lot. Well, actually, if you reported 20,000 incidents a year, I'd be even happier. 10,000 is great, but 20 would be better. I'm not encouraging people to go around reporting stuff, you know, so let me rephrase that. I don't want people to think I'm saying we need more injuries to occur. What I'm trying to get across is we need more no harm incidents reported so we can do something about it before it gets to the stage of becoming serious. And as you can see from here, this shows us where we need to improve, and our near miss reporting isn't bad, but we're much better at reporting incidents where harm's occurred. What I'd really love to see is that first bar being a lot higher and the other 2 being a lot less. And that's saying to me that actually we've got brilliant in reporting culture, we're reporting our near misses, and we're reducing our accidents. So how do you report? Well, I'm not actually going to talk you through the whole form, but if you go to KNET, and you can see my big orange arrow, underneath that is a button that says Datex Incident Reporting. All you need to do is click on that button and it will open you up an electronic incident form. It's quite easy to complete. It will take you around 5-10 minutes. The first few, I will be honest, may take you a bit longer. There are questions with red asterisks that you have to actually answer. If you don't, it won't let you save the form at the end, but it will tell you which ones you've missed. The rest, if it hasn't got an asterisk and you don't know the information, you don't need to fill that bit in, so you can leave that blank. When you open up the form, there's also a couple of contact numbers at the top. So if you ever get stuck and it's within office hours, please give one of us a ring, and we're more than happy to talk you through over the phone, or even come and down and sit with you and talk you over it through with you that way. And our Datex system, which is our incident reporting system, produces what's called dashboards. And each ward has access to their own live data. And it basically summarises everything that's recorded on Datex. So all the incidents that's occurred, it breaks it down to things like sharps incidents, patient falls, staff falls, anything that's reported, you will be able to see on your dashboards. It even picks up all your complaints, your compliments, everything. It's not just an incident reporting system. And while on the subject of reporting, it's very important that if we have an incident that has resulted in somebody experiencing moderate harm or above, that we follow the principles of duty of candour. Some of you may be more familiar with the term being open, but it's the same thing. And every professional healthcare member of staff has a duty to follow these requirements. As I said, it must take place for everybody who's experienced harm at moderate level or above. And it involves acknowledging that something's happened, apologising, explaining when things have gone wrong. Now, we're not apologising that we have done something wrong. We're apologising that somebody has come onto our property for whatever reason, be it a patient, being a visitor, a member of staff, and they have had an accident. And then we will look into and investigate that accident and get back to them. Obviously, if we were at fault, we obviously have to be open in our investigation report as well. Duty of candour has to be documented, and on Datex, when you open an incident form and report something that's moderate or above, there's also sections that you will need to complete on there as well. And finally, non-compliance to duty of candour can lead to a £10,000 fine. So you see, it is really important that we do use it. So, move finally on to risk management. So what is a risk? So a risk is something that might happen and that would have an impact on the objectives of the organisation. Or it's something that has happened or is already happening, so it's an ongoing thing. But we need to do something about it before it escalates further. Now, everything we do has some form of risk. But each risk will have a cause, an event, and an effect. So let's imagine you are crossing a road. So what might trigger the event? So it could be triggered by the fact that the traffic failed to stop. What is the event? So the traffic has hit a member of a pedestrian. And what is the effect? Well, the effect could be different to different people. But if you're hit by a car or a lorry, it's likely to have a serious injury or even worse. So we have in the Trust what's called a risk management strategy. And that sets out how we're going to approach risk. And it takes it from the ward level or department level to board level. And it creates a coordinated framework for the management of risk within the Trust. It's a framework for staff showing their responsibilities, and it supports delivery of the Trust 5-year strategies, etc. And it also sets the risk appetite, which I'll come on to in a minute. Now, all our risks are scored, and all our risks are scored on how likely is it to happen and what is the consequence of that risk should it happen. So if you go back to my scenario of crossing the road. So if you've got a road that has absolutely no pelican crossing, no zebra crossing, no nothing, and it's exceedingly busy, how likely are you to be hit by the traffic? You could say it's almost certain, or you could say it's likely or possible, or even unlikely if you feel so inclined. But whatever you feel the score is, now if you are hit by that traffic, that lorry, that car, whatever, what is the consequence? How seriously injured may you be? Excuse me. Once you've got your 2 scores, so we'll say in this scenario that we're going to say you're likely to be hit, and if you are hit, it's going to have a moderate harm. So likely's got 4 next to it, and above moderate is 3. So to get your risk score, you times 4 by 3, which gives you a 12. Now, once you get your initial risk score, if you have anything that scores between 15 and 25, we're saying it's quite significant risk. And there's one of 2 things needs to happen. It either needs to be escalated straight away because it is a significant risk, or you may have got your scoring wrong. You may just want to go back and review the scoring. Either is likely. And then what we do, once we've identified our risk, and I'll cover this again shortly, but we put in something that's called the control measure. So if you go back to my scenario of crossing the road, your control measures are your pelican crossings, your zebra crossings, all that kind of stuff. Now, a control measure only reduces the likelihood of something happening, but not the consequence of that happening. So if you were hit by a lorry because it failed to stop at Pelican Crossing, you're still going to end up with moderate or major harm. But because there is the pelican crossing, the likelihood of that happening is reduced. And we have something that's called risk appetite. And that's basically what level and type of risk are we prepared to accept or not accept in some cases. And we will all have a different level of risk. Now, I personally wouldn't go bungee jumping, but I'm sure there are people listening who would. But that's just our risk appetite. And it's the same with financial reasons. So, you may have a goal. So you may say, actually, in 10 years' time, I want to have saved, I don't know, £10,000. There may be risks involved. So you may actually have to put your money away for a set amount of time. Some of you may feel that's a reasonably acceptable risk. Some of you may not. But that is risk appetite. Now, when it comes to health and safety, when it comes to patient safety, we cannot accept a large amount of risk because we cannot say, yeah, that's fine. We know somebody's going to get injured, but we're prepared to accept it. So we have to reduce that risk to its lowest possible level. And how do we do that? So this is our approach to our risk management. First thing is we have to identify all of our risks. So what is in place at the moment? What is out there that could cause me, my colleagues, my patients, my visitors to have an accident or to have an injury? Once we've identified those risks, we've got to identify who is going to take responsibility for taking that forward. And then they do their risk assessment, their risk evaluation, which is where they score it. We then compare it against something that's called tolerance, which is basically our risk appetite and how much we're prepared to accept. And we will set that level. So we will say, yeah, at the moment, this risk is scoring a 12, but we want to reduce it to a 6. So what we then do is look at what can we do to get that risk from its current status of 12 down to 6. Once we've identified those, we then go in and make sure that we implement them within a reasonable time frame. But importantly, we have to go back and ensure that we're monitoring and measuring the effectiveness of those controls. Because if it's not reducing our risk level, then that control is not effective. And if the risk goes up at some point, the control is definitely not effective. Then we record all of this in something that's called a risk register. And that is basically a record, if you like, of all our risks relating to everything. And in the register, you'll be able to see where they're currently sitting and the history behind them. So it helps managers achieve their objectives so they can look at the risks and see what actions they need to be implementing. It evidences our risk management activities, and it's a source for our risk reporting. And it must be simple and practical so we can all understand it, and it must be worthwhile information, so it must actually tell us something. So, to conclude, we can only learn from what we know has occurred. If we don't know it's happened, we can't do anything about it. If it hasn't been reported, we don't know it exists, and we are therefore not given the opportunity to improve. So I cannot stress enough how important it is to report anything, even if you feel it's so trivial that it doesn't warrant it. Please, please, please report it. I just cannot stress that point enough.
Hello, thank you for joining me. I'm a musculoskeletal advisor with the manual handling team, and I also support occupational health with advanced DSE assessments. DSE stands for Display Screen Equipment. The Trust need to adhere to the guidelines that are set out in the DSE regulations of 1992, which were amended in 2002, and the Workplace Health, Safety and Welfare Regulations of 1992. You can see these by searching online. The Trust's DSE policy can be found on the Trust's intranet, KNet. If you type DSE policy in the search box here, you'll be taken to a link. You could also type manual handling in the search box and you'll find the policy under legislation and policies. We need to ensure that every DSE workstation meets the minimum required standards as mentioned in the executive summary of the DSE policy. As well as the display screen equipment, we should also consider the furniture, the working environment, for example, the lighting or the air quality, and the worker or workers who use the workstation. If we go back to the DSE section of the manual handling page on KNet and click on Display Screen Equipment, DSE Workstation Checklist, you'll be taken to a form which you should complete and share with your line manager. All staff that use DSE should be aware of the policy and complete the form, and this also includes staff that work off-site and at home. Your line manager can then record your form in their department's DSE log, which you can also see in the DSE policy in Appendix 5. If after you've completed the form and it highlights any issues or if any actions are identified that can't be resolved easily, please discuss this with your line manager, who should then request further support in the first instance from occupational health. Now, from a musculoskeletal perspective, staff can also try preventative methods such as don't spend prolonged periods of time sitting, remember to mobilise regularly and keep yourselves hydrated. Take time out to stretch. We do have posters that are available with instructions on how to do what we call the YMCA, or Your Muscles Come Alive. These can literally be done in the time it takes to boil a kettle, and it's always a good idea to display this poster in staff communal areas or breakout areas. The 20-20-20 poster is a reminder that DSE users should give their eyes a break too. You can also find details regarding staff's entitlement to eyesight testing in the DSE policy. This DSE poster shows how staff should position themselves, DSE and furniture, but please remember to check this at the beginning of your shift or when you change your working location, for example, if you're hot desking, and adjust anything that you need to as necessary. For any further advice or support, please contact Occupational Health. Thank you for listening, and I hope you have a good day.
Thank you for watching Health and Safety. The next session is Information Governance. After this session, there will be a lunch break of an hour. Please can we remind you to fill in the assessment form, which is in the chat.
Hi there, my name is Adam. I'm the Acting Head of Information Governance for Kettering General Hospital, and I'm here to deliver data security and information governance training. So there are two parts of this training. There's the slideshow or video, which I'm going to walk you through now, and there's also the assessment. You can find the assessment on the following link. You can just bring your phone up to the screen, scan it, fill in your details, and then complete the quiz. All the answers should be as part of our slides in here. Yeah. So to start us off today, we've got data protection, what it is, what it's about. So data protection and confidentiality, the aim of this session, hopefully by the end of it, you'll be able to understand that the law and regulation requires personal information to be protected. There isn't just a contractual obligation, there's a legal obligation there for us to protect the data that we have in this hospital. And hopefully you'll be able to distinguish between good and poor practice when using personal information, identify near misses, and know when to report incidents and ongoings within the organisation. So all employees working in the trust do have an obligation to protect the confidentiality of a person's identifiable information that they've come into contact with during their duties for the trust. It's not just a requirement of your contractual responsibilities, there is a legal obligation under the General Data Protection Regulation 2016. Now, the General Data Protection Regulation 2016 is a pretty new law as far as laws go. It's a European law that was adopted by the UK on May the 25th, 2018 to protect personal information. It was also adopted across the entirety of the EU as well, so that there are 28 countries who use GDPR as the backbone to protect personal data. The UK version of this also has a sister act, which is called the Data Protection Act 2018, and this superseded the old piece of legislation, which is the Data Protection Act 1998. And this was updated really just to bring into the 21st century how to control personal data. The previous piece of legislation was showing its age a little bit from a pre-internet age. So it gives individuals much more control over their personal data and the ability to hold organizations to account. One of the biggest changes has been the increase of fines for breach of these pieces of legislation from £500,000 up to 17.5 million, or 4% of global annual turnover. And these fines can be levied by our regulator, which is the Information and Commissioner's Office. They regulate all pieces of information law. So that's the GDPR, Data Protection Act, Environmental Information Regulations, Privacy and Electronic Communication Regulations, and Data Protection Act 2018. Now, the GDPR hinges on what is called personal data, and there's a definition on what personal data is there. It's anything identifiable that can be any information related to a person that can be used to indirectly or directly identify them. So this can be name, physical attributes, health information, economic, cultural, or social identity of a person, even an online identifier such as an IP address or a computer name. So these are all covered under GDPR, and if any data has one of these identifiers tagged onto it as well, that will also class as personal data. And when we're talking about personal data within the healthcare setting, what we're trying to do is A, effectively contain and secure that data so that it doesn't fall out of the organization and is used elsewhere, and B, collect it for a specific purpose so we can use that within the organization. We don't collect data for the fun of it. We need it to use to carry out our essential functions. So what we're trying to do a lot within the organization is make sure information is secure. And to do this, we abide by the 3 principles of confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So the explanations for these are on the screen here. Confidentiality is about privacy and ensuring information is only accessible to those with a proven need to see it. So if we had a breach of this principle here, a confidentiality breach, it would be releasing information to those who do not have a right to see it. That can be leaving patient records around within the organization, or it could be sending an email with confidential data out to somewhere else. When we're talking about integrity, it's about information being correct, consistent, and unmodified. So a breach of integrity would be something along the lines of dropping a medical record in a puddle. Would be a breach of integrity because the information held within that record may no longer be legible and usable. Or if you're talking about a digital system, maybe information held on a computer and the computer breaks, that information is no longer retrievable. That would be a breach of integrity of that data. And then the last principle of the information security is availability. We have all this information within the organization. It needs to be where it needs to be so we can use it. So if you have an availability breach, it could be a patient's record that isn't at the clinic in time, or it could be a system that's gone down and you aren't able to access the data within that system. Now, these are the 6 lawful principles of general data protection regulation. So every bit of information that we use within the organization that is personal data has to abide by these principles. We don't go through and manually check every little bit of data within the organization. We have hundreds of millions of lines of data one way or another. So what we do is we build in processes to make sure we can comply with these pieces of data. For example, the 4th one down there, accurate and up to date. What we do is when a patient's attending the hospital, we'll ask them whether all the details we hold on the system for them are correct, their GP address, their home address, their name, their details. All of those are checked to the point of patient attendance, instead of us having to ring the patient up every week and going, are your details correct? Are your details correct? We'd make ourselves very quickly unpopular if we did that. and processed in a manner that ensures appropriate security. This is probably the one we do the most bit of work around. So there are a lot of mechanisms and processes and procedures we use to ensure data is secure within the hospital, whether it's putting physical records in locked notes trolleys, closing doors behind you, having ID cards for access, even to some degree having CCTV, lockable doors. All of those kind of things are methods of ensuring that there is appropriate security for our data. So in addition to the requirements of the General Data Protection and Data Protection Act, there is the common law duty of confidentiality. And this is a little bit different in that this isn't written in one piece of law. It's been defined by previous case law and judgments. So most information that we handle within the hospital will hold a duty of confidentiality. For example, doctor-patient confidentiality holds for any information a patient gives the doctor during the course of their treatment. And sometimes employee-employer confidentiality, if you escalate a concern to your line manager or something along those lines, that will have a duty of confidentiality with it as well. So we can use this information, we can bypass the duty of confidentiality, but we would have to have one of the below requirements: the consent of an individual, legal reason to do so, or a public interest justification. An example of legal reason to disclose information would be if a blood sample was taken for a salmonella test, and we then have to share that out with Public Health England to ensure that they are aware of any salmonella outbreaks within our region. Now, my last few slides, I've gone through what we do to secure data, how we make sure we're keeping it under tight lock and key. And just to counter those a little bit, these are the Caldecott principles, and these are the general guidelines and requirements for data sharing within NHS organisations. So I'm not going to read through all of these. There's 8 principles that are easily locatable online. You just need to know that they exist. But I do like to draw attention to the 7th one down, which some people may not be aware of, that the duty to share information can be as important as the duty to protect confidentiality. If there is information that we hold within the organisation that it's felt from a clinical perspective that we have an overwhelming duty to share that does override the duty to protect confidentiality if it's in the interests or vital interests of others. So to touch on some good practice, I'll not read through each of these, but usually the best one to live by is handle people's information as you would expect others to handle your own personal information. We work within a healthcare setting. We're handling very sensitive data about individuals, and I'm sure, like everyone else, we handle hundreds of bits of it per day, and we can go a bit number blind. But just remember, every bit of that data that you're handling is someone's personal healthcare information. Try and make sure that it's going in the right place, you are securing it properly, and almost treat it as if it's your own data, and handle it securely. And now we have some points of bad practice, and this isn't me shouting at anyone or getting grumpy if you do these bad practice. I put these slides in so that you're aware that we shouldn't be doing these things, and you can reach out to the information governance team to identify how to improve it. So you should never view patients' records which you have no authorization to access. I would say it goes without saying, but it's in the slides here, so here I am saying it. Don't take patient information home or outside the confines of your role. The reason being is the trust no longer has control of that data if you take it home. Don't include patient information in the subject headline when sending an email. The reason for this is pretty straightforward. The subject line of an email isn't encrypted where the body of it is. So if you need to use patient information in an email, please always do it within the body of the email. And moving on to corporate responsibility, or why information governance exists. So there are a number of corporate responsibilities put on the organisation by virtue of some of the pieces of legislation I mentioned earlier, the GDPR, Data Protection Act and the Freedom of Information Act. So in terms of subject access requests are where an individual can ask for copies of their information that an organisation holds on them under GDPR. So within the hospital, this is relatively straightforward in that we have a number of patients who want to see copies of their medical records for a variety of reasons. It's completely their lawful right to do so. And we do have a form on the Trust website that they can fill in and complete. So this image here is a snapshot of the Trust website where you can direct patients to. So all of these requests are handled by the data protection team within the organisation. Usually they go for about 3,000 in a calendar year. And it doesn't just limit to patients' records alone. Employees can ask for copies of any information that the organisation holds on them. And this isn't specific to the hospital only. If you yourself have an interest in what an organisation holds on you, you can exercise that lawful right and ask them for a copy of what data they do hold. And there's also some corporate responsibilities under the Freedom of Information Act 2000. So the Freedom of Information Act provides public access to corporate information held by public authorities. Does this in two ways. We publish certain information about our activities. And again, we do this via the Trust website. There is a section there called the Model Publication Scheme that holds all details about what the organisation is and what it does. And members of the public are entitled to request information from public authorities as well. So we get about 700 of these requests a year, and these are all handled by the Freedom of Information Office. So to break those down a little bit more for yourselves, a subject access request is a request under GDPR. It's always for facts personal to the requester, so a patient asking for a copy of their own records or an employee asking for a copy of their own records. Requests must be made in writing, and there is a 1 calendar month legal timeline to respond. If you do ever receive one of these through, please send them through to the Data Protection Office and they'll be able to action that for you. Or if you have a patient that wishes to see copies of their medical records, please direct them to the online link so that they can submit a request. And Freedom of Information request. These are always for facts not personal to the requester, corporate information. For example, this could be how many consultants does the Trust have working for them? How much did the Trust spend on rail travel within the last year? How many diabetic patients the Trust treats? These are all examples of generic Freedom of Information requests that we can respond to because they're not asking for personal data. These requests are always made in writing, and there's a 20 working day timeline to respond to these. And these are always sent to the Freedom of Information Office. There's a link to the email address at the end of these slides for the Freedom of Information and data protection teams. In addition to those, we also keep a number of policies and procedures within the organisation, and these are to guide and inform users to navigate the necessary legalities. So you can search for them on KNet or through the staff app. They all have the IG prefix to them. But if you do have a specific query, it's always quicker to go to the information governance team because we've written all of these policies. So usually we can help you or support you one way or another if you have a specific information governance question. And touching on cybersecurity now. So passwords within the organisation is always something that we struggle with one way or another. So you do have a requirement to keep a password for a number of things, and always make sure your password one way or another is changing dependent on the system. Don't ever reuse the same password one way or another. Try and keep it different. And the reason for that is to ensure that if one of your accounts is compromised, not all of your accounts are compromised. But if you do have any difficulty with passwords one way or another, reach out to the IT service desk on extension 2106 or drop them an email and they should be able to assist you one way or another. And whaling and phishing. So these are methods in which external organizations try and get access to our systems. So they'll try and con you into giving them data, gain access to your bank account, gain access to your NHS mail account, one way or another. They usually look pretty genuine, but if anything seems off about an email, again, you can report this to the KGH IT service desk. And a further extent of phishing is whaling, is where a senior colleague is impersonated and the fraudster asks someone to make an urgent payment under their guise. So this may be someone pretending to be the director of finance, one way or another. So if you do get any emails through and it is out of the ordinary, always have a look through for email addresses, see if anything appears off, and again, report it through to the IT service desk and they should be able to assist. And probably the last area I want to touch on is ransomware. So when a system becomes infected, maybe you've clicked a link on a phishing link or you've had your passwords compromised. Ransomware is software that can overtake a computer, encrypt all the data on it and make it inaccessible. So this is just something to be mindful of. This is the consequence of the previous two slides there. But we have been attacked in the NHS before, and it's likely that we will be attacked again, one way or another. So always just be mindful, especially of your emails, one way or another, or faulty links, suspicious links. If anything at all seems off, or even your computer seems a little bit slow, you can always reach out to the IT service desk and they'll be able to look into it. So, and this is just a general advisement on what to do exactly if you do think that you've got a suspicious email. So don't click on the links, report it to the IT service desk, and if you think something's gone wrong, please update your password and change that over. You can do that via self-service. Now we're getting towards the end of the video, and this is usually the section where I talk about previous incidents we've had in the organisation and just to be mindful of them, any recommendations we have from the information governance team so you can avoid them and ensure good practice in your areas. First one being labels and patient notes. So if you handle medical records at all, you'll notice at the front of the physical medical records, we have a number of stickers with patient labels on. So if you are using these, always check to see if you've got the right labels in your patient notes. From time to time, they do get misfiled incorrectly. So check before you stick them to the wrong paperwork, test request, or blood sample within the organisation. If any of the labels fall out, instead of trying to refile them, it's always quicker just to pop them in the confidential waste and you remove that risk of misfiling them. Speaking of confidential waste, please make sure all confidential waste is disposed of correctly by putting it into confidential waste bins or confidential waste sacks within the building. The reason why we have confidential waste is it's shredded and secured to a higher standard than our normal domestic waste. So that meets an international standard that we have to comply with. So please, if you do see any confidential waste in a domestic bin, just quickly take it out, pop it into the confidential waste and log an incident that you've had to do that. That's the quickest way to respond, and just make sure that no one's personal data is ending up where it isn't meant to be. Phone calls are issues we saw quite a bit throughout the pandemic. We're seeing a decreased incidence of these, but it's always worthwhile to be aware of. So we're making sure that any lessons learned are still learned. So it's always difficult on the phone to be aware of who you're talking to. You can ask them for ward passwords if you've had a ward password applied. Usually on the trust phones as well, you can check what number they're ringing from and check that against the next of kin listed on the patient administration system. But otherwise, if you ever feel like you're not sure of who you're speaking to and you don't feel confident they've made a good effort of identifying themselves, you can always hang up on them and seek additional information one way or another, whether that's verifying Google if it's an external company, or speaking to the next of kin as listed on the patient administration system. And don't ever leave confidential information on a call answering message. The reason for this is we never know who's going to be picking up that answering phone message. So usually if you do need to leave one, just say it's so-and-so calling from so-and-so department. If you could give me a ring back and give your direct line, and that's the best way to proceed. Social media and recording. So we use social media for a bit of everything within our day-to-day lives, but from an organizational perspective, we want to ensure that any data we have in the organization doesn't end up on social media. So it's not appropriate to share work-related information on social media, whether that's Facebook, WhatsApp, Twitter, one way or another. It's not the best method. The reason being, as soon as work-related information goes onto these social websites, it's out everywhere, and the trust has no control to ensure that confidentiality and good information governance principles are followed. So that's just one thing to avoid and be mindful of one way or another. And emails, one way or another, we always have emails go out to someone incorrect within the organization. I think it's due to the amount of emails we send as an organization. So usually I go by the 2-second rule just to make sure that I am aware of who it's sending to. I'll take 2 seconds before sending an email, check the address line is correct. If you do send one out to the wrong place, it's not the end of the world. You can always raise a DATIX report. That will come through to the information governance team, and we'll be able to support you to make sure you've taken any appropriate remedies to ensure that any confidential information within that email is secured as best as we can. Locking your devices as well. It locks automatically 5 minutes after you walk away, but really you should be locking your device as soon as you step away from the screen. So just press Windows key and L if you do step away for a second. Yes, you will have to log back on, but it's the same as locking your door when you leave your house in the morning. It's much easier to keep information secure if it's all locked away. So all and any access to KGH clinical systems should be strictly within the roles and responsibilities of your job description. The reason I say that is because the last point on these slides here is that we have fair warning software within the organisation that has audit capability of tracking what records have been accessed one way or another. So please, if you've moved around within the organisation, notify IT, get access removed from systems that you shouldn't have access to that are no longer required within your job role. If you want to learn about your own medical history, you can reach out to the data protection team and they'll be able to provide you with that. Don't take it upon yourself because you will never be treating yourself one way or another, so you won't have legitimate business access to your own records. And if at any point you are asked to access information about a patient personally known to you, report this to your line manager. You can ask them to carry out the task, and it's probably the one time you do get to pass work up to your line manager. So please seize that opportunity as best you can. So these are all the types of incidents within the organisation. I'm not going to read through all of these. Usually what I like to explain here is that it's important for you to report any instance within the organisation, because that's how the information governance team find out about what's going on, and we know where our support is needed and which departments and people may need our support to ensure that they're remaining information governance compliant. So there are consequences of breaches and incidents. I think I touched upon earlier that the maximum fine now is 17.5 million for breaches under GDPR. So these are two companies here, Heathrow Airport and Bupa, have been filed for failures in data protection, and an individual nurse has been prosecuted for inappropriately accessing patient records. And the reason I use these three examples here is just to show that yes, companies can be responsible, but also individuals can be responsible for data protection failures. So it's about working together to make sure that no kind of data protection failures are happening within our organisation. So there are consequences. You can see here that there's an example of a former GP surgery fined to reading medical records of 231 patients in 2 years. Now, these are all on the Information Commissioner's Office website, so you can have a look at them if you do want to. But what I'd like to draw attention to on this slide is that the regulator, the ICO, has a criminal investigation group, and they will look into incidents where it's believed that someone has breached data protection law. So just some important reminders as we're wrapping up. Always ask information governance if you're unsure. Use NHS Mail to send sensitive data securely. And you can always check colours are genuine by calling them back. Don't share patient data on social media chat applications. Don't ever look up records of friends, family or colleagues, or use email as a filing system. Don't open suspicious emails or leave records in a public area. So how can you support us in IG? Always keep your training up to date, report incidents via Datix, maintain an awareness of relevant policies. No one's expecting you to read them word for word and know every little bit of them, but to understand what's in there, what the content is and what is good at IG practice is helpful. And you can also conduct spot checks in your area. It's a quick route to popularity within your team, but the reason I've put that in there is because if you have any issues that you want to identify that the information governance team can support you with, we're here to help. So here are your key contacts within the organisation. Richard and Susan are our senior information risk owners, so they're responsible for all the information risks within the organisation. Sally is our group head of information governance, and there's also the FOI teams and data protection teams contact details there. So that brings us to the end of the slides, but that's everything from me. So thank you everyone for your time. And yeah, if you do have any queries, please use the emails to reach out to the information governance team and we'll help where we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you for watching Information Governance. We are now going to take an hour break. After the hour break, the session will be respect training. Welcome back from your break. The session now is respect training. We ask that you participate as much as you can, and a reminder to fill in the assessment form, which can be found in the chat. This will now be the PM form for the afternoon.
This training is to discuss the respect awareness that will be coming into the organisation in the near future. Respect awareness training is aimed at all staff across health and social care organisations, anybody that comes into contact with patient or service users. And the purpose of this training is to provide you with an understanding of respect and what to do in emergency. By the end of this session, we would hope that you'd be able to recognise and understand the purpose and remit of the respect process and form and documentation, and that you would then feel that you can respond appropriately to a patient with respect in an emergency. And we will use some clinical examples to help identify where a respect conversation could be appropriate for an individual. Respect stands for the recommended summary plan for the emergency care and treatment. So what is respect?
Respect stands for Recommended Summary Plan for Emergency Care and Treatment. The respect process starts with a conversation between the patient and health professional about someone's treatment preferences in an emergency situation when they may be unable to make or express their wishes if they're unwell. The plan created is intended to respect patient preference and clinical judgment. The plan is then kept with that person so that it can be accessed quickly in an emergency when a conversation with the person may be unable to take place.
So without an advanced care plan in place, if a patient is approaching the end of life, or if they lose their capacity or their ability to communicate, there can be a problem trying to work out what the patient wants and what is best for the patient, trying to work out what their needs are and what their plans are for that period of their life if they lose capacity. So it's important that we get some sort of framework built in beforehand so that we have a good understanding of what matters to them.
Potentially anyone could go through the respect process, but it has most relevance for those with particular health needs, complex or lifelong conditions, or those with life-limiting conditions, or those at risk of a health crisis.
The respect process gently goes through each part of the patient's wishes. It establishes their diagnosis, their prognosis. The patient, in collaboration with the team, tells us their wishes.
If you initiate the conversation well in advance, speak to the family and the patient if they have a capacity, then there's a clear document about what they want when they come back to the hospital for any acute illness, or sometimes they didn't like to come to the hospital at all. These type of recommended summary care plan in an emergency situation really helps.
I think it's really important in emergency care because nobody ever expects something to happen, and at the time when you are requiring emergency care, you're not always fully able to express your desires and your wishes.
It's all part of the realistic-based medicine that we would like to provide for every patient, which gives the right treatment at the right time and in the right place for that patient. So sometimes the right treatment in the right place is not always a hospital setting. It may be in the patient's home setting or in their care home setting.
The respect tool has given me personally some security and reassurance that in the event of a resident not being able to speak for themselves in an emergency situation, that we will still be following their wishes.
I think the process of being able to plan and discuss what people would want and what patient wants is really quite empowering. In the past, we've very much focused on the do not resuscitate form, which is very much about things that we can't do for patients or won't be doing for patients. Whereas the respect process can also look at what treatments would benefit someone. And I think that's a really helpful conversation. Although we still need to discuss things about resuscitation, it actually puts it into a wider context. And that for me as a GP has been vitally important, particularly when I've been responding to patients who've been in emergency situations.
It's a much easier conversation to have with a person because, to be honest with you, starting out with well, do you want us to do CPR or not on you, is not only incredibly blunt, but is very black and white, and is not really a helpful conversation to have. It's part of it, but there's so much more to what we do in healthcare.
Patients, families and carers have been actually really pleased that you're having these conversations and really pleased that we're asking these questions.
My wife knows what the situation is now, which she didn't before, because we didn't speak about these sort of things. It created a discussion between her and I, which we never actually ever had in that regard. So it's helpful in that sense. I'm now in a position where I can say, well, I know I've got a heart problem, I know that it could get more serious than it is, and I know what the steps thereafter that I want taken. And as a consequence of that, I would hope that my wishes will be respected by the medical staff and they'll do what I would like to see.
So I'm seeing Respect actually delivering on improving care for people, but all quality of care, but also the outcomes.
It's a great tool for guiding clinical judgment in the emergency setting.
People actually have a desire for it, and when they hear about it, they just want to know where they can get it.
So just for you to think about for a moment, what does Respect stand for? And it is the recommended summary plan for emergency care and treatment. So let's now talk about the documentation and what does the form contain?
Section 1, Personal Detail. This section contains identifiable details such as name, address, date of birth, NHS number and the date the form has been completed. Section 2, Summary of relevant information for this plan. This section will include a summary of relevant background to the recommendations in Section 4. This may include diagnosis, previous and present condition, prognosis, communication difficulties and how to overcome them, any specific detail and the location of documents such as advanced care plans and advanced decisions to refuse treatments. It will also indicate if a legal welfare proxy has been appointed. Section 3. Personal preferences to guide this plan. Section 3 includes a scale to help the person to understand the balance between priorities of care and identify their own priority. The scale may be marked and the aspect of life most important to the person recorded. Section 4. Clinical recommendations for emergency care and treatment. This section contains the recommendations to guide decision making in a future emergency. Firstly, the agreed goal of care is either focusing on extending life or balancing extending life with comfort and valued outcomes or prioritising comfort. One of these should be signed. Clear detail of the types of care or treatment that the person would or would not want to be considered for, including whether or not the person would want to be taken to hospital and in what circumstances, and other level of care decisions. For example, whether they should be considered for intensive care admission, or whether only non-invasive ventilation would be recommended, will be recorded here. At the bottom of Section 4, one of the boxes will be signed. This may be CPR attempts recommended, left side and white box, or CPR attempts not recommended, right side and red box. The middle box is for use only in those children whom a need for a modified CPR sequence has been identified and agreed. Remember, a patient having a Respect form does not necessarily mean that resuscitation is not recommended for them. Always check the resus recommendations at the bottom of Section 4. The reverse side of the form contains the validity of the plan. Section 5 records the person's capacity and representation at the time of completion. Section 6 is confirmation of who was involved in making the plan. Section 7 will be signed by the professional who completed the Respect form. Section 8 lists the key emergency contacts. They may have signed here to confirm that they have been involved in making the plan but this is optional. Section 9 may be blank. The recommendations on the Respect form do not have a defined expiry date, as the need for review must be considered carefully for each person at each stage of their clinical progress.
So now let's take a look at a few examples to help us understand how Respect can support patient care.
Matt Bridgewater is a 22-year-old student who is normally fit and well. He is involved in a road accident. When the ambulance clinicians arrive at the scene, Matt is unconscious, and they bring him to the emergency department where he is assessed by the trauma team. Despite treatment with oxygen, Matt is becoming hypoxic and ventilation treatment is started. A CT scan shows multiple injuries to the head, chest and pelvis. He is transferred to an intensive care unit, or ICU, for continuing treatment. It is decided he will need transfer to a major trauma centre for specialist care. Matt's parents attend the ICU and are devastated to see their son in these circumstances. The ICU consultant explains to them that Matt is very unwell. His condition could get suddenly worse and threaten his life. It is important that there is a plan in place to guide professionals faced with making an immediate decision about what to do best for him in a sudden emergency. After discussion, they agree there is potential for him to make a good recovery, and the focus of care in an emergency should be on all treatments that may help to sustain his life, including resuscitation. Matt's parents mentioned that he had previously expressed he would want to be an organ donor if he had had a catastrophic illness with no chance of recovery. A Respect form is completed summarising these recommendations. The ICU doctors and nurses make sure that the Respect form travels with Matt to the major trauma centre, that the ambulance clinicians have seen it and understand its content, and that the transfer letter tells the receiving clinicians that Matt has a Respect form. His transfer is uneventful.
In an emergency, when a person with a Respect form is unable to make or express choices, firstly, confirm the identity of the person. Secondly, read the form, prioritise the resuscitation recommendation at the bottom of Section 4, and then follow the clinical recommendations detailed in Section 4 to help inform immediate decisions. Thirdly, act on the recommendations relevant to your role. Respect documents are not legally binding. Respect recommendations should be used to guide immediate decision making by health and care professionals responding to an emergency. The responding clinician remains responsible for decision making. However, they should be prepared to clinically justify reasons for overriding the recommendations on a Respect form.
So just having watched that, let's have a little think. So when responding to an emergency situation, which of the following are important to your patient and any decisions which are made about their care? Previously expressed preferences for their care, the agreed recommendations on their Respect form, whether the form has been completed correctly, or clinical judgment at the time of emergency. People would think that it's the agreed recommendations on their Respect form, but that's not actually quite right. All of the above are actually important to consider. Respect forms aren't legally binding. And actually, if the form isn't completed correctly, then information may not be available. A Respect form means that a person has a do not resuscitate recommendation. That is false. Just because you have a Respect form does not mean that you are not for resuscitation. And that's a really important thing for us to remember in our acute care.
Annette is a 61-year-old who has recently been diagnosed with an advanced reoccurrence of pancreatic cancer, which has now spread to her liver. She lives with her husband, who is visually impaired, and she's his full-time carer. Whilst attending day hospice, she meets with her palliative care clinical nurse specialist to discuss completing a Respect document to sit alongside her more detailed advanced care plan. Annette has been given a Respect information leaflet at a previous visit, and after discussing matters with her husband, was now ready to have the conversation. Annette and her nurse specialist agreed that her priority for care is maintaining comfort, and that if her heart stopped, resuscitation attempts and admission to an intensive care unit would not help her to achieve her goals of comfort care. Annette mentioned that she did not want to die at home as she thought it would be too distressing and difficult for her husband. However, they agreed that she would want to be considered for some treatments, such as intravenous antibiotics and blood products, if the benefit of treatments outweighed the burden of treatments. During the Respect conversation, Annette shares her anxiety regarding ongoing care for her husband, and she will no longer be able to care for him. A summary of these discussions and agreed recommendations were recorded in Section 4 of Annette's Respect form.
The plan should stay with the person and be available immediately to health and care professionals who are faced with making immediate decisions in an emergency, where the person themselves has lost capacity to participate in making those decisions.
Some months later, Annette wakes in the night shivering and sweating and feeling very ill. She calls an emergency ambulance. The Respect form is reviewed by ambulance staff before taking her to the local emergency department, where she is found to have a chest infection and admitted to the respiratory ward. The Respect form is handed to the admitting nurse. Annette improves slightly with intravenous antibiotics. Her recovery remains uncertain, and the Amber Care bundle is used to discuss a parallel plan for care if she worsens despite active treatment. Annette's main concern is her husband and who is looking after him at home while she is in hospital. She is reassured as the ward nurses contact the social worker and GP surgery to alert them of his needs. 7 days after her admission, her symptoms worsen. Annette is taking very little to eat and drink, sleeping most of the day, and is unable to mobilise. Annette and her husband are seen by the hospital palliative care clinical nurse specialist, and they review her Respect form. Annette's preferences for comfort of care are clear, and she agrees continued treatments are no longer benefiting her. They discuss that Annette appears to be in her last days of life. They agree that ensuring that her symptoms are controlled and providing supportive care on the ward is her best interest. The ward team use an individualised last days of life care plan to support the care they offer to Annette and her husband, and allow her to die with dignity in hospital.
So a patient attends a day surgery unit for elective surgery and they have brought in their Respect form. What would be your correct course of action? Check their form and talk about it with them before they go to surgery, and ensure any specific information or risks that are proposed and the operation carries that may be different from the form are discussed, and ensure that anything pertinent is relayed to the surgical and recovery team during the WHO checklist immediately prior to the surgery. Or do you hand it straight back to the patient and tell them there is no need as their surgery is low risk? I'm hoping you are all choosing A. When a patient is discharged from an inpatient setting, what would you consider the correct course of action with regards to Respect? Should we leave the form in the front of the patient's notes, or should we scan it and summarise in the patient's notes with the original form being given back to the patient? We're going to give it back to the patient, and I think we've seen that in those scenarios we've just had where the form is actually passed from clinician to clinician, or parts of their pathway to the ambulance service, GP, etc.
A Respect form does not always mean that resuscitation is not recommended. In an emergency situation, when no Respect form is available, life-saving treatment should be given if considered to be in the best interest of the patient. Respect recommendations are not legally binding, but should be used to guide immediate decision-making by health and care professionals responding to an emergency. Respect can be initiated in any care setting. Respect forms will remain with the patient and be recognised across all health and care settings. Respect forms should signpost to other documents such as the advanced care plans and advanced decisions to refuse treatments. Respect can be used to outline preferences for place of care, for medical treatment and place of death, but also recognises these are preferences, not absolute.
So, is a Respect form legally binding? No, it's not. So this training session was to offer you some awareness of Respect that is coming into Northamptonshire. The launch date for this being part of our pathways across the GP services and into the acute care setting are set for later this year. Further information will come forward to you to tell you where you can find respect forms on digital systems, how you may be able to create respect forms if you are a clinician or an advanced nurse practitioner within the cancer care team, and where these need to be scanned and stored fitting with the UHN processes. Thank you very much for listening.
Sometimes, to make it sound new and interesting, people change the name of something while the thing itself stays exactly the same. This isn't one of those times. You may have heard recently that the Serious Incident Framework is being replaced by the Patient Safety Incident Response Framework. With 4 main objectives for change, this represents a complete rethink in how we respond to patient safety incidents and support the NHS to learn from them and improve. It can't be implemented overnight, and it won't be easy to do, but it will be worth it. Under the Serious Incident Framework, there is a primary focus on incidents which are declared as serious, and within the oversight system on how many incidents have occurred and how compliant organisations are with serious incident management processes. We know that oversight can feel punitive, can stifle our potential to learn and improve, and can limit our ability to put the needs of people, including staff, patients, and families first. And crucially, requiring examination of all incidents that meet the serious threshold means that there is a lot of repetition of investigations into very similar incidents, while many others, particularly those considered to result in lower harm, that we could learn a lot from to improve patient safety, go unexamined. Under the Patient Safety Incident Response Framework, any recorded patient safety incidents can be considered to decide if a response is needed to generate new insight to feed into a program of continuous improvement. And the relationship between the provider and those responsible for oversight is quite different. Central to the philosophy of PSIRF is that human beings are fallible. We can't expect people to be superhuman, but what we can do when an incident happens is treat everyone involved with compassion and have the provider and overseeing body work together towards the common goal of redesigning our systems so that problems are less likely to occur and are less harmful when they do, so that healthcare is much safer for everyone. To do this, incident response plans will be specifically tailored to local context and the organisation that creates the plan, so that responses can be proportionate, based on using resources where they can do the most good in terms of expanding learning and improving patient safety in the long term. The new system will have a particular focus on engaging with everyone affected by an incident. Organisations will work hard to answer all of their questions, and wherever organisations can learn from an incident, they will involve them and invite them to be a part of the solution. PSIRF has been in development for some time, and we've seen positive progress from our early adopter programme. What we found works best is when everyone understands the importance of this cultural change and is ready and willing to work together in a new way towards an ongoing and evolving system of improvement. If you'd like to find out more, use the QR code or the website on screen.
Thank you for watching and participating in Respect training. The next session is Mental Capacity Act.
Hi everybody, this is Mental Capacity Act training and it'll cover level 1 and level 2. So the aims of this session are to support people to understand the Mental Capacity Act and all the different elements, including deprivation of liberty safeguards, advanced decisions to refuse treatment and independent mental capacity advocates, and also to recognise when we should be using DOLS and when we should be using the Mental Health Act. So the Mental Capacity Act was developed in 2005 to support patients who were unable to make decisions for themselves. It was to put in a supportive framework to ensure that people were being given autonomy and that we were upholding each person's human rights, even if they lacked the capacity to make decisions. So there are 5 statutory principles of the Mental Capacity Act. These fall in line with the Human Rights Act. So number 1, we should assume all patients have capacity. This falls in line with Article 14 and patients having the right not to be discriminated against. So we can't say this patient's got dementia, therefore they lack capacity, or this patient's got a learning disability, therefore they lack capacity. We should always assume capacity unless we have a reason to doubt their capacity. Principle number 2, supported decision making. So this states that we should be doing everything we can to ensure our patients can make their own decision. That might mean writing down information for them. It might mean going and seeing them 3 or 4 times to give them that information if there's the time to do that. It might mean having someone they trust present while we're doing the capacity assessment. That supported decision making shouldn't feel like a test to the patient. It should be about us genuinely giving them the information and supporting them to understand it. And that's based on Article 6 of the Human Rights Act, which is the right to a fair trial. Principle number 3 is their right to make an unwise decision. They're allowed to make decisions for themselves. We all make unwise decisions every day. If patients are making decisions that pose high risk consequences, it's always best to make sure that we've documented their capacity. This could look like a really formal capacity assessment if we have some reason to doubt their capacity, or in some cases it might just be writing really clearly in the notes that we've had a conversation with them, we've given them all of the information, and this is our evidence that they were able to make that decision. If the patient lacks capacity, then we would move on to acting in their best interests, and there's a best interest checklist which we'll talk about later on. Number 5 is least restrictive intervention, and that relates to making sure that what we do is justified and proportionate with the level of risk that's around. Capacity assessments. It's important that we recognise that we do informal capacity assessments every day. Healthcare assistants might assess someone's capacity if they're going in to do their personal care that morning, or we do capacity assessments when patients refuse medicines. Often these are informal capacity assessments, and that's fine as long as we're documenting that we're gaining consent and we have no concerns with capacity. If we do believe that the patient lacks capacity, then that's when we need to go down the more formal route of doing the capacity assessment, because we will need the best interest decision to go along with it. There are some decisions where even if we think the patient's got capacity, it's important that we document this appropriately on the MCA and DOLS paperwork, which can be found on KNET. This is usually the more high-risk decisions, such as medical procedures and DNA CPRs, or as it will be soon, RESPECT. Capacity assessment should be completed by the person making the decision, and the reason for this is it's only the person making the decision that knows how flexible that decision making is. And the person making the decision is usually the person in the best place to answer questions and give information about those options. Please remember, it's the assessor's responsibility to gain the evidence that the person lacks capacity. It's not the person's responsibility to prove they have capacity. It's really important that the patients don't feel like it's a test and we're testing their understanding, because that's not how a mental capacity assessment should be carried out. So our capacity assessments are in 3 stages. The first stage is what we call the functional assessment. This is assessing whether the patient can understand, retain, use and weigh and communicate their decision. So we prior to going into our assessments, we need to know what information we want the patient to understand, because if we don't know what information we need them to understand before we go in, that's going to affect the quality of the conversation. We need them to be able to retain that information for just long enough to make the decision. It doesn't matter if they don't remember it the next day. In many cases, it's just long enough to make the decision that needs to be made. We need to be able to evidence that the patient can use and weigh the information. So that is, it's not just repeating back to you what you've said or remembering what someone said yesterday today. It's actually showing that they're using that information to make the decision rather than they just know what that information is. They also need to be able to communicate their decision. So say choose an option. After, if any of those is a no, if the patient can't understand, or if they can't retain the information, or if they can't use and weigh the information, or if they can't communicate their decision, then we move on to stage 2, which is the diagnostic assessment, which is whether the patient has an impairment or disturbance of their mind or brain. So this could be a mental health condition, it could be dementia, it could be delirium, it could be a confusion and we're not sure what that confusion is. There has to be some element of impairment of the mind or brain for a patient to lack capacity. And then finally, stage 3 is what we call the causative nexus. So does that impairment in the mind or brain cause the inability to make that particular decision? So is it the impairment caused by the patient's dementia that means that they're not able to make a decision about having their personal care completed, as an example? The deprivation of liberty safeguards were added to the Mental Capacity Act in 2009, and this was to avoid patients or residents being kept in care homes, hospitals, nursing homes with no safeguards in place and no proper assessments to see if they're able to make the decision to move out of those places. So the deprivation of liberty safeguards covers keeping someone in hospital. So the mental capacity assessment that needs to be completed for your deprivation of liberty safeguards to be used is whether they can consent to their stay in hospital. Whether or not the patient is willing to stay, or whether they have an ability to leave, or whether they're likely to leave is not relevant within this decision. It's just, can they consent to being in hospital? If they can't consent to being in hospital, they need to be on a DOLS. This allows the patients to have safeguarding processes to prevent abuse and to prevent them from being in hospital for any longer than is necessary. Independent mental capacity advocates are advocates specifically employed to support people who lack capacity to make particular decisions. So if we have patients with no one to consult that's unpaid, no friends or family, then we should be getting an advocate to support them, particularly if there's decisions related to medical care, long-term discharges, or any safeguarding issues. Even if a patient has a relative or carer and they happen to be not appropriate to consult, then we should still apply for an independent mental capacity advocate. If we've got family that all disagree and we don't know who is right, we can apply for an IMCA, and that gives the patient extra safeguards because those family members become not appropriate to consult. That sounds quite harsh, but all it means is they're not representing the patient's voice, or we don't know who is representing the patient's voice. So it's important to have an impartial person involved. IMCAs don't make the decision on the patient's behalf, they just provide the patient's point of view to ensure that's been included in the decision making. Advanced decisions to refuse treatment enable someone age 18 and over to refuse specified medical treatment in the future. These are legally binding. They don't have to be in writing, but it's really important that if we're aware of an advanced decision, that we document it really clearly and that we put that documentation somewhere where everybody can see it. It's no good writing it in the middle of a patient's set of notes, because then later down the line, when someone's got to make that decision on their behalf, they won't necessarily know that that advanced decision to refuse treatment is in place. If the advanced decision to refuse treatment involves life-sustaining treatment, this must be in writing and witnessed, and it must state even if the life is at risk. Lasting power of attorneys. So there's two types of lasting power of attorney, one for health and welfare and one for finance and estate. If the lasting power of attorney is only for finance and estate, then there's no right to make the decisions around discharges or healthcare, although you would still want to consult with that person if you're making the best interest decision. The trust must have a copy of the LPA documents if we're allowing them to make decisions on behalf of the patient, and these need to be scanned and sent to safeguarding inbox. All decisions for each patient still require a formal capacity assessment if we're allowing someone else to make a decision on their behalf. Those mental capacity assessments can continue to be our responsibility as the healthcare trust that's looking after that patient. So if we want a lasting power of attorney to make a decision for a patient, we must do the mental capacity assessment, and then we must document that we've had the discussions with the decision maker. We've given them all the information that they need to be able to make that decision. We need to make sure that we've documented this really clearly to show that we've met our expectations. The Office of Public Guardian. So the Office of Public Guardian can confirm or deny any lasting power of attorney. They are also the body that we would apply to if we have concerns over an LPA. There's a document on the Office of Public Guardian's website that allows us to raise concerns. We need to be documenting all of the evidence that we have if this is the route that we take. The Court of Protection is a specialist court that supports patients who lack capacity. At times it can support trusts to make decisions about whether a patient has or lacks capacity in certain situations, and the Court of Protection can sometimes be the decision maker in high risk cases where there is a disagreement amongst parties about what the correct decision for that patient should be. So when we're thinking about the Mental Capacity Act and the Mental Health Act, these sometimes get confused on the wards. So when we're looking at the Mental Health Act, we are looking at patients that sometimes have capacity, however, they can still be detained. Under the Mental Health Act, we can give treatment that's related specifically to a patient's mental health condition. However, under the Mental Health Act, we cannot give physical health treatments against the patient's will. So for physical health of mental health patients, we still have to do mental capacity assessments. And if it's a treatment related to their physical health, if they have capacity, they are allowed to decline in the same way as somebody who's not under the Mental Health Act. If they lack capacity, we would go down our usual process of best interest decisions for physical health treatments. We can give mental health treatments even if a patient has capacity if they're detained under the Mental Health Act. If a patient is detained under the Mental Health Act, they do not need a DOLS in place whether they have capacity or not, because the Mental Health Act will trump the Mental Capacity Act. Best interest checklist. So this is a checklist put forward by the Mental Capacity Act, and it gives us a view of what we need to take into account when we're making decisions on behalf of somebody else. So we need to encourage participation. Whether the patient lacks capacity or not, they should be involved in conversations about the decisions about their life. We should identify the relevant circumstances. We should find out the person's views. We should avoid discrimination. We should assess whether the person may regain capacity, and if so, can the decision wait? We also need to consult with others, anybody involved in that patient's care. So it could be an IMCA, it could be friends, it could be family, it could be community services, anybody that's got an interest in supporting that patient or has an understanding of that patient previously. We should avoid restricting the person's rights, and any decisions we make that are restrictive, we need to be able to really clearly evidence that we've used the least restrictive method. And then when we're making and documenting our decision, we need to show that we've thought about all of these things whilst making that decision on someone else's behalf. If we have completed our mental capacity assessment appropriately and completed our best interest checklist, that reduces our liability when we're making these decisions. So if we've got a well-documented capacity assessment that shows our working of why we've come to the decision that they lack capacity, and then we've got a best interest checklist that shows that we've done everything we can within the time that we have to get all of this information and follow all of these areas, then we have what they call a cloak of protection, because as long as we can show we've done that, even if later down the line it turns out we've made the wrong decision, we are covered from a legal position because we've followed the Mental Capacity Act, and therefore we've done our due diligence to ensure that we're doing the best we can with the information we have at the time. I'm going to show a video now of least restrictive practice. This is a video from the Australian government, however, it is still appropriate for the UK.
Everyone in aged care has the right to be safe, treated with dignity and respect, and receive high-quality care and services. That's why it's important you understand the rules around restrictive practices. In aged care, restrictive practices limit your rights or stop you from doing what you want to do. A restrictive practice can be chemical, using medication that restricts your movement or affects your ability to make decisions. Environmental, restricting or limiting your movement, like securing doors to prevent access to outside areas, or moving mobility aids out of reach. Mechanical, using a device like bed rails, low beds or clothing to prevent you from moving. Physical, using force to prevent, restrict or subdue your movement. Seclusion, putting you alone in a room or physical space where you can't choose to leave without help. Inappropriate use of restrictive practice is very serious. Before your provider can use a restrictive practice, they must have an approved health practitioner assess you and discuss strategies with you. Document any changes in a behaviour support plan. Ensure that restrictive practices are only used as a last resort and in the least restrictive form after all other strategies have been tried. Obtain documented informed consent from you or your substitute decision maker. If using a restrictive practice, staff and your provider must monitor you for signs of decline, distress or harm, and regularly review the use of the restrictive practice to remove it as soon as possible. In an emergency, the rules are different because you or others may be at risk of harm without the restrictive practice. Remember, Restrictive practices must only be used as a last resort and in the least restrictive form. They should never be used as a punishment. If you are concerned about how restrictive practices are being used on you or your loved one, contact the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission. Let's stay safe together.
So restrictive practice, in order to ensure that we've met the standards in the Mental Capacity Act for restrictive practice, we need to make sure that if we're using mittens or bed rails or any of those other restrictive practices that you just saw in that video, that we are having a mental capacity assessment in place and that we are doing daily reviews to justify why we're continuing with that restrictive practice. Those reviews ideally need to be completed by the nurse responsible for that patient's care for that day. This is really important because it shows that we've really thought about the fact that we're doing restrictive practice. And the nurse responsible for the patient on that day will be the person that is asked the questions if something goes wrong on that day. So if your patient injures themselves on bed rails, it will be the person that's responsible on that day for that patient that is the one that gets asked the questions, because it will be your decision on that day to continue with that restriction. So it's important when we're thinking about that cloak of responsibility that we can evidence every day that we have actively made a decision to keep those bed rails up or to keep those mittens on, and that we evidence. It's also really important that we evidence that the reason we have put these restrictive practices in place is that nothing less restrictive would have worked. So that could be we couldn't use a fiddle muff because the patient was trying to take out their cannula, and even if we gave them something to fiddle with, they were still fixated on the cannula. Therefore, we had to use mittens. We need to be able to show that we've thought about the reason for the behaviour or what we're trying to stop, so that we can evidence that the restrictive practices are necessary. So this is my contact details and the safeguarding inbox for anybody that might need any more support. There's lots of links available if you go through KNET, and there's also a specific MCA and DOLS area of KNET, which has got all of the information about IMCAs. It's got a copy of the Mental Capacity Act form. It's got information about the OPG and what to do if you wish to contest an LPA. Thank you for attending Mental Capacity Act training. Bye.
Thank you for watching Mental Capacity Act. The next session is venous thromboembolism.
My name is Tess Page. I'm the lead nurse for the anticoagulation, DVT and VTE service within Kettering General. Today we'll be completing VTE prevention training. So today we'll be looking at a venous thromboembolism video. We'll then look at how we carry out VTE risk assessment within Kettering General Hospital, and then there'll be some questions to answer at the end of the presentation.
This is the third film in a series of 4 parts, which is aimed at looking at prevention of hospital-acquired thrombosis. My name is Rebecca Locke, and I am an anticoagulant nurse specialist who's been working in this area for over 25 years.
And I'm Carol Law,
and I'm a thrombosis education advisor, and I've been delivering courses in anticoagulation, thrombosis and thrombosis prevention with Rebecca for over 20 years. We're delighted to be presenting this short film focusing on the prevention of hospital-acquired thrombosis on behalf of Thrombosis UK and the National Nursing and Midwifery Network for VTE prevention. Before we start discussing the prevention of hospital-acquired thrombosis, or HAT as it is sometimes referred to, we need to define what hospital-acquired thrombosis is. NICE, the National Institute for Health and Clinical Excellence, says it covers all venous thromboembolism that occurs in hospital or within 90 days after a hospital admission. So why are we concerned about HAT, hospital-acquired thrombosis, and why is thromboprophylaxis, which means implementing strategies to prevent thrombosis, important? Well, HAT is a common and potentially preventable problem, and about 1 in 4 people die from causes related to a blood clot. And as you can see on the slide, 55 to 60% of VTE cases occur during or following hospitalisation. It's also the leading cause of preventable death in hospitals. And in addition to this, it has long-term consequences that are expensive for both the patient and the health service. So if we don't prevent VTE while someone is in hospital, it can have serious consequences for the patient. And as we've previously discussed, these can include fatal pulmonary embolism, PE, so somebody can die as a result of having a DVT and PE. If you've had a VTE event, then you can have another one, so you're much more likely to develop another DVT or PE. You can also develop post-thrombotic syndrome, which is often referred to as PTS, and as a result of that, develop venous ulcers. And if you've had a PE, you can also go on to develop chronic thromboembolic pulmonary hypertension, which is a life-limiting respiratory condition. And people can also have a reduced quality of life, and it can have a huge psychological impact. So we can see that it can have it'd be expensive for the patient and also be expensive for the NHS and social care. So one of the problems and challenges is that VTE is frequently unrecognised, and we often talk about VTE as being like an iceberg because some of it is hidden, and unless people understand the symptoms of VTE, they don't present in hospital. Staff also need to recognise the signs of VTE in order to make sure it's diagnosed, and it can be mistaken for other conditions. So maybe somebody who has a pulmonary embolism may be misdiagnosed with having a chest infection. And also it can be asymptomatic, so that only people with symptoms present to us in the healthcare system. So they're the ones that come above the waterline, the tip of the iceberg that we can see. And it's estimated that about 20% of the cases are actually seen, so above the water, but about 80% lie below the water. So what we need to do is to make sure that we find all those people that are at risk of VTE whilst in hospital, so we don't miss any of those 80% under the water. So we're going to discuss how we can do this in 4 steps. So we're going to think about risk assessment and risk assessing all people who come into hospital, reassessing that risk while people are in hospital when their clinical condition changes. We're going to think about how we provide appropriate thromboprophylaxis for people who are at risk, and the need to provide written and verbal information on admission and on discharge. So Rebecca's going to start taking us through those steps now.
Most hospitals since 2010 have introduced a VTE risk assessment. In this slide, you can see the national tool. However, there are other variations, so it's good for you to acquaint yourself with the one that your trust uses. It can be electronic or paper-based, and it's usually part of the clerking procedure. The top section looks at identifying if a patient is potentially at risk due to the lack of mobility. All surgical and all medical patients who have significantly reduced mobility should be considered for risk assessment. The middle section, or step 2 as it's called, is a review of the risk factors for VTE. Now, a patient may have more than one risk factor, and that can be ticked. However, if they just have one tick in one box, they need to have thromboprophylaxis, and that should be given according to NICE guidelines. So, step 1 of the risk assessment we've looked at. Once VTE risk has been established, we need to reassess for bleeding. And at the bottom of that national tool, you can see that there is a section to look at patients' risk of bleeding. They may have more than one risk for bleeding. And if bleeding risk is identified, it's very important that a clinical decision comparing the risks of both bleeding and clotting is made to assess what is the best course of action. Remember that VTE risk assessment may need to occur more than once during a patient's journey. So step 2, reassessment of risk. NICE says all medical, surgical and trauma patients should be reassessed for risk of VTE and bleeding at the point of consultant review, or if their clinical condition changes. For example, if bleeding stops or if it starts, if mobility decreases, or if they become dehydrated, or if they're undergoing a procedure with a high risk of bleeding, or if they're transferred to ITU. There are 2 methods of that can be employed for thromboprophylaxis. So once one has decided that the patient needs thromboprophylaxis because they're at risk, then a choice will be made between chemical thromboprophylaxis, pharmacological, which is basically clot prevention using drugs such as low molecular weight heparin or direct oral anticoagulants, or both, mechanical intervention, which is clot prevention using mechanical devices such as anti-embolic stockings or intermittent pneumatic compression. So pharmacological prophylaxis, the drugs include low molecular weight heparin, fondaparinux in some cases, DOACs, direct oral anticoagulants, and these will include drugs including apixaban, dabigatran and rivaroxaban in elective hip and knee surgery, and aspirin only in elective hip and knee replacement. NICE states that in people under 16, health professionals should follow the recommendations on apixaban, dabigatran and rivaroxaban, fondaparinux, low molecular heparin and aspirin. So it's very important to check the SMPCs on the drug that you are using. Missed doses are a problem on wards, and we need to address these. It's important that all doses are prescribed and that there are no unnecessary omissions. Timings of doses should be exact to ensure patients have therapeutic cover over a whole 24-hour period. Any missed doses should be recorded with the reason clearly stated. Missed doses should be followed up and, if appropriate, the correct dose given as soon as possible. A missed dose could lead to hospital-acquired thrombosis, so it's particularly important that we appreciate this. Root cause analysis is required for all cases of HAT, and the evidence shows that a lot of them are as a result of missed doses. Mechanical prophylaxis, this is when you are thinking about anti-embolic stockings or intermittent pneumatic compression, and that's what NICE includes in their options for mechanical thromboprophylaxis. NICE also includes general steps to reduce venous thromboembolism risk, and that's to encourage people to mobilise as soon as possible and not to allow patients to become dehydrated unless clinically indicated. Whilst most thromboprophylaxis takes place in hospital, whilst the patient is staying on the ward, there are specific patients who should have extended thromboprophylaxis. So when they go home from hospital, and NICE has got very specific guidelines for these, so you should look at them. They would include patients with lower limb immobilization, fractures of the pelvis, hip, and proximal femur, elective hip and knee surgery, foot and ankle orthopedic surgery, elective spinal surgery, cranial surgery and spinal injury, and major cancer surgery of the abdomen and pelvis. Pregnant women, pre and postnatally, are linked to the Green Top guidance, and it's very important that those are followed. And there are instances when extended thromboprophylaxis is important for women who are pregnant or who have just delivered.
So the final step, step 4, is patient education, and it's really a really central part of the prevention of hospital-acquired thrombosis. So when should that education take place? Well, NICE says that should be on admission and as part of the discharge process. And how are we going to do that? Well, it should be both written and verbal. So we need to be talking to our patients and explaining the information about the prevention of hospital-acquired thrombosis to them, but they also need a written backup. And the reason we do this is because evidence suggests that the information is retained better. And also you have this little something that you can refer to when the nurse or who is telling you the information has gone away. And what should we include? Well, patients need to understand what VTE is and what to look for in case they have a recurrence. They also need to know how to administer their low molecular weight heparin if they're discharged taking it. And we're going to talk about a little bit more about information on discharge in another film. With regard to who should be doing this, you need to know what your protocol says about who is responsible for this process and ensuring that it's documented. And it might be a different member of the healthcare team at different points. So it might be a doctor on admission, it might be a nurse or a pharmacist on discharge. So what specific information do you need on admission? Well, NICE says that the verbal and written information should be provided on the risks and possible consequences of VTE, the importance of VTE prophylaxis and its possible side effects, the correct use of the VTE prophylaxis. So, for example, if you have anti-embolic stockings, you should know how to put them on, take them off, how to care for them. That sort of information, and how you can reduce the risk yourself, such as keeping well hydrated and, if possible, exercising and becoming more mobile.
We know that information on admission is not done terribly well. And one of the problems with this is that the patient is very unwell. It might be an emergency admission and they're just not in a position to absorb that information. When we did a survey with the National Nursing and Midwifery Network, we found that the information given to patients on admission was very poor. We've done that survey twice and both times it came back with that result.
And then on discharge, patients need to know the signs and symptoms of deep vein thrombosis and pulmonary embolism, so that if they're having another event, they can report this. They need to know the correct and recommended duration and of the use of the VTE prophylaxis at home, if they're discharged with it. They need to understand the importance of using VTE prophylaxis correctly and continuing the treatment for as long as it's recommended. They also need to understand the signs and symptoms of any adverse events related to that prophylaxis, and the importance of seeking help and knowing who to contact if they have any problems with using that prophylaxis. And also the importance of seeking medical help if the deep vein thrombosis, pulmonary embolism or other adverse events are suspected. So they need to know what the red flags are. Hopefully patients will be in a better position to receive this message than at the point of admission. But you also need to check the resources that you have available to support this education, because people are given a lot of information at the time of discharge. So you want to make sure that they have something that's going to be useful to them. And one of the good places that you can go to is the Thrombosis UK website, because there is a nice series of information that patients that will be able to look at there. NICE has produced a quality standard for venous thromboembolism in adults. It was published in 2021, and is an update on the standards that were originally published separately for prevention of thrombosis and the treatment and management of thrombosis. When we look at these 5 standards, we can see that Standard 1 and Standard 2 relate to the prevention of hospital-acquired thrombosis. So Standard 1 states that people aged 16 and over who are in hospital and assessed as needing pharmacological venous thromboembolism prophylaxis started as soon as possible and within 14 hours of a hospital admission. The second one states that people aged 16 and over who are discharged with a lower limb immobilization are assessed to identify their risk of venous thromboembolism. And the other 3 relate to the treatment and management of VTE. So throughout this short film, we've used a series of references in which you can see here. There are also some learning resources that you can refer to, and I would strongly recommend that you go and look at the short films relating to the administration of low molecular weight heparin and those that link into information for patients.
I'd like to just add that the administration of low molecular weight heparin on the wards is often rather badly done. If you work on a ward and all your patients have bruised tummies, then that is probably due to poor technique. So if you could look at that film, it will show you the correct way to do it. It's important to put the needle in at 90 degrees to the skin. It's important to keep the skin pinched until you actually remove the needle. And it's important that when you let go of the skin, you don't rub the injection site, and you tell the patient not to scratch or itch the injection site, because all of those things can cause that bad bruising that we often see as a result of poor practice. So I do stress, please watch the Teaching Patient to Administer Low Molecular Weight Heparin video.
And finally, we've included some quality improvement activities that you might like to undertake. And these are divided between the steps really in terms of risk assessment, thromboprophylaxis and patient education. So go and have a look to see where risk assessment is recorded in your hospital documentation and who is responsible for completing VTE risk assessment. And then have a look and see what % of patients are reassessed in that time with the NICE guidelines, because that reassessment is a really important part of the process of preventing hospital-acquired thrombosis. With regard to thromboprophylaxis, you can go and have a look and see which type of low molecular weight heparin or a DOAC are used in your trust most commonly for thromboprophylaxis. And in relation to that, you might also want to look and see how are missed doses recorded and managed, because as we said earlier, that's another important factor in preventing hospital-acquired thrombosis. And finally, go away and have a look and see what patient information leaflets you have. Have a look and see if they're easy to understand. And how do you evidence that patients are actually receiving that written and verbal information on admission and at discharge? And who is actually responsible for doing that?
So next time in film 4, we're going to look at how to ensure a safe discharge for patients prescribed anticoagulation from the hospital into the community. Look forward to seeing you then. Goodbye.
How do we risk assess at Kettering General? The risk assessment is found within the Universal Documentation Booklet. It is a balance of clotting and bleeding risks. Risk assessment should be ongoing throughout the hospital stay for the patient. An ongoing risk assessment is within the EPMA Supplementary Prescribing Booklet. We will be moving to a VTE risk assessment on a digital platform in 2023. We've been testing the module at the moment, and here's some screenshots of the module in process. So once the risk assessment is completed, enoxaparin should be prescribed within 14 hours of admission. This table identifies the doses of the enoxaparin depending on the weight and creatinine clearance of the patient. If pharmacological thromboprophylaxis is unable to be prescribed, AES stockings should be considered. There is an AES care plan that needs to be completed. So how do we monitor compliance with NICE Guidance 89? We carry out a VTE audit using Tendable and AMAT databases, where we audit 10 patients on every ward. For the Tendable data, that's completed once a month. For the AMAT data, that's quarterly, where we can look at the compliance with NICE guidance. As VTE nurses, we use this data to identify and develop targeted teaching within the hospital. So some take-home points from today. So hospital-acquired VTE accounts for 60% of all VTE diagnosis. Randomized control trials show us that pharmacological thromboprophylaxis can reduce hospital-acquired thrombosis by 50%. So the initial VTE risk assessment should be completed within 14 hours of admission and at 24 hours, and then ongoing throughout hospital stay, depending on the clinical condition, either 24 hours or up to 72 hours. If you need further information or support, please contact me via the Bleep system on Bleep 332 or email the VTE team direct. For anticoagulation advice, please Bleep 541 or email. And for DVT, please Bleep 331. Our services work core hours between 8 and 6, Monday to Friday. The last bleep that we'll accept is 5:30. Out of our core hours, please contact the consultant haematologist via the hospital switchboard. Thank you.
Sometimes, to make it sound new and interesting, people change the name of something while the thing itself stays exactly the same. This isn't one of those times. You may have heard recently that the Serious Incident Framework is being replaced by the Patient Safety Incident Response Framework. With 4 main objectives for change, this represents a complete rethink in how we respond to patient safety incidents and support the NHS to learn from them and improve. It can't be implemented overnight, and it won't be easy to do, but it will be worth it. Under the Serious Incident Framework, there is a primary focus on incidents which are declared as serious, and within the oversight system on how many incidents have occurred and how compliant organisations are with serious incident management processes. We know that oversight can feel punitive, can stifle our potential to learn and improve, and can limit our ability to put the needs of people, including staff, patients, and families first. And crucially, requiring examination of all incidents that meet the serious threshold means that there is a lot of repetition of investigations into very similar incidents, while many others, particularly those considered to result in lower harm, that we could learn a lot from to improve patient safety, go unexamined. Under the Patient Safety Incident Response Framework, any recorded patient safety incidents can be considered to decide if a response is needed to generate new insight to feed into a programme of continuous improvement. And the relationship between the provider and those responsible for oversight is quite different. Central to the philosophy of PSIRF is that human beings are fallible. We can't expect people to be superhuman, but what we can do when an incident happens is treat everyone involved with compassion and have the provider and overseeing body work together towards the common goal of redesigning our systems so that problems are less likely to occur and are less harmful when they do, so that healthcare is much safer for everyone. To do this, incident response plans will be specifically tailored to local context and the organisation that creates the plan, so that responses can be proportionate based on using resources where they can do the most good in terms of expanding learning and improving patient safety in the long term. The new system will have a particular focus on engaging with everyone affected by an incident. Organisations will work hard to answer all of their questions, and wherever organisations can learn from an incident, they will involve them and invite them to be a part of the solution. PSIRF has been in development for some time, and we've seen positive progress from our early adopter programme. What we found works best is when everyone understands the importance of this cultural change and is ready and willing to work together in a new way towards an ongoing and evolving system of improvement. If you'd like to find out more, use the QR code or the website on screen.
Hello, my name is Shelley Bone, and I'd like to discuss with you all today our organisational values. At KGH, our values bond our teams, staff and departments with a shared sense of purpose. They show us all what is expected of us at work. This video aims to help you understand our values and how you can put them in practice for yourself, our patients and colleagues. These are our trust values: compassion, accountability, integrity, respect and courage. As you walk around KGH today, you will see the values posters. You will see all members of staff demonstrating these values to each other and people that come into our organisation. Let's look at each one of our values in detail. Compassion. This is about showing everyone around us that we care. Everyone we meet, whether it be patients or colleagues, are all going through their own difficulties, and it's important that we show kindness and understanding. Compassion means patience, understanding and empathy. Compassion links to social connection and the quality of our relationships. If we show compassion, as we all know, it makes us feel good about ourselves. So if you think about working in the NHS, and also for those of you that are in a new role, it's important that you show compassion to each other, but also to ourselves. The role is very challenging for a variety of reasons. With self-compassion, you are giving yourself the same kindness and care that you would give to a good friend. It also enables you to acknowledge your own limitations and triggers. One of the enemies of compassion is judgment. So it's a good reminder that when you're feeling judgmental of someone, you're not being compassionate. If we're honest, we all judge people. People walk in a room and we already have a perceived idea about them. But let's think of this. If we watched a film with a friend and you come out and said it was the best film I've ever seen, and your friend said it was the worst, who is right and who is wrong? No one. We both saw the film through a different lens. Let's try and see the world through everyone's lens or eyes and understand that they all have a variety of views and experiences. Accountability. What does accountability mean? It means taking responsibility for your actions and your behaviours at work. At the beginning of your role within KGH, you're most probably on a steep learning curve, so don't expect yourself to know everything immediately, but you can still be accountable. Ask for support if you need it, and remember it's okay to make a mistake and learn from it. Seek feedback. Be responsible for your decisions, actions and behaviours. Think about, are you able to take ownership? Do what we say we were going to do, and if we cannot do it, say why. Be apologetic when we need to be. Acknowledge mistakes and reflect and learn from them. Also within accountability, learn and develop skills about constructive feedback as developmental, not as a criticism. One of the enemies of accountability is disinterest. People may act unconcerned, be disinterested. Think about, is this a new behaviour for the individual? Are they showing symptoms of stress, burnout? Think about how you can engage with your colleague or patients. Show appreciation, listen and say thank you. Respect. We have a hugely diverse workplace, and to show respect may mean embracing our differences. This may mean accepting that others work differently from you and learn differently from you, but in turn you can learn from each other. Active listening is also part of respect, allowing people to be seen and heard and actively listening to them. Also think about, are we aware of our unconscious biases? Are we clear and concise when communicating? Are we curious about our differences and embrace diversity? Are we able and do we show that we value others' contribution? Apply active listening skills by asking questions, Where, why, how, what's important. Try to listen without interrupting. Identify your colleagues' and/or patients' needs. Integrity. This feels quite difficult to describe for many people, but integrity really is about doing the right thing when nobody is listening or watching. It's about if you say you're going to do something, that you do it, that you call people back in a timely fashion, that you respond to emails if you can in a timely fashion. It's also about using the other values, valuing people's honesty as well, being open even if it's difficult, always striving to do the right thing by others, to always help others, your colleagues and your patients, by being flexible, but also by making sure that you're not sacrificing your own needs. We want you to be dependable, making sure that the trust values are at the centre of everything that you do. Be polite and professional, even if somebody is rude to you. And integrity is being able to admit when we're wrong and recognise how our actions affect others. Courage. So courage, it's about having difficult or courageous conversations, being able to speak up for your own needs and your patients, but also being able to speak up to your colleagues, managers or supervisors. Within that is about being assertive. So we need to make sure that we express our needs calmly and confidently, that we are considerate of the rights and needs of others, that we're empathic and compassionate. We're able to get our point across firmly but fairly. So think about, when is the right time to have the conversation? Sometimes you may need to take some time out yourself to think about how you're going to go back and have a conversation in an assertive way. With regards to courage, one of the enemies, I suppose, of courage is conformity. If we think about it, conformity can lead to risks being taken, behaviour being used that doesn't follow our values. You may find that you squash your own personal values or the values of the organisation because you don't want to be excluded. You don't want to feel different or alone. But this in turn can then make you lose part of yourself that makes you unique. So just some closing remarks. Remember that you may be the first person the patient, carer, colleague sees or hears. Live and breathe the values. Our trust values are not dissimilar to many of our own values. Get to know your new team, your new colleagues, how they work, what makes them different, and embrace that. And the most important thing is communicate. Hello. At Kettering General Hospital, lots of new things are going to happen this year in relation to mouth care in the organisation. We'll discuss some of these things at the end of the video. However, in order to get you reinvigorated regarding mouth care, we've decided to have an introduction session on Training Tuesday. Mouth Care Matters is a Health Education England training initiative aimed at improving oral care or mouth care of patients in hospital. Let's just think for a moment, how many patients have you met that unfortunately have not had access or been supported to clean their teeth, mouth or dentures? Poor mouth care or oral health for patients in hospital can result in hospital-acquired infections such as pneumonia, as well as poor nutrition due to the ability of the patients to eat well. There are also links to cardiovascular disease and diabetes. This in turn will lead to an increased length of stay, poor quality of life and dignity for our patients. In order to explore this further, let's try and put you in the patient's shoes. How would you feel if you went away for a few nights and forgot your toothbrush and was unable to buy one? Many patients come into hospital in a hurry and forget to bring the fundamentals with them. How would you feel if you were on a busy shift with no time to stop and have a drink? Many patients, even though they may be given fluids, take medication that can make their mouth feel more drier than normal. How would you feel if you had a mouthful of ulcers? They are painful and affect our ability to eat. How would you feel if you had to talk or kiss someone with bad breath? In all these instances, it would have an impact on how you felt about yourself, your self-esteem. It would impact on your dignity. Your mouth would feel dry, your teeth may feel furry or unclean. It may impact on how food tastes and your ability to eat. When many of us are ill, we may not feel well enough to have a wash, but we would clean our teeth. Personal care and mouth care. We all ensure that either ourselves or people we care about have a wash, clean their teeth, brush their hair and wear clean clothes every day. And it's important that these principles continue for the patients that we care for. We do acknowledge, however, that mouth care is a hands-on skill which may feel difficult to deliver for a variety of reasons. You may feel that you're too busy, you don't have enough time. You may be unsure of how to clean somebody's teeth correctly. You may be worried that you don't want to hurt the patient. Should you use mouthwash? How much toothpaste you use on the brush? You may also feel that you don't have the right equipment to undertake mouth care. You may be worried about how to report concerns. Patients may say they feel too unwell, or you may have patients with behaviour that challenge and they may be resistant to have mouth care undertaken. It's important that we do endeavour to try and give people mouth care as part of personal care that we give every day. And in order to give you a little bit of confidence, the next video will show you from Health Education England, Skills for Health, how to brush somebody's teeth.
In this video, we'll show you the best way not only to brush your own teeth, but also how to easily brush the teeth of others. Toothbrushing should be carried out twice a day, in the morning and last thing at night. We must remember that not everyone can brush their own teeth. But when brushing other people's teeth, the principles are the same. Please remember that toothbrushing takes a full 2 minutes. Yes, 2 minutes. Use a small-headed, medium-texture bristles toothbrush with a small amount of fluoride toothpaste. Start by tilting the toothbrush against your teeth so the bristles are at a 45-degree angle to the gum line. Move the brush in small circular movements, a few times on each tooth. Next, brush the outer surfaces of each tooth, keeping the bristles angled against the gum line. Do the same thing for the inside surfaces of all the teeth. Now, brush the biting surfaces of the teeth, on the top and the bottom. To clean the inside surface of the front teeth, tilt the brush vertically for the upper teeth. Gently move the brush long ways down the tooth from the gum for a few seconds. For the lower teeth, tilt the brush vertically and pull the toothbrush gently upwards from the gum for a few seconds. If plaque is not removed from the teeth, it leads to bleeding gums and tooth loss. If you eat or drink sweet things, plaque mixes with the sugar and causes tooth decay. Finally, spit out any remaining toothpaste. Do not rinse the mouth with water or any kind of mouthwash. In this way, the fluoride in the toothpaste will help protect the teeth.
Thank you for watching that. We're currently finishing our updated version of the mouth care policy. We will be launching a new mouth care assessment, and this is currently being trialled on a few wards across the hospital. We're also going to be looking at what training we can offer for staff to develop their mouth care skills for all patients, including patients that are at end of life or those with additional needs. We'll also be sharing with you what equipment is available in the hospital and how best to use this. As I said earlier, this is the course that is available to you on ESR. It's called Improving Mouth Care. If you have any difficulties in accessing this course or logging on, please contact Staff Development. And finally, thank you for watching this video. As you can see, mouth care matters to everybody. It's really important for our patients in order that they are prevented from having any additional hospital-acquired infections, that their length of stay is reduced, and that their dignity is upheld. Thank you.
Sometimes, to make it sound new and interesting, people change the name of something while the thing itself stays exactly the same. This isn't one of those times. You may have heard recently that the Serious Incident Framework is being replaced by the Patient Safety Incident Response Framework. With 4 main objectives for change, this represents a complete rethink in how we respond to patient safety incidents and support the NHS to learn from them and improve. It can't be implemented overnight, and it won't be easy to do, but it will be worth it. Under the Serious Incident Framework, there is a primary focus on incidents which are declared as serious, and within the oversight system on how many incidents have occurred and how compliant organisations are with serious incident management processes. We know that oversight can feel punitive, can stifle our potential to learn and improve, and can limit our ability to put the needs of people, including staff, patients, and families first. And crucially, requiring examination of all incidents that meet the serious threshold means that there is a lot of repetition of investigations into very similar incidents, while many others, particularly those considered to result in lower harm, that we could learn a lot from to improve patient safety, go unexamined. Under the Patient Safety Incident Response Framework, Any recorded patient safety incidents can be considered to decide if a response is needed to generate new insight to feed into a program of continuous improvement. And the relationship between the provider and those responsible for oversight is quite different. Central to the philosophy of PSERF is that human beings are fallible. We can't expect people to be superhuman, but what we can do when an incident happens is treat everyone involved with compassion and have the provider and overseeing body work together towards the common goal of redesigning our systems so that problems are less likely to occur and are less harmful when they do, so that healthcare is much safer for everyone. To do this, incident response plans will be specifically tailored to local context and the organisation that creates the plan, so that responses can be proportionate based on using resources where they can do the most good in terms of expanding learning and improving patient safety in the long term. The new system will have a particular focus on engaging with everyone affected by an incident. Organisations will work hard to answer all of their questions, and wherever organisations can learn from an incident, they will involve them and invite them to be a part of the solution. PSERF has been in development for some time, and we've seen positive progress from our early adopter programme. What we found works best is when everyone understands the importance of this cultural change and is ready and willing to work together in a new way towards an ongoing and evolving system of improvement. If you'd like to find out more, use the QR code or the website on screen.
Thank you for watching Mouthcare. The next session is Falls Care at KGH. This will be the last session of today's training. If you have any questions or need any support, please just email the staff development email address or pop them in the chat. A gentle reminder to fill in the AM assessment form and the PM assessment form so we can ensure your ESR is updated.
Hello, my name is Shelley Bone. I'm the Clinical Learning Manager. Looking after patients in hospital who are at risk of falls is really important, and as an organisation we want to make sure that you've got all the tools and information that you can have in order to assess patients' risk and put in appropriate care. We've got lots of information within the hospital that will already help you. So we've got the Falls KNET page, we've got a video regarding falls risk and also bed rails risk assessment. So today we're going to see the new document in practice. Let's start with A&E. Many of our patients come into the hospital direct from A&E, and while they're here they will need a risk assessment carried out. The risk assessment needs to be carried out within 4 hours of admission. We're going to have a chat with Ashley Towns, who's our deputy sister in A&E, regarding a patient that's been admitted. It's worth noting that all patient names have been changed for this learning session. Okay, so Ashley, this is the new Falls risk assessment document. Can you tell me what looks similar?
I think the yellow is very similar because at the moment we're using yellow falls risk bands and in some areas you can get the falls packages.
Yep.
The yellow line and standing BP stickers that goes into the patient's notes. So it's very much yellow, isn't it?
So we use yellow and we've carried on with that because yellow relates to falls, and obviously wherever the patient goes on their journey, from a nurse perspective we can see that we're looking at yellow, so we know that it relates to falls. So from a form perspective we put the addressograph label here. As we've already said, a risk assessment needs to be carried out within 4 hours, and we're going to do your patient now well within time. We also need to do it again when they've moved to another ward and every 7 days if their patient's condition changes, whether that be positively or negatively. So this bit speaks for itself and we go down the columns. So the ward obviously will be A&E, date, time, your name and signature. And then we've got the reason why. So on admission, post falls, if it's a weekly reassessment, if they've been moved to another ward, or if there's been a change in condition. So talk me through your patient and then we can fill this in as we go.
Okay, so my patient Paul Smith came in with a presenting complaint of being shortness of breath. He was a bit confused as well.
Okay.
So this gentleman was on the bed initially with some oxygen on because he had low saturations, but he kept taking his oxygen off. So we're not sure whether the confusion was because of that or whether it was due to a UTI or an ongoing infection.
Okay, so with the information that you've got at the moment, do you want to start filling this in for me?
Okay, so admitted. So I don't think he did not have any history of falls.
Okay.
So we'll put no.
Yeah. So as we can see here, it's a no or a yes.
Yep.
What we're encouraging people to do is not do a tick or a cross, to actually put N for no or write it in full, okay?
So fear of falls, no.
Okay.
Fall in hospital since admission. So at this point he hadn't fell.
Okay, yeah. So that's a no.
Poor balance and gait when walking, no. Cognitive impairment such as confusion. So yes, he did have confusion.
Okay. And then did he have anything like frequency of toileting? You're saying that you thought he might have a UTI.
Yeah, so he did, so that'd be a yes for this one.
Okay. Did he wear glasses?
Yeah, he did.
And obviously within this section we need to do his postural, to see if he's got postural drop, hypertension, if they've got dizziness on standing or sitting, but as you've described to us, because of his confusion linked to the oxygen, it's not appropriate at this time. So we will discuss later that we need to document that we haven't done that. So at this moment, we're going to put no.
Yep.
And then, was he on any medication that you're aware of that causes dizziness or a drop in blood pressure?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. And any other medical condition that may increase his risk of falling?
So I would say yes, because he's got the confusion from somewhere.
Okay, yeah. That's brilliant. So we've now filled that in. We now need to find out, let me just show you a bit more clearly, the patient's level of risk. And there's 4 sections now relating to that. So there's no risk, at risk, high risk, and very high risk. And as you can see underneath, it tells you what elements fit under each section. So for example, if there's no risk, you've put no to all these. And then it goes through up to, if they're very high risk, if 1 or more of the questions, 1 to 5, so they're the red, have been answered yes, and then 1 or more of questions 6 to 10 have been answered yes, then they'd be very high risk.
So that's where this gentleman would be.
Yeah, so if we go back, just to say that we can recap and we understand it. So if we think of this area, he's got a yes, isn't he?
Yep.
So that's already telling us we've got 1 yes in the 1 to 5, and he's also got some yeses in 6 to 7. So from our perspective, is a very high risk. So if you can tick that. That's brilliant. So from an A&E perspective, you don't actually have to then go on and do the Falls Care Plan. We just need to identify the risk.
Okay.
However, good practice would be, as I'm sure that you're aware, we would still put in as many mitigating things as we could to prevent the patient falling. So what sort of things do you think you could do for this gentleman?
So he needs to be closely observed.
Yeah.
So we need to ensure that we're kind of tagging each other to make sure that somebody's always keeping close observation on this gentleman. A yellow falls band wristband, and we put the yellow boards over the rails so we're all aware that this gentleman is a high falls risk.
Okay.
Yellow line and standing BP stickers need to go in the notes.
Yeah.
And we just need to make sure that this is all completed, because that gives us a really good indicator of what we're looking at and how we can help this gentleman.
That's brilliant. So the care plan, which is double-sided, let me just flip it over, will help you. So as we've already said, you don't have to go through the care plan in A&E. However, the care plan itself, so all these interventions and actions here, will help you make those decisions about what you can reasonably do in A&E, and all the things you've discussed are brilliant. That's what we would expect. So because we're not doing the care plan, it's then really important that we document concisely all the things that you've said to me. Okay, so it would be a case of, at the bottom here, either under the rationale, or more importantly, perhaps in the A&E notes, that you've put a falls band on, slipper socks, all those sorts of things.
Giving him a call bell as well.
Yeah. Any questions regarding that, or does that feel quite easy to do?
No, I think it's I think it'll help us a lot.
Okay, that's brilliant. Thank you. Hiya Annie, I can see that you've started the Falls Risk Assessment document for Paul. There are a few changes on here. Can you explain to me why and how you got to that assessment?
Yeah, of course. So when he came round, he started to say that he did have a fear of falling following pulling off his oxygen. I think he became a little bit more confused and felt more, scared.
Okay.
And we've found on assessment that he's now got poor balance and gait while walking.
Okay, so he's a bit unsteady.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all the rest are the same. So if you then look at the scoring, so obviously we now need to rescore. So it says that you need to look at number 1 to 5 and then 6 to 10. So if you can talk me through that, what you think his risk assessment will be.
So he's still at very high risk.
Okay, and how have you got to that assessment?
So from 1 to 5, more than 1 is answered as a yes.
Yes.
And on 6 to 10, 1 or more is again answered as a yes.
Brilliant.
Ooh.
So we're still at high risk. So as you can see, we're going down the columns. So we now need to put the Falls Care Plan in place. So again, if you can just fill this element in, I can see that A&E forgot to do that bit, but if you can just fill that in, and all that's saying is that we've done the risk assessment, we're now going to put the Falls Care Plan in place and the date and the time that we did it. So we're now going to start going through the care plan. The first element of the care plan is to identify if patients need to be tagged and the tagging process. So let's discuss what the tagging process is and what a definition of tagging is. So tagging is the practice where a staff member is allocated to a bay to ensure that we provide continuous observations of the patients. The staff member in that bay should remain in the bay at all times. Only losing sight, so not being able to see the patient, if another member of staff is in the bay. This includes or may include the need to tag a second person into the bay. So if you need to give 1-to-1 on a continuous basis, or you're behind the screens or curtains giving personal care, you will then need to have a second tagger. We then need to think about who can be a tagger. So a tagger can be somebody who holds a clinical role only. So a healthcare assistant, the registered nurse, therapist or doctor. So it doesn't always have to be, you know, just the HCA. You can discuss and liaise with the nurse in your bay, and there may be times that you flip between one or the other of you being a tagger. So the role of the tagger, so what we want you to be doing is observe the patients at all times. If possible, engage the patients in activity. You know, it may be that you want to do a crossword with them, get some games out. You could come to the library, we've got some dementia boxes, and you can use lots of different things to interact and distract the patient in a productive way. We also want you as a tagger to escalate any concerns to the nurse in charge and the nurse in your bay. So that'll be things like if your patient is deteriorating, or if you have a patient who's at risk of falls and you feel that the risk has increased. We want you to ensure that any potential falls and any other risks are documented within the daily nursing evaluation sheet. Make sure that you follow the care bundle. So for example, we will discuss further on in the video about decluttering the environment, making sure that you check that your patients have either got slipper socks on or the correct footwear, that their mobility card is up to date, that they've got a falls wristband. Also think about and find out about your patients and their bed rails risk assessment. So what does the assessment say? Should or should they not have bed rails up? And again, just to recap, ensure that you do not leave the bay unattended. Another member of staff is required to be in the bay at all times before you leave. So obviously this is really difficult to do. The gold standard for the organisation is that every bay will have a member of staff in that bay at all times. However, this can't always be achieved, and the nurse in charge will need to do a risk assessment, and we'll go on to that later. But you may then be asking yourself, who needs to be tagged? Because everybody's at risk of falls. So in relation to the standard operating procedure, there are some key guidance for you. So if we then go back to this section here, and we're identifying the patients that are very high risk, no risk, etc. Those at very high risk and those at high risk have to be priority for tagging. They should all be placed together in a tagging bay and supervised at all times. Those that are at risk of falling, if possible, should be placed together in a tagged bay and tagged. Where staffing does not facilitate this, then preventative measures should be in place regarding visual supervision. And if patients are at no risk of falling, they don't require tagging at all. The tagged bay must have the risk of patient falling sign displayed outside of each bay. Each circle needs to represent a bed number, as you can see. A code must then be applied to each circle, demonstrating the level of supervision that's required for each patient. So if a patient is on 1-to-1, so they've got bed watch, etc., you need to put 1:1. If the patients are under visual supervision, you need to put VS, or if they do not need to be tagged or are at no risk of falling but still in that bay, you need to put NA as not applicable. Due to the nature of tagging and the concentration that is required, it's important that you swap members of staff at regular intervals. This should be at a maximum of every 2 hours in order that the tagger can have a break. So Anne, I'm going to go through the new bed rail risk assessment and guidance, and I'll explain it all to you. What bits of the form look similar to you?
The ones with the grid, that's the colouring, the bed rail assessment, the green one, the red one, and the amber one we have the same.
Okay, anything else?
These bits where we assess the mental capacity, if the bed rails is indicated, and are the bed rails mattress in the safe condition, but this is a new bit, I feel.
Brilliant. Your knowledge is obviously very good. From a form perspective, we've tried not to make that many changes so that it's much easier or doesn't scare people so much. It's in the similar format. So I'm just going to go through the form with you. So this section here should be completed on admission. So if you've got a patient that's come from MAU, Clifford, that should already be completed. However, if you have a patient transferred here and it hasn't been completed, we would then like the ward staff to complete it for us, okay?
Sure.
So I'm just going to go through it. So at the top here, we're going to assess the bed rails or the use for bed rails according to their mental state, which is what we did anyway.
Yes.
Mental state here. We've now given everything a score. So mental state score A, and that will become clearer in a moment.
Yes.
And then mobility score B.
Yes.
Okay? And then we're going to multiply them.
Yeah.
So if I just pick one as an example, we've got a patient on your ward that's confused and disorientated.
Yes.
As we can see by this section, they're going to score a 3. So we're just going to bear that in mind because that's score A.
Yeah.
We're then going to come across and the patient can mobilise without help from staff. So that shows that they score a 5.
Yes.
So if they'd come to the ward and hadn't had the assessment done, we would fill this bit in. So we would put A, which would be score 3, brilliant. Score B would be
5.
Yeah, and then because we're multiplying, the total score would be
15.
Brilliant. If the patient is already admitted and we're assessing weekly, we would fill it in on the back, but I'll show you the back in a moment.
Okay.
There's also a section here that will also help. So we've said that the score is 15.
Yes.
It's telling us it's red and bed rails not recommended. So we've got some prompts and things here that will help.
Yes.
From the bed rails assessment, the bottom half, as with you've already said, a lot of this is the same. So
we're seeing does the patient have mental capacity.
Yeah.
We're seeing if we've got consent obtained.
Yes.
And we also, which I think is a new element,
Yes.
we need to make sure that the bed is at the lowest possible height.
Yeah, that's a new one.
Yeah, I'm sure you're aware that sometimes, you know, when we're making beds and looking after patients, we sometimes think we've lowered the bed, but actually we haven't really lowered it enough or to its lowest height. And obviously that is then relevant to the patient. So if you've got a patient that's really tall, it may be that the bed, you know...
Depends on the patient height.
Yeah, exactly. And the same one here is that making sure that the bed rails, mattresses and bed are in a safe condition. And all wards, I'm sure you do regular checks anyway.
Yeah, we do them.
Okay. So there is one change which I'll go through in a moment. So if the bed rails or the assessment comes out at amber, so these areas here, use bed rails with care.
Yeah.
We then have to assess the patient every single day.
Okay.
Okay, and I'll explain that in a bit more detail. When do we normally assess the patients?
We do it every weekly, or soon after the patient have a fall.
Yeah.
We change this, or if there's any change in the mental status or mobility.
Yeah, or change in condition.
Yeah.
So that hasn't changed. So for all patients, we reassess weekly, as you've said, change in condition or after a fall.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm just going to pop that down and then show you the other side.
Yeah.
So the back part of the form, what bits of it look the same, Anne?
Yeah, so the date, time, as usual, it's present. There's a practitioner name, signature, the job title, and the estimated review. We did have the bed rails block, but we didn't have the option where with care was there.
Yeah.
But we did have yes or no before.
Okay. What I'd like you to do now is fill the form in for me using one of your real patients. So rather than my example, talk me through one of your patients so we can then go through this form.
Yes, I can think of one of my patients in bed 1 who, if I had to go with the grid, I would say he's confused and disoriented because of his condition. He's been treated for his infection.
Okay, yeah.
So he's confused at present, and he mobilizes, but he needs assistance of one staff at the minute. So if I have to score this, I think I'll try flipping over the paper. So I'm going with the mental states of score A. Patient is confused and disoriented. The score would be 3. I'm just going to put them as 3 here. And I'm going across the grid, and I can see the mobility is partially mobile and requires assistance. So I'm going to score 2. So the total would be 6.
Brilliant.
So I'm just going to check it with the lower grid. So score 5 to 15 is supposed to be red. So 6. I'm going to go. Is bed rails recommended? No. Patient has mental capacity to consent for the bed rails. He doesn't have at the minute. If bed rails are indicated has consent been obtained for the use of bed rails? It's not indicated. I'm going to go with no. Is the bed rails at the lowest possible height of the patient? Yes, I have checked it today.
Okay,
So I'm going to put yes. The bed rails, mattress, bed in safe condition? Yes, bed rails is in safe condition. Mattress is in safe condition. And bed is also in a safe condition. I'll put my date today. Time would be 10 o'clock. My name there. And my signature.
Brilliant. So obviously if it was on admission, that is fantastic how you fill it in, and you filled it in correctly, so well done. As we discussed earlier, most of your patients will come to the ward with this element already completed. So we're just going to flip the paper and ask you to fill it in so that you know how it feels. Okay. So if you think of the same patient again, if I can just get you to fill that in for me.
Date of today. Date today. Time is at 10 o'clock. The score A was 3. So score A, I'm placing it as 3. Score B was 2. And when I multiply A and B comes as 6, and the grid says that it's supposed to be bed rails are not recommended. So I'm going to go with no here, bed rails not recommended, and I sign my name here, my signature.
Brilliant.
Job title as I'm an RN, and the review date would be 7 days from now if there's no change. So I'm just going to calculate.
Any questions, Anne? Is that quite clear?
It's really clear, it's understandable, so
Okay.
it's really nice too.
So there's one element then that we also need to be aware of is it says at the bottom here to please document any changes to bed rail usage in the nursing evaluation.
Yeah.
Okay, so obviously if the patient had fell, we would obviously do all the documentation and the falls care bundle, and we would document that in the nursing notes. However, it may be that this patient's condition changes. So as you've already stated, I'll just flip over there. At the moment he's confused because he's got an infection.
Yes.
He's having treatment.
So
and
it may change any time.
It may change. So it may be that as he improves following his antibiotics, that actually he becomes more orientated and alert. So
Okay.
he would then score 1.
Yes, score 1.
Yeah, he would then still need assistance. So that would be 2. So what we would do then is, so if we're going to pretend that his condition has improved, don't worry about the date and time for now. Let's just think about the score.
Yeah.
So I'll move that up so it's easier for you to see.
Yeah.
So what we've found is in less than a week, he's had his antibiotics, he's really improved, and he's not confused and disorientated. He is now alert
Yes.
and orientated to the ward.
So if it's alert and oriented, the mental score would be 1.
Yeah.
Because, so I'm just going to mark the score, sorry.
all right.
Mark the score as 1 here.
Yeah.
And for mobility, he may still need assistance. I'm just assuming he'll need assistance that time. So
Yeah.
patient is partially mobile and assistance required. The score would be 2.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go with 2. And when I multiply A and B, it's 2.
Yeah. Well done. So that was a good thing that you thought about. Actually, I'm not adding it, I'm multiplying it. Okay?
So then I go with the grid. So 0 to 2, it's green. Bed rails can be used.
Yep.
So I'm going to go yes, it can be used.
Yeah, brilliant.
And I sign them.
Fantastic. Okay.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. With regards to documentation, we would document in the patient's notes that, you know, condition has improved, risk assessment has been reviewed, it's been amended. It may be that if they're using the bed rails with care, because we're reviewing every day, you may need to put a bit more information.
I've just got our admission booklet here, Carl. I'm going to go through it and ask you some questions if that's all right. Do you have any urinary urgency?
Yes.
You
when
do? I
need to go, yeah.
Okay. We can get you some bottles. I know you said that you don't want the bed rails so you can go to the toilet, but we can get you some bottles if you need to. Do you have any? I understand you've got glasses. Are they all the time or?
No, they're just for reading.
They're just for reading. Okay, brilliant. Thank you. I've got all I need for them ones.
Thank you.
So the next questions are about continence. I've got to ask you them because you've expressed that you've got some urinary urgency. So the frequency, is this a new thing or is it something that's been ongoing?
Ongoing.
Ongoing. Do you ever notice it at frequent times? Is there a cause for it or is it just...
Just when I need to go, I need to go.
It's just there. Okie dokie, that's fine. Thank you so much for all that information, Carl. Just so you're aware, because you've said you've had a bit of dizziness, I'm going to speak to the doctors, get them to review your medication, because sometimes that can play a part in your dizziness.
Okay.
And then I'll also ask the physios to come and see you, just to make sure there's nothing that we're missing on that side of things. Once all that's been done, I'll come back and I'll be doing your blood pressure. I'll be doing a lying and standing one. So you'll be laying down for a little while and then I'll get you to stand up and we monitor it once you're standing just to see if there's a postural drop. Is that all alright?
Yeah, lovely.
Lastly, there's your call bell. Please use it if you need to.
Thank you.
And I will see you shortly.
Okay.
Thank you. don't suppose you could help me? My chappie's a size 8. I don't know which ones to give him.
Okay, so size 8 is normally just extra large, but they do come up a little bit small. So I'd take the XXL and the extra large.
Oh, how did you find out about what size for what sock?
There's a poster that I can show you.
Oh, that'd be brilliant. Thank you.
No worries. And just remember, make sure the grippies go past the heel.
Oh, brilliant.
Okay.
Thank you.
No
Cheers.
Hiya, Carl.
Hiya.
I've got these slipper socks here for you.
Okay,
just
thank
when
you.
you put them on, make sure the white grips go over your heel, otherwise they won't work as effectively.
Okay.
There's one section here, any medication that causes dizziness or drop in blood pressure. Refer to the Falls Care Bundle for a list of medication. And then from a pharmacy perspective, we then need to fill in when a medicine reconciliation has taken place. Now there's two ways that you can look for medicine reconciliation on EPMA. So let's have a look at the screen.
Okay.
So in order to identify that the patients have had medicine reconciliation taken place, if we look on EPMA, we can see that it will say pharmacy medicine reconciliation, and as we can see here, this has been done because they've got some pods on the ward, patient unsure if they've got any more tablets at home, those sorts of things. So then we would be able to fill in the date on the care plan. The other area that we can look at, so the other area that we can see is within each medication, there will be a red if the pharmacist hasn't done any medicine reconciliation and a blue if the pharmacist has. So we can see that for these two drugs here, the pharmacist has done some medicine reconciliation for this patient.
Hello, Carl, are you alright? Have you hurt yourself?
I don't think so. I needed the toilet and I did ring the bell, but as I stood up I was dizzy and then I fell.
Okay, just stay there a moment. Can I have some help, please? Have you hurt yourself, Carl?
No, I don't think so.
Did you bang your head?
No, I didn't.
Do your hips or anything hurt?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Hi, Carl. I'm just going to come and do your blood pressure while you're on the floor.
Right, we're going to get somebody to come and have a look at you in a moment, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to go and ring the doctor. The girls are just going to make sure you're okay and get you back into bed, alright?
Lovely.
Carl, just lift this arm up for me. That's it, nice and gently.
Hello, Dr. Smith. This is Shelley. I'm a staff nurse on Harrowden C. I'm calling about Carl Jenkins in Bay 1, Bed 2. He's had a fall approximately 15 minutes ago. He's got a news of 0. All his observations are stable. Yeah, he's a 55-year-old man admitted with a chest infection. He's had intravenous antibiotics and has been doing really well. He's normally fit and has no problems at all. He's got a bit of frequency, but that's normal for him, he says, and his vital signs have been stable over the past day or so, so he's had a news of 0. Yeah, that's right. He's not complained of any injuries and I can't see any. His hip's not hurting or anything like that, and he didn't have any loss of consciousness. He did complain though when he got up of feeling dizzy when he stands, which he says has got worse. So could you please come and see him within 30 minutes as per the guidelines? I would be really grateful, I know you're busy. Is there anything you'd like me to do whilst I wait? Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, I'll do a lying and standing blood pressure. We've done neuro-obs, but I'll recheck them. and I'll see if I can get a urinalysis as well, just in case he's got a UTI brewing. Okay, that's lovely. I'll speak to you shortly. Thanks a lot then. Bye.
As I have said throughout the day, please ensure that you fill in the AM assessment form and the PM assessment form so we ensure your ESR is updated accordingly. If you require any support or have any questions, then please just email the staff development email address or pop them in the chat for somebody to get back to you. Thank you again for attending, and we look forward to seeing you soon.